Good morning and welcome to Parkinson's Concierge. Welcome to our show, Living a Life with Parkinson's.
Hi everyone, my name's Charlotte Allen. I'm part of Parkinson's Concierge. I'm a co-founder with Russ Bradford. We started Parkinson's Concierge in 2017 and since then it's grown from strength to strength. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's aged 36. I'm now 53, so I think that makes me 16 years into it. Today, we want to have the pleasure of showing you what it's like to live with Parkinson's.
We would also like to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to the tech team and people who've been working tirelessly behind the scene to get this show on the road, including our great friends Annie Rudd, Richard Underwood and Helen Underwood. So thank you very much.
We really hope that you enjoy our show, and now we're going to share what tech means to us living with Parkinson's. Hi there, Parkinson's Concierge. Join our show.
At Parkinson's Concierge, we believe that to improve our quality of life, medical tech and AI is an essential part of the Parkinson's jigsaw puzzle.
People with Parkinson's need to be involved and included in every step of the way.
We want to share our story with you, what it's like to live with Parkinson's.
We want you to be part of our life journey with Parkinson's.
We want you to be part of our success of Parkinson's Concierge.
Did you know there are over 10 million people worldwide living with Parkinson's? It's the fastest growing neurological condition and there is no cure.
At Parkinson's Concierge, we truly believe if you can find a way to solve or erase one or two of our 60 symptoms we live with, you could improve our quality of life enormously.
Each and every one of us are different, so that would be a great start for us.
All ages of people have Parkinson's, including children, so why not get to know us?
The care we receive differs greatly between person to person. Please give us. We want to be part of our life journey. We want you to be part of our success.
Parkinson's is never going away in our lifetime. It's a progressive, degenerative condition. Who we choose to partner with and work with.
Companies who have the same goal as ours, to improve our quality of life and are patient-centric.
Listen to us. We are the Parkinson's experts. We live with the condition 24/7, 365 days a year. So don't forget to include us in any decisions you make about us. Let patients own our own data. Enable personalized care to be given to all of us. And help recognize our global following of over 55,000 people living with Parkinson's.
Apologies.
Here's a few ideas of what we're looking for with tech. Meaningful data which can genuinely improve our quality of life. Tech which can constantly monitor our condition in between the consultation times that we spend with the neurologists. consultants, and Parkinson's nurses. Tech, which provides a pleasurable customer journey. Tech, which requires as little input as possible from the patient. Tech, which can include reports for the whole care circle. Tech to monitor the non-motor symptoms. As patients, we can help you to design a product which the community would see value in using. So Charlotte very kindly introduced herself. For those of you who don't know, my name's Russ. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2012. So I've been living with Parkinson's now for 8 years. Last year, I underwent DBS, which is deep brain stimulation surgery, in an attempt to alleviate some of the conditions that I had. So far, I'm very glad and proud to say that it's been a success.
At Parkinson's Concierge, we're very much into delivering patient-centered care. We're quite willing to share our story with people, what it's like to live with Parkinson's, and it's certainly not easy.
The aim of today's show is to introduce you to some very well-renowned and highly regarded and respected individuals from the Parkinson's community, as well as some patients telling their story, and we hope that you will hear that.
We've got a great lineup today of lots of key people, neurologists, doctors, people with Parkinson's. So the show we've put together really is to take you into our lives and see what it's really like living with Parkinson's.
As we live with a condition, we hope and pray for a cure. But as we realize there's very little coming through the pipeline with regard to a cure, a one-size-fits-all cure for Parkinson's, because every one of us is quite unique. Every one of us has different symptoms with Parkinson's, and the outcomes for each and every one of us varies quite dramatically.
That's why at Parkinson's Concierge, it's all about quality of life with us. We're in the here and now. So that's why we're looking to you guys and any tech people who've got any solutions to help us at all. We're different. We're an all-round people package. Russ and I both have Parkinson's. We care for each other. We work for each other. And we're the Parkinson's experts.
The information that we obtain comes from neurologists, it comes from medical journals, medical papers, and we are quite outspoken in our views. All we want to do is just help the global community of people living with Parkinson's across the world, which numbers 10 million.
Our overall mission is to develop relationships and long-term partnerships with people like tech, AI, machine learning, in order to help our quality of life and come up with new ideas to solve all the symptoms we live with. And as Russ said before, there's 60 of them, so take your pick.
Unfortunately, your diagnosis day may come as a shock to you, even more so if you're diagnosed with young onset at an earlier age, because that will affect you for the rest of your life. There is no cure. It's an ongoing condition. Please listen to our story.
Also, do watch out in the message box because we'll be regularly putting up links for information and the charities that support us, hoping that you might donate to them as well. It's been a tough time for the charities, but we're here to support them too, as with the Parkinson's community.
That's right. At this time of year, the charities should be doing really well, having fundraised through the nice summer months that we've had, Unfortunately, due to lockdown, that hasn't been the case. So please do remember that the charities need the funding to finance the essential services like the call centres, the telephone helplines, all of which at this moment in time are significantly under strain financially, and also due to the fact that a lot of
Hi, hello.
Good morning, Ray.
Hi, sorry, I was in another place where lots of people were talking, so I wasn't sure where that was.
Well,
Then I got
we're delighted to welcome you as our first guest. You're only a couple of minutes early, but we are very proud and honoured and esteemed to welcome Professor Ray Chowdhury. And his talk today is going to be on non-motor Parkinson's, knowing the unknown. So if I
I
may...
need to just one sec. Do you know how to share the slides?
I shall get my colleague Annie Rudham to
Okay,
help you.
thank you, thank you.
We'll be right with you, Annie, Professor Ray.
Thank you, Russ.
Good morning, Professor Chowdhury. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, Jan.
Hi, hello.
Good morning, Russ. Charlotte.
I've got a bit of a background noise. I'll just close one of the ad doors so that the... 1 second.
Looking good, Russ.
Thank you, Jan. I was on mute there.
Yeah. Slept well? Is this okay from the view like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. For those of you watching, Jan is a COO of one of the companies that we're involved with, called Neuropath, and they are developing patient monitoring app, and they offer research collaboration. So tell me, Jan, what's the weather like over there?
Drooly. Yeah, Belgium weather, I suppose. Yep. But it's okay. It's a little bit better than yesterday.
Fantastic.
Yesterday we had a lot of wind as well.
So for those of you who are watching, we've got a fantastic lineup coming up today. We have speakers, including Professor Ray Chowdhury. We have a speaker, Gary Shaughnessy. We have Jan. We have panels. We've got Matt Eagles, who's one of the most well-known individuals living with Parkinson's, doing a talk. Professor Baz Bloom. And that's just the morning show. So stick with us, and I'm sure that you'll find something of interest. And also bear in mind that you're welcome to leave comments or ask questions, and we'll do our very best to answer these as the show progresses. Professor Chowdhury, are you able to continue without the slides, or do you still need help getting them on? I'm afraid you're on mute, sir.
I'm not sure how to share my slides. What shall I? I've got the slides here.
Are you okay to talk through them, or would you like help getting them on the screen?
I think I'll need them on the screen really, because otherwise it'll become very difficult to understand.
Okie dokie. Just please bear with us a couple of moments. We'll get that sorted for
There
you.
should be a share function somewhere.
My knowledge of technology is quite limited. I struggle to send emails.
A view full screen settings. Let me just check. Okay. Toggle views, more actions. I think you might be able to see the slides now.
Yep, there's something come up on our screen.
Do you think you can see the slides?
We can indeed. On the left-hand side, we've got the Parkinson's Foundation and King's College London.
Does that move?
It
Change
doesn't. It does indeed. Yeah, yeah. So
okay,
the show is yours.
am I on live? I'm not sure.
You are indeed, sir. So the show is yours, and please feel free to run through your presentation, and I'll be here in the background.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry for the initial uncertainty. I wasn't sure whether I was live or not. And then secondly, I thank all the organizers, Russ and Carolyn and many others who've invited me to speak at this forum today. These times of uncertainty, virtual technology has proven to enable to spread our message, and I would like to do so in this talk. My name is Ray Chowdhury. I'm a professor of movement disorders and neurology at King's College Hospital and King's College in London. I work with many people around the world, and my area of interest really is what it says on the title, NMS, non-motor symptoms of Parkinson's, which is what I've worked on for the last 30 years or so. And to me, it remains one of the key unmet needs of Parkinson's. And I would talk about that, a little bit about personalized medicine for Parkinson's, and also the impact briefly of COVID-19. So I first go to my city, London. In the east part of London, if you go to a place called 1 Hoxton Square, you'll see this house. Now it's become a club. But in this house lived all his life James Parkinson, as you can see here. And in 1817, he produced what we are here for, the essay on shaking palsy, which later became known as Parkinson's disease, which I no longer call a disease. It's not a disease, it's a syndrome, but we'll talk about that. And we held a 200-year celebration at this place in 2017, and there's a picture of myself, Professor Jenna and Professor Abesa there. And this was a very memorable occasion to celebrate this great man's life. Now, what we haven't realized is that many things James Parkinson actually said about Parkinson, or what we call Parkinson's disease, may not be something that we understand about the condition now. And here are what I call the 5 myths of Parkinson's disease. You will still hear, if you go to many congresses or talks, that Parkinson's is a nigrostriatal disorder, mainly the striatum, which is the basal ganglia, and the substantia nigra. But we know that, in fact, many other parts of the brain are involved at various stages of the condition, which goes from the brain stem to the cortex. We hear that Parkinson is just a dopamine deficit disorder. That's where all the treatment we use is dopamine based. Not true. Parkinson is also cholinergic, noradrenergic, serotonergic, as well as many other neurotransmitter involvement. The amount of involvement varies from people to people. You will hear Parkinson is an alpha-synucleinopathy. That's why we have all the vaccines, the alpha-synuclein antibodies coming up. But we know that amyloid is a protein that also is deposited, as is tau. And then this is my biggest bugbear. Many people still believe, including opinion leaders, that Parkinson is a motor disorder. Agree, of course it is. But even Dr. Parkinson in 1817 pointed out that there were many other non-motor issues, such as cognition, such as depression, anxiety, such as pain, such as sleep problems, such as urinary problems, such as dribbling of saliva. And these have major impact on quality of life, but we sort of forgot about that for about 150 years. And finally, I also don't believe that in Parkinson's, you cannot just have one unified plan of treatment for all. It's a true condition where one size does not fit all. And you really need to personalize your treatment for Parkinson's based on the person in front of you. And this is really, really important in terms of futuristic novel treatments. It's not just about finding a new molecule for treating yet another dopaminergic symptom. So these are the 5 myths, and I will go through them in order. So the first thing I want to take is the first 3 points, that Parkinson is a nigrostriatal disorder, it's an only dopamine deficit, it's only got alpha-synuclein deposition. Is this really true? Well, firstly, here is a diagram that some of you will know, that this condition is not just dopamine, which is in red, but in addition to dopamine, you have noradrenaline in green, you have serotonin in yellow, and you have acetylcholinergic. All of these pathways are involved. Okay, so it's certainly not a dopamine only disorder. Next is the fact you can lose these cells in variable manner. So here is an image from the brainstem looking at these various different neurochemicals. And you can see that in some people with Parkinson, up to 90% of cholinergic cells might be lost. This is bigger or larger than what you have with dopamine. Up to 60% may lose their orexin cells. Up to 40% may lose their serotonergic cells. Up to 50% might lose their noradrenergic cells. Now, if this happens, you will express your symptoms in very different ways. And if this happens, just managing by dopaminergic treatment is not going to be sufficient. So that's another myth, that we think that Parkinson is only dopamine only disorder. And then we have imaging that can tell us. So in the middle image, you can see dopamine transmission by doing some specific scans. And there is no doubt in the central image, you see a big amount of dopamine loss in Parkinson's, but you see that also in conditions like dementia with Lewy bodies. On the top panel, you see amyloid deposition in Parkinson's. Here, you see that the control in Parkinson patients, these uptake is considerably reduced. In the lower one, you see in red cholinergic abnormality. So you can pick this up by specific specialized scans, although these are not routinely available. So you can't just go into a hospital and ask for these scans, but these are largely used still as a research scan. So they have very limited practical application. And another example, how many people believe that memory related issues don't need to be addressed in very early Parkinson's. Why? Because in very early Parkinson's, you don't get these problems. You get these problems only in advanced stages. Wrong. Here you see a nice study from the US where they've used a cholinergic PET analysis. So this is acetylcholine. And you can see even in de novo early Parkinson's, this is when somebody is just presented to the doctor or the nurse, you pick up abnormalities in cholinergic function, which is underpins memory and behavior and certain things like that. Even in the untreated phase, and in those patients, not in everybody, just in those where this early dysfunction occurs, people progress rapidly onto having more full scale memory deficit. So, this is not true in everybody with Parkinson's. Again, we go back to my point, one size doesn't fit all. And this shows in this particular group, cholinergic problem might be bigger and greater than dopaminergic problem. And this is all within the umbrella of Parkinson's. We also have more evidence now coming that Parkinson's imaging can pick up abnormalities below the neck. It's not just about the brain. Here, for instance, you have somebody with Parkinson's who has a gastric scan, and you can see here in green the food sitting in the stomach still at about 120 minutes, although in a normal subjects that will be emptied by that time. What is the implication of this? This means this person may not be absorbing their levodopa very well. This means that the levodopa tablet may not be working very well, might take a long time to turn on. And in such a person, you might want to use treatment which is non oral or liquid. So either liquid levodopa or non-oral therapies such as retigatin patch, etc. So or inhaled therapy. Again, one size doesn't fit all. Here is another scan which we use quite a bit called MIBG cardiac scan. In a normal subject, you can see the heart, but in a Parkinson's subtype, you cannot see the heart. Why? Because the noradrenaline, which supplies the heart, the chemical, is deficient in this particular subgroup of Parkinson. Here is another, you see, this is a normal subject, but here you see an abnormal scan when clearly one side has reduced innervation compared to the other. This is sympathetic nerves. And this is, again, example when you have problems with the periphery, the hands and fingers might feel cold. There might be abnormality of sweating. And similarly, here in the gut, in Parkinson's, you see a lot of retention of these white pellets. And this means that you're more likely to develop constipation. Hence, you can see how even with imaging, you can pick up the various types of distribution in this condition. And therefore, I would like to argue the case, and not just ours. This is our last paper. Parkinson's a syndrome rather than a disease. This has been echoed by many people through the times. Going back to 1989, Donald Kahn wrote, "Is Parkinson's disease one disease?" The late Bill Weiner wrote, "There is no Parkinson's disease" in 2008. So I think it's really, really important, particularly as you're bombarded with information on how this condition is treated, etc., that first we understand the condition, that it is actually an umbrella term under which falls various different formats or various different expressions of this condition. So we can summarize that, our current understanding of Parkinson, by this iceberg. What we see outside the, the, the face of Parkinson's as we know it are the motor problems, the tremors, the stiffness, the slowness, the facial hypomimia, etc., that you're very familiar with. What we do not see, or the hidden face, I call it, are the non-motor problems. And now we have that further advanced that, we would call them motor Parkinson's and non-motor Parkinson's. And non-motor Parkinson's can be further subdivided into various different subgroups. Each of these subgroups would need addressing treatment in a different way. The way you would treat somebody who has the cholinergic deficit, mainly with memory issues and so on, needs to be different to the way you treat somebody who might have a gastrointestinal problem, as I showed you, who may not be absorbing their oral levodopa tablet very well, etc. One size doesn't fit all. Next, we have the next point, that Parkinson is a motor disorder. I didn't show you the slide on amyloid and tau, but there is also evidence, as you saw on the scans, that Parkinson's can be also associated with amyloid protein deposition in the brain, as well as tau protein, not just in the brain, but in the other organs as well. So, is it really true to say in 2020 that Parkinson is a motor disorder only? I think it's completely wrong. Parkinson is as much a motor disorder as much as is a non-motor disorder. These non-motor problems occur early and they have a major clinical impact. Why? Because we have ignored them for many, many years and we have not researched them properly because we are obsessed with the motor problem because that's what we see is the hidden part of the iceberg. And we made fantastic progress in managing the motor aspect of Parkinson, but not so much with non-motor. Let's talk a little bit about that. So here I want to show you a video, and the video, if it plays, there it is, you will see the late great Muhammad Ali, and I hope you can see the video because I can. You can see the face of Parkinson's, the open face, the stiffness, the tremor. He has facial hypomimia, the typical features that we associate with Parkinson's, okay? Slowness in spite of optimal treatment. So that's the visible face. But what we do not see are these issues, which also the late Muhammad Ali suffered from. There were neuropsychiatric issues, particularly elements of anxiety and depression. There were autonomic issues, particularly with his urinary function. There were sleep disorders, urinary disorders, as well as pain. And this is the hidden face, the non-motor aspect of Parkinson. We now know that these non-motor aspects can affect any part of the body. So this idea Parkinson is just a brain disorder is again obsolete. We know it can affect your eyes because dopamine is very rich in the back of the eye, and that can cause people to be not having good vision at night. That can lead to falls. We know pain can occur anywhere in the body. We know that, or I've already shown you evidence of how the gut may be involved, the stomach, the lower bowel, constipation, reduced absorption of tablets. The heart may be affected by reduced noradrenaline, etc., etc. The skin is affected very early on, so you can pick up synuclein levy bodies from skin biopsy in Parkinson's. So it's not just one area specific disorder, it's actually a multi-system disorder. And various types of Parkinson's would have various different expressions of these involvements. We also know, and I think you'll be familiar with this concept now of prodromal Parkinson. By the time somebody would present to the medical doctors or nurses for their diagnosis, the condition is at this level where the orange bit starts. But well before that, there might be a period, even up to 20 years, where there may be what we call prodromal Parkinson's. This prodromal Parkinson is often associated with sleep disorder like REM behavior disorder when you act out violent dreams at night, or losing or reduced sense of smell. Some people might get constipation, some people might get major depression, some people even might get quite a lot of somnolence. These are symptoms, all non-motor, that are occurring even before the tremor, the stiffness, the rigidity even occurs. And we know even before that, in some people, you can pick up genetic markers now, particularly the LRRK2 gene, the GBA gene. So we know that now, by the time somebody's coming to the doctor and the diagnosis is made, somebody Not everybody, but some people might have had the condition for up to 20 years. And this period is marked by non-motor symptoms, not motor. So non-motor symptoms, therefore, will take place here long before your motor symptoms really become evident to have a diagnosis of clinical PD. And that period, as you can see here, the prodromal phase can be anything up to 10 years. So that's another importance of non-motor symptoms. We also know that there are another issue called non-motor fluctuations. I'll show you two of my videos from two of my patients. This lady is having an off period. So this lady has what we call a non-motor fluctuation. I don't know whether we could hear her, but she was very tense, she was very anxious, and she had severe pain. So when her drug wears off, it's not the stiffness that bothers her, it's not the muscle tremor that bothers her. She's bothered by her pain and similarly bothered by her severe anxiety. The other gentleman, I will show you a quick video again, is talking about, in fact, I would just tell you very briefly that his off period is associated with clouding of his thought, and he feels his fingers are tingling, and he feels a bit confused. So off periods, when your levodopa or other drugs wearing off, is not always associated just with motor symptoms, but often non-motor problems become really, really troublesome. And this is called non-motor fluctuations. Now, patients can really tell us the story, and you will know that. This is a paper that I collaborated with now almost 10 years back, when we asked our patients in London, tell us what are the most bothersome symptoms for you at different stages of this condition. And you can see out of the top 10 symptoms, and I don't know how you would feel about this, this is our patients giving us the ranking, that they found fluctuating response to medication, which could be motor and non-motor, as I just showed you, was the most troublesome problem when people didn't know how long the drug will last. You might be doing a talk, you might be in a public function, the drug might suddenly wear off. That's really troublesome. But of the top 10, 7 were non-motor. Problems with the mood, problems with dribbling saliva, problems with sleep, pain, bowel issues, constipation in particular, urinary problems, as well as appetite. All of these were ranked, and you'll see on the top 10, tremor comes in as one of the few motor symptoms, and falls, which is a mixture of both. So this is a review from a patient perspective. And this is another study that we published a few years back. And again, I wouldn't want you to look more into details of it, but this tells you that many people with Parkinson will wake up in the morning with these non-motor symptoms in an off state. So you might be waking up, not being able to turn in your bed properly, with severe anxiety, some people with low mood, some people with dribbling of saliva, and some people waking up with urgency of urination. Not a very nice way to wake up. Why is this happening? Because the medication that's been given at night has worn off. You're not treating through the night. So early morning, somebody's getting an off period. And when you have off period, you get these non-motor problems. And this is what we call early morning off, another example of non-motor fluctuation. Along with that, we have various types of phobias. Now, one thing that we wrote about is levodopa. Some doctors in particular, but some patients as well, are very scared of taking levodopa, and that can cause problems. But in addition to that, we have now a new phenomenon. We call it dopamine agonist phobia. is something we published literally a few months back. Just like any phobia is not a good idea, we mustn't forget that dopamine agonists, even though they might cause impulse control disorders and some other side effects, are not always bad. And this is what many clinicians sometimes go on talking about, or people in many meetings will say, well, you should not be using dopamine agonists because this can cause impulse control disorders and many other side effects. Surely it can, but not in everybody. One size doesn't fit all. What is the example? Well, another way of monitoring Parkinson is wearing a watch like that. And the watch will give you a green line and a blue line. Green line is the dyskinesias, blue line is your motor state. In this particular patient, the watch shows that the patient's having occasional dyskinesias, and the blue line shows okay during the day. But if you look at the morning time, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here, this blue line drops suddenly here, right? Which means this patient is having quite significant early morning off, just as I showed you. The same patient, when given a retigotine patch, in this case a dopamine agonist, you can see that blue line has shifted up. So, in other words, you managed this person's early morning off by looking at his wearable watch recording, which I believe, not this particular watch necessarily, but wearable sensor recordings are a much better way of monitoring how a subject is at home rather than 10 to 15 minutes assessment by a scale in a clinic. So we use this quite routinely now, and this can actually tell you whether the management and the treatment is working or not. And in this case, an agonist is a very good idea. And therefore, if somebody is agonist phobic, might not use this treatment, and therefore potentially deprive the person with Parkinson's of this benefit. Why do we need to know about non-motor symptoms? Well, again, this is an older study that we did across Europe. And here, I won't go into the details of it. We found some shocking results. This is in very clinics of quite well-known Parkinson's experts. And you see, I would just like you to look at the last column. In 43% of consultations, no mention was made of anything to do with the gastrointestinal issues such as dribbling of saliva, constipation, etc. Let's go back. 41% of the consultation did not talk anything about attention or memory. 45% of the consultations did not talk anything about sleep. 39% of the consultation never addressed anything about depression or anxiety. Really, really terrible data set to show, and this is only 2011 across Europe. This means that we are missing, the doctors and the nurses are missing assessment of non-motor symptoms in the clinic. And this is because people are focused on the motor symptoms. How can you address this? Very simply, this is what the UK standard is now, that you combine a motor assessment, and the very simple way of doing that is this thing called Horn and Yahr stage, which takes literally a few minutes to do by the doctor or the nurse, which gives you a motor assessment. Along with that, you should complete a simple questionnaire, which takes literally 4 to 5 minutes to do, called the non-motor symptoms questionnaire. Based on how many questions you answer as yes, it's just yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, you can be scored. And that score gives you an overall basis of your non-motor health. So you get a motor health, a non-motor health. I believe this must be a routine for every person with Parkinson's at clinical interviews. And why is this important? Let's look at this video. This shows a patient, and we published this, how it's the non-motor symptoms questionnaire can be done in the clinic and how it is completed. So here's a patient who comes to the clinic. It's actually a real life patient. She completes the questionnaire, which is given. You can also do it at home. It can be downloaded from virtually any website on Parkinson's across the world. It's been translated to many, many languages. Then the doctor or the nurse would score the numbers. So here, this lady scored 7. And then when we went into her problems, we found out that in addition to the motor Parkinson's, she declared in the non-motor symptoms questionnaire that she was having problems with her absorption, she was having problems with pain, and she was having problems also with anxiety. We needed to treat all of this, and if we didn't do the questionnaire, or if she didn't fill the questionnaire, we would probably not know about it, right? Can we help this? Well, my suggestion is to get one of these completed and taking it to the doctor or the nurse and make a note of your score. Score is determined by how many points you make yes. Why is this important? Again, let's give you another example. Here is a patient of ours, and you can see this is the questionnaire. The patient has ringed the numbers that they've said yes. The patient has a score of 5. The motor score of this patient is 4. So the Horner stage is 4, which means there's a bit of balance issue. The condition is affected both sides, etc. So the doctor treats the patient for dopamine treatment and notes these 5 symptoms. But the same day, another patient comes, also the same motor score, Horner 4, but this patient's non-motor symptoms question score is 19, 1, 9. The management of this patient who has a score of 5 is very different to the management of this patient who has a score of 19. One size doesn't fit all. If the doctor or the nurse did not arrange for the questionnaire to be completed, they will miss it because they will be just seeing the Horner 4, which is the visible face. As a result, you will not be able to distinguish from the medical side somebody who has a mild non-motor burden, patient number 1 with a non-motor score of 5, versus patient number 2 who has a severe burden, score of 19, and this particular patient needs a lot of different management for swallowing issues, dribbling of saliva, pain, anxiety, and memory. And only because the questionnaire is scored by the person yourself, the doctor then has to do something about these symptoms. Otherwise, we will have those statistics that I showed you in that study we did a fair few years back. So this is the really important need to have these questions at least scored maybe at least twice a year for the healthcare professional to be aware of the non-motor burden. And another point I wanted to make before I move on to the last bit is that this is really, really important because we've also shown in this paper that the burden of non-motor symptoms, that the overall burden of the problems of dribbling of saliva, perhaps with constipation, perhaps with sleep problems, perhaps with memory problems or anxiety, drives quality of life of people with Parkinson's and their carer. And that correlation here in the score 0.59 is stronger than the correlation you get with motor symptoms. And this is an analysis from over 450 patients across many centers that we did a while back using a very fancy statistical analysis with multiple linear regression models. So there is good evidence that managing motor and non-motor will have a direct effect on quality of life. So that's why it's so important. Now I go to the last bit, okay? So there we argued Parkinson is not just a motor disorder. You must have non-motor symptoms questionnaire completed. People must have their non-motor symptoms addressed clinically because you can treat these problems. And doing that, you're going to improve the quality of life. We also know, or we have established, that non-motor symptoms can be prodromal, can last for anything up to 10 years before a clinical diagnosis of Parkinson is made. Now, in the final section, I want to move into the future. In the sense, we already do this in our center, and I like to see it across in all Parkinson's clinic. The concept, we must move away from the one-size-fits-all approach. And we must start personalizing medicine, and we must realize it's not just about tablets or drugs. There is a huge area of non-pharmacological complementary management that is also massively important in Parkinson's. So the need for multidisciplinary treatment is absolutely paramount. Let's talk a little bit about that. We now understand, and I've already shown you evidence on imaging, that Parkinson's may be associated with at least 4 different chemicals. We know dopamine, of course, is the dominant one, but we also know noradrenaline. This is, for instance, where the heart was not visible. We know the serotonin pathway. This is where depression, anxiety, sleep problems dominate. We know the cholinergic pathway, where memory issues dominate. These are different subtypes. Can we recognize them in life? Yes, we can. Once again, guideline driven medicine doesn't do this. They put, therefore, the less experienced, so they put their evidence as only high level evidence, and therefore they are not flexible enough. And personalized medicine tends to move away from that. What does it actually do? Well, it needs us to be precise. At the same time, it wants us to be generic. And here it is how it's done. This will drive treatment of Parkinson's. So this is a very recent paper, again, from us, Connie Maris, myself, with others, showing how you can divide the conditions in clinic and thereafter deliver treatment. I won't go into the details of it. You can see cholinergic, those patients who have cholinergic phenotype, for instance, you would avoid anticholinergic drugs. You would probably avoid dopamine agonists in this group. You would probably start early treatment with rivastigmine. Such people should also have very early screening for their bones because they might fall and have fractures. The noradrenergic group, which have dysautonomia, might have delayed absorption of oral drugs, will need non-oral therapies. They might have REM behavior disorder. They will need treatment for that. Lifestyle advice, particularly for pain. Serotonergic group will have severe somnolence and fatigue. These patients might fall asleep if they're driving, sometimes during driving. They might fall asleep when they're talking, etc. So they might need specific treatment for that. They will also need treatment for fatigue, etc., etc. So we don't have time to go into the details of it, but this is really, and this is based all on non-motor symptoms. We can go into this in more precision. If you look at the first group, you can start your personalized medicine even from a genetic prodromal period. We now know those who carry the glucocerebrosidase mutation, GBA, can go on to develop Parkinson's, and that Parkinson can affect memory. And we now have drugs, and there's one drug in clinical trial called ambroxol, and there are several others as well, that if you use this drug in those particularly with the GBA mutation, there is a possibility that the future development of Parkinson's might be reduced, and B, some of the memory issues may not happen. So we don't know for sure, but this is an example of where a gene will drive your specific treatment, precision medicine, which is part of personalized medicine. Then we have the clinical subtype driven medicine, and I've already alluded to it. Noradrenergic dysfunction, cholinergic dysfunction, serotonergic dysfunction needs to be treated in different ways. But for that, the healthcare professional needs to understand and identify these in clinical practice. And this is important. How can you identify it? Well, this is a very simple test. If somebody is not able to copy a pentagon or name certain number of animals within a short span of time, in 90 seconds, they might have what we call the cholinergic phenotype of Parkinson. And one study from Cambridge has shown that identifying such people means that you might be able to prevent the progression to memory issues. Here you see these people, not everybody, this particular group, which is the cholinergic group, can progress rapidly. By 8 years, to memory issues. If you recognize that first, you will take steps to counteract that. But if you don't recognize it, if you put everybody under the same bracket, then you're not going to get this differential effect. Similarly, sleep. These are pictures of some of our patients who have this phenotype where you can fall asleep suddenly. The falling asleep suddenly can cause you injuries as well, as you can see. This doesn't happen in everybody. This happens in about 10% of people with Parkinson. But the important contribution here is recognition of this means you would avoid certain drugs. Such people with Parkinson should take great caution and should not really be driving. And there are other things that you can start using alerting agents to prevent the sleep problems. And this has been now highlighted. This was actually an issue that was in 1999, falling asleep at the wheel in patients taking pramipexole and ropinirole. We now know the cause. The cause is because it's this subtype of Parkinson's that's causing this problem. Again, you need to recognize this, and such people can also have severe fatigue. Fatigue meaning absolutely feeling completely washed out and not being able to do things properly. And we know that this fatigue is also related to the serotonin system. The last bit that I think is of great interest is the gut. We
Sorry
now
to
know.
jump in, Professor Chowdhury. Your time
Hi.
is nearly up.
Okay, I will just go to the last
Thank
bit.
you very much.
Let me just go to the last slide. I'm sorry, I had quite a few slides. I just wanted to give you some update on the gut, but I think this is my last slide. That I think the important thing here in Parkinson is that we should recognize what we call the vital five. So every person with Parkinson should not just have the motor, but the non-motor aspects, bone health, driving assessment, and comorbidities, particularly if somebody has diabetes, high blood pressure, etc., should be recognized. So I think this gives you the total personalized package, and I think that's really, really important for you to consider. There are apps being developed now which will alert the clinician to it. And just to conclude, therefore, that I think the image that I've tried to project is that we need to understand this condition, that it is a syndromic condition. It's not just a single disorder. Many different neurotransmitters are involved. One size doesn't fit all. And unfortunately, I did not have time to show you some evidence of non-pharmacological treatment. Headphones giving caloric stimulation in the ear, dance therapies, therapy with acupuncture, etc., can all benefit Parkinson's to a tremendous degree. Thank you very much for asking me. I would like to thank many of our group guys who've helped. And last picture of James Parkinson talking about the condition in a pub in London. This is the only known picture of what Parkinson's might have looked at, like, because we don't have any pictures of him. So thank you again for your attention.
We are very honoured and humbled to welcome you, Ray, as our esteemed guest, and thank you so much for your talk. There have been a couple of questions come through for you, one of which was, can you ask if young onset people with Parkinson's are more susceptible to impulse control issues than older patients?
Yes, they are. I mean, it depends. The impulse control issue can affect any age group. It's not, I mean, it's higher in younger people because the impulsivity rates are higher, but it can affect any age group. So older people can be affected with impulse control, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your time. And our next guest on today is Gary Shaughnessy. So,
hi, Russ.
Gary, over to you, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine and well, sir.
Good. So, well, right. Thank you very much for inviting me along today. Look, I'm going to talk about technology and exercise and the link of that with Parkinson's. And it's a bit of an odd thing for me to be talking about this, as I'm not a technology expert and I'm not a scientist. So hopefully you'll stick with me, though. And what I am, though, is someone who has Parkinson's, is part of the Parkinson's community, and has over a number of years used exercise as part of my way of managing my condition. And I want to take you back first off to 1983, 1983 in Liverpool, when I had an even more dodgy haircut than I've got today, but I didn't have grey hair, and certainly I enjoyed my time in Liverpool watching Liverpool Football Club at their peak, if you like, which they've returned to, which I wanted to get in. At the same time, in 1983, Lucozade repackaged their drink as a sports drink, and if you remember, Lucozade originated back in the 20s and was very much prior to that a drink that had been something you take to your grandmother when she was in hospital to aid recovery, and they repackaged it as an energy drink. And I had a conversation. I was actually studying a BSc in sports science, and I had a conversation with one of our lecturers at the time as to what he thought of this new energy drink and glucose drinks, and whether they made a real difference. His answer, interestingly enough, was that they're just a gimmick. They won't go anywhere, and I should probably ignore him. Unfortunately, for me, he was completely wrong. Over the next 5 years, the sales of Lucozade trebled, and I think it was 2013, but I could have got the year wrong. They actually were sold alongside Ribena to Suntory for £1.35 billion. Interestingly, a couple of years later, they changed their sugar content because the actual drink itself had more sugar in it than Coke did at the time. So why am I telling you this? Well, I'm telling you it because at the time in 1983 that we started looking at glucose drinks, one, we were looking at it with a real rudimentary view of what the impact could be on individuals. And secondly, we had no idea of the potential to develop not just the sports drinks industry, which is now a $44 billion industry globally, but how it would actually integrate with many other things that would help support not just elite sport, but sport and exercise more generally. And I think that we're in a very similar situation today in terms of how we think about exercise, technology, and Parkinson's. We're right at the start point of something that is, I think, potentially very exciting indeed. And if you think about that sophistication, again, I go from 1983 as a sports science student, where we spent ages watching people run over force platforms to see what their the impact of different training shoes were in terms of how they landed, to a situation where Eliud Kipchoge broke the 2-hour marathon only a year ago, and it was a much more integrated approach about hydration, nutrition, clothing, the shoes he wore, absolutely, but aerodynamics, and a very personalized outcome to understand how you can get a phenomenal performance like that, rather than simply changing just one thing. The wearables industry overall is, as I say, about $50 billion as an industry today, and yet I still believe it's right at the start of what the potential is for helping support chronic conditions or conditions like Parkinson's. And one of the challenges here is to think about what is exercise. So we know that exercise is something that can be helpful in slowing down the progression of Parkinson's, but I actually think there's a danger that we just simply think about it on a one-dimensional basis. So exercise can mean supporting aerobic capacity. It can mean supporting flexibility, strength, balance, for example. But it also is highly relevant in terms of people's mental health and social interaction. And I'd like to come back to a couple of examples of that later on. And it interacts with sleep, with stress, and can be impacted by nutrition and hydration. And technology can help even before exercise itself. For example, just getting into the habit of exercising, the technology that's already available is a key part of creating that habit. And at Parkinson's UK, we've been running a trial with Fitbit, just seeing how people get into the habit of exercising and what makes them continue to exercise versus what makes them drop off and find that they've been overstressed through doing it. And we've seen that gamification can be a big part of actually supporting that exercise process. But it's also important to understand that technology itself can be part of the problem if you're not careful as well. I don't know how many people on the call today use Strava, but we've seen that, I mean, Strava I think is a brilliant app or functionality, but the fact that people, when they go out running or cycling, can see the time that they did over a segment, over the complete duration of a course, etc., again and again, can create for people the pressure of an expectation to go faster every time. And I know that some running clubs are now putting Garmin free sessions or Strava free sessions in order to reduce that kind of stress. And just so you don't think I'm only talking about running at a reasonable level, exactly the same issues can apply in terms of the stress of improvement on anything from walking upwards. But technology can also clearly reinforce the social support that is actually very important to many people with Parkinson's. And I wanted to mention one bit of technology that I've seen recently that really brought that home to me. For those of you who cycle, you may use the Zwift app, which allows you to be part of a virtual world, if you like, cycling indoors on a static bike. Zwift have got, and I'm sure others have got the same thing, but this stay together technology, which is, I think, is incredible. I've got no idea how it works, but what it does do is it allows people to cycle together of completely different capabilities. So if you're twice as fast as I am, and someone else is half as fast as I am, we still end up in the virtual world cycling along together, even though we're doing it at a completely different pace. So where do I think things are going to go from here? And I think this is, for me, the really, really interesting point. I don't think technology is in any way the limiter. The limiter is what we do with the technology that's available. And it's a real opportunity, I think, to dramatically improve and support the way that people can manage their conditions, and Parkinson's in particular. And I think there are three big themes. Firstly, data and the use of data and the availability of data. Secondly, the interactive nature of technology and moving to a position where the activities that are done are driven by the individual. And thirdly, a more holistic view of the way that technology can support exercise, bringing together all aspects of a person's life that are relevant. And we've seen some of this starting to happen already, but bringing together, yes, information about performance in exercise, whatever that exercise may be, but also nutrition, sleep, medication, stress levels, etc. Let me give you a personal example for this. I run regularly, but I know that in different circumstances, I can get completely different reactions to what that exercise can do to me. So about 7 days ago, I went on a short, it was a 5-kilometer jog from my house. Before I went out, my tremor was not good, and I was having an off period. Within 5 minutes of running, my tremor had stopped, and it stops when I'm running anyway. But the sense that it was there if I did stop, had gone completely. Last Sunday, I went on exactly the same run. And when I came back, my tremor was uncontrollable. So I'd done exactly the same run, but what I had done was prepare for that run in completely different ways. And I think the example I'd sort of try and, or the analogy I'd try and give is of making a stew. So if you're making a stew, you know, you go out, you want to have the best carrots, the best turnips, the best potatoes, the best quality lamb, if it's a lamb stew, for example, spices, etc. And actually, we tend to focus on all of those individual items. But actually, whether the stew tastes right is not just the quality of the individual items, but how they're combined, the quantities that they're combined in, and how you choose to cook it, and how it fits to your personal taste. And for me, that's the key change in technology and exercise and Parkinson's that needs to be part of the future. So a learning environment that enables the technology and the data to support individuals to be able to adapt what they do to what works for them at that particular point in time. And for me, the ambition, if you like, of being able to identify and predict the improvement that you can make, or the slowdown that you can deliver in the degeneration of someone's symptoms by a personalized ability to link to technology and understand what works for you and at what speed it works for you and whether it works for you on a particular occasion is a wonderful opportunity. So I come back to my start point, which is I think that we're at the start of an exciting period of enormous change. I think what we need to do is make sure, yes, there's wonderful technology, but we have to focus on the person and not the technology. The person first, and the technology to enable the person to achieve what they can do. And we need to learn and use AI as part of that, but also as individuals learn and believe. Thank you very much, Russ.
Thank you very much, Gary, and we genuinely appreciate your time and your contribution to today's show. I hope the viewers found it very educational. One thing I did forget to do, which I offer my sincere apologies, Gary, is I forgot to introduce you properly. So for those watching, Gary is the Chair of Trustees at Parkinson's UK, and you're also the COO of Z Zurich Life, I believe.
I'm the chair of Z Zurich Foundation, yeah.
Right. So all of that with the stresses involved, and he continues to do so even though he has Parkinson's. So my sincere applaud to you, sir.
Thanks, Russ. Thanks for having me on.
So you're welcome. Has anybody got any questions they'd like answering? You know, feel free to pass any questions through. We'll answer them accordingly. And just having a look, just the chat box has got quite a few in. So as you say, Gary, exercise is a very, very key, important point for somebody with Parkinson's. And as Professor Ray Chowdhury said earlier, you know, that the fact that before a diagnosis of Parkinson's can be made, the person may have been living with that condition for 10, 20 years prior to that. So early diagnosis is also of paramount importance. And I liked your analogy about the Lucozade again.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, Russ, you know, it's amazing how massive the change has been in sports nutrition, hydration and drinks in that period of time. And we didn't believe it when we started off in 1983. And I really don't think technology is the limiter for us. I think it's It's actually learning to use that technology to adapt to the individual and help individuals achieve what they can achieve, rather than starting with something that is presented to and enforced on the individual themselves, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. If it's the will of the person rather than what everyone's saying you must do, then it's easy to take on board. And unfortunately, my fitness regime is nowhere near in comparison to yours. You know,
Well, that's a really good point, because a lot of people, when I talk to people about exercise, and I'm no expert on this at all, but have said, exercise has to be running, or has to be, vigorous aerobic exercise. And I just don't buy that. I see so many examples of people who, the question is what you want to achieve from where you start. And you can achieve a lot in ways of flexibility, in ways of balance, from a starting position. That doesn't mean you have to be either an elite runner or a serious runner, for that matter. And I think that, for me, is one of the fundamental challenges that we as the Parkinson's community have to get across, that exercise is good for you regardless of where you start, and it's all about improving from where you are and being clear about what you do and do want to improve. Do you want to improve your flexibility? Do you want to improve your balance, your strength, your aerobic capacity? And what difference does it make? And understanding the difference it will make is difficult for people to do at the moment. But I think the technology giving that feedback so that you can see how the changes, that the exercises that you're doing are actually changing what happens to you in practice, becomes a really important part of that. If you can see that you're improving, or you can see that you've slowed degeneration, I mean, that may sound fanciful on a one-to-one basis, but I genuinely believe the technology will enable us to do that if we start with the person, and how we deliver a personal benefit to people rather than a generic benefit.
absolutely. And one point that I'd like to take up on that is when you mentioned gamification. If the exercise regime itself can be enjoyable rather than mundane, such as you mentioned, like the cycling app that's available, that in itself allows the person to cycle, if they wanted to cycle New York one day, in a virtual world, the following day it treks through Sahara, or even in Australia. And that's gonna, the technology has advanced so much in the last few years that to take part in exercise can actually now feel more of an enjoyable experience, rather than the typical image of somebody thinking that gymnasiums are just full of sweaty people, as it were, working out. There was a question came in from your good old friend Matt Eagles. He said, bizarrely, he found wing walking actually stopped his dyskinesia. It was such an amazing feeling. How did wing walking affect your tremors?
That's a really good question, and I was really lucky to have been able to join Matt in doing the wing walking. The answer is, my tremor stopped for almost all of the wing walking until just before the end, and that was because I don't think you can focus on your tremor at all whilst you're, I don't know, 2,000 feet in the air doing a loop the loop. And but Matt was an absolute inspiration, and the joy that he got from doing the wing walk, I think, was something that you couldn't possibly have failed to be inspired by. So you managed to inspire me, Matt, and I'm delighted that I did it.
Here's a question for you. Did you enjoy your airport meal? All the flyers.
Yeah, no, we didn't get a meal, unfortunately. I was very disappointed. There was no in-flight movie either.
Oh dear me, but no worries. I bet you it was an amazing, the scenery. We're going to finish there. Gary, it's been an absolute pleasure and an honour for you to accept our invitation to speak today. So on behalf of everyone at the Parkinson's Concierge team, we'd like to thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thanks very much, Russ, and good luck to you and Charlotte, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Gary.
And I do believe we're now about to head to a little short video for a 5-minute break if anyone wants to stretch their legs. So welcome. Can you hear us, Jan?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Hello. We can indeed, yes. So thank you for joining today's show. The title of the track is Patient Monitoring. And I do believe that you have a presentation to show.
Yes.
We're delighted and honoured to have you join us today. So I'll
It's
hand
my
over to
pleasure.
yourself.
So I'm trying to share my screen here, which worked, but isn't working at this moment, I suppose. You seeing my screen?
We can see that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jan.
This one is okay?
That one's perfect as we go there, yeah.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. And thank you, Russ and Charlotte, for having us here. I'm Jan Louagie. I'm seed investor and CEO of Neuropod. What if we could realize a significant increase of the quality of life of people with Parkinson's by empowering them and their care team so that they can live their best lives in a way that is currently not possible? We've heard recently Dr. and Professor Chowdhury stating there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and Gary is looking for a holistic technology-driven solution, exactly what we intend to do and establish with Neuropod. I will talk about our approach to realize a better care path, the different parts of our solution, and the continuous co-design with different stakeholders. First of all, the people with Parkinson's. I've done my best to keep it as simple and as practical as possible. As we know, Parkinson's is the fastest growing neurodegenerative disease. 10 million people worldwide are diagnosed today. Numbers may double in the next 20 years. An increasing number of people, unfortunately, get the diagnosis at an age below 60. Our healthcare systems need to address this growth as well as the growing shortage of neurologists. In spite of tremendous efforts since the 60s, little progress has been made on treating Parkinson's. Typically, a person sees the neurologist every 6 months for a 30-minute session, often limited to checking motor symptoms and not at all representative of the daily living. Patient is often sent home with a drug prescription and a physical exercise advice. The lack of touch points between the patient, his neurologist, and other care providers can create delays in adapting the individual care path, can affect patients' quality of life, and increases health costs unnecessarily. Annual costs in the US are 52 billion. Direct medical costs increase with the severity of the disease. The ability to work towards a cure is limited if aggregated data remains unavailable. But there's good news, because research, as we've heard as well this morning, shows that an interdisciplinary approach and adherence to medication, physical activity, and lifestyle changes make significant improvements possible. Slowing down the disease progression by 20% adds 7.4 quality adjusted life years and results in net monetary benefits of 150,000 US dollars per person if diagnosed at 50 years old. A study in the Netherlands shows cost savings of 15%, even without technology. Our mission is to empower people with Parkinson's disease to live their best life. Our vision is to be the reference digital health platform for neurodegenerative diseases, first of all focusing on Parkinson's. Our strategy is to acquire insights for improved quality of life by connecting and integrating relevant data sources in an end-to-end approach, thus creating big data sets to apply in value-based care programs, drug discovery, and R&D, overall quality of care and burden reduction. Neuropod builds a patient-centric digital health platform that connects the daily living of the patient with a team of care providers, and thus reflecting a true interdisciplinary approach with neurologists, nurses, speech and physical therapists, and so on. It is the person with Parkinson's themselves that decide with which caregivers they want to share their data. The platform collects and integrates structured and unstructured data through quality of life questionnaires, markerless motion capturing, medication diary, voice, and so on. Non-motor symptoms are as much present as motor symptoms. These data can be captured through an own built-in solution or through connected devices or other applications using APIs. With the platform, we empower the people and the care team to move from the current care path, which is mainly monocentered and episodic, to an interdisciplinary, continuous, and digital care path, representative for the daily living. In our view, this is the only way of being able to realize a higher quality of life, living with this complex and very individual disease. The continuous monitoring should fill the gaps in between the visits to the clinicians. From the start, we have given a voice to the people with Parkinson's, their care partners, clinicians, and therapists in the design of our vision and solution. Our functional scope is patient and caregiver centric. APIs or application programming interfaces give appropriate access to key parts of the platform. Neuropod provides capabilities itself, but also open source APIs to encourage third parties to integrate their data in the interest of adding more patient data, like medical history or master data to ensure, for example, reliability of key data in a multi-country environment, or medication that reflects the actual medication taken, with timing details being crucial, or nutrition, exercises. Symptoms are based on standard codes, but we can also record others such as pain. Recommendations always need to be signed off by the care team, but can include community feedback. Let's first talk about some of our already built-in functionalities. Our Navigator app is being tested by people with Parkinson's in Belgium and in the UK. It allows to monitor quality of life and medication intake and gives the possibility to write notes, both from the side of the person with Parkinson's as for the caregiver that is connected. These data are being visualized by creating simple dashboards that help to get a better view on the person's health. In the settings, for instance, the patient can decide to connect a caregiver into the platform. On the left, you see the screen from the person with Parkinson. On the right, the screen from the caregiver. It also allows to choose things like language and add some basic information into the profile. Medication intake can be planned and monitored in the same application. Personalized input of the medication schedule is provided and generates alerts in order to confirm the intake as planned or not. The easy-to-use scroll-down list of medications is available to increase the user friendliness. Patient-reported outcomes on the quality of life is based on Euroqual, a validated electronic questionnaire by Northwestern Medical Center in Chicago. The caregiver gets the questions on the same topic at the same moment in order to be able to evaluate the difference in view with the answers of the person with Parkinson's. Each day, 5 to 8 questions of a specific topic are pushed to both, taking not more than a minute to answer. Again, not with the intention of increasing the burden to the user. Both from the person with Parkinson as from the caregiver, we give the possibility to create notes and to add if the patient is feeling on or off. This is what we get as a general feedback from users. The Neuropath app is very user-friendly. From caregivers, we get this kind of feedback. One of the greatest added values is the educational aspect. In a subtle way, I get more insights into the complexity of Parkinson's disease. This often allows me to place certain events or incidents in the right context. It is a way to make certain difficult topics, or sometimes unknown, negotiable in an accessible way. We asked our patients with Parkinson's at the Flemish Parkinson League to score the application on the Net Promoter Scale. The Net Promoter Score represents the question, how likely is it you would recommend us to a friend? Their feedback is very encouraging. With this core group, we continue to co-design the features with our team. Different devices can be connected through device APIs to integrate data from different motion capturing technologies or from voice technologies. We have patented markerless motion capturing technology. Our software uses 2D, 3D RGB, and RGBD methods, and our results were successfully benchmarked against 2 gold standard movement labs. Next, we will develop our own neural depth sensing method to be hardware agnostic. Eventually, we will simply upload a smartphone video recorded at home to extract pose estimation and analyze the motion. For clinicians and therapists, or more specific and more specialized purposes, we will provide a more sophisticated depth sensing camera for their practice. In this short video, we show an exercise walking on the spot in a home setting, captured through a simple smartphone camera, resulting in a 3D skeletal data source. This allows to add more objective information regarding the evolution of motor symptoms, or evaluate, for instance, the result of a physical therapy. Neuropath also connects other existing applications and wearables to its platform. Here is an example of Cloud UPDRS, a medical device that can analyze tremor, gait, and finger tapping performance, all using the same smartphone. Connecting other relevant and validated solutions bring extra insights to the platform and can lower the burden of the person and their caregivers. Neuropath strongly believes in the power of voice technology to increase the quality of life of people with Parkinson's. Voice therapy is often an important part of the interdisciplinary approach. This can be integrated to increase the user experience and thus the adherence. Koen, our Chief Solution Officer and person with Parkinson himself, has presented his vision on the World Parkinson's Congress in 2019. Existing and known therapy is being integrated into the platform. Combining therapy with data capturing is truly a win-win situation. As we know, part of the community is not able to use devices as we spoke about. A voice agent allows to communicate and still be part of the Neuropod solution in a way that lowers the burden to a minimum. While doing voice therapy or by using a voice agent to communicate, biomarkers can be extracted to monitor symptoms of Parkinson's disease. Connecting other approved partner applications enriches the platform without the need for own development. A good example is nutritional data. Another use case is an application that can track a patient's response to the prescribed medication regime, again on the same smartphone. This application can even be linked to an Apple Watch. Other relevant information already exists in other databases, like for instance the medical history of a person, often hidden in a health record in a local or regional hospital, or master data, like country-specific brands of medication. More and more, we see that digital care paths are being implemented, and more medical fields are being covered. At different places in a digital care path for people with Parkinson's, the Neuropod platform can act as a content provider assisting professional caregivers in giving the best care possible. Neuropod is part of a European-funded consortium to further develop such a digital care path for Parkinson's in the hospital of the future. From all of these different data sources, intelligent analysis and reporting is provided. These reports can be made available through a web service or a mobile device, depending on the need, to the people connected and approved by the person with Parkinson's. Depending on the need, more detailed information can be found. Example, on a specific domain or a specific symptom, or looking into a specific time frame. In the longer run, AI and machine learning will help to fine-tune, optimize reports, and bring extra support with less burden to an optimized and personalized care path. Here's a short feedback from the clinician side. As a clinician, I'm looking for an ecosystem and a solution rather than another app. Neuropod can provide an excellent end-to-end example given from diagnosis throughout the care path solution. I particularly appreciate the user-friendly dashboard and a facility to get a summary of the main symptoms, fluctuation scores, on-off pattern, adherence to medication and therapies. It will be useful to have Neuropod linked to hospital record systems, but another approach might be to empower patients to have control of their monitoring data that they can share with all the health practitioners they see at any time. As you can see, we have a strong team with different backgrounds, complemented by an impressive group of advisors, all highly experienced and respected in their specific domain. From day one, we continue to build a very relevant partner network in Europe and the US. Let's make an impact now. On behalf of the team, thank you for your attention, and thank you to Parkinson Concierge again for our fantastic collaboration and to give us this opportunity.
Thanks so much, Jan, and thank you for going through your presentation with us. It's been an honour to welcome you as a guest. We're still on for a little while yet. One thing that we are very proud of within the collaboration is the fact that Parkinson's Concierge are able to assist with the design and the testing of tech for people with Parkinson's. ensuring the end product is Parkinson's friendly. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
You're back.
Yeah. Yeah, the screen is doing a little bit strange, but yeah. Okay.
Parkinson's concierge tech, we feel, is one of the most important advances for people with Parkinson's, because, like you say, your care path doesn't monitor you 24/7, whereas the tech is able to do that. And from constant monitoring, it's able to show, with the algorithms in the background, definitive data that's useful for clinicians that are able to look at and analyze the reports produced for them. And Neuropath has certainly got a solution for that using smartphones.
Well, I think, as you know, Russ, we are spending a lot of time in talking to actually all the relevant people that should use it, being it, of course, first of all, the people with Parkinson's. But besides that, also the clinicians and the therapists that afterwards need to do something with the information that is gathered. As Gary said, also it is our belief that technology is not the issue. Technology will be able to do all that kind of things and to help us get more efficient and get into a more transparent care path. But the clue is that actually, on the one hand, we need to be able to keep the people motivated to share their data. And I think, as Gary also mentioned, truly the combination of doing therapy and gathering the data while doing therapy or doing exercises or doing fun stuff in a gamification setup will help that. That's something that we strongly believe in and are developing. And on the other hand, we cannot make it too complicated to do something with the data. So we have to create smart reports or smart visualizations of the information that is available and connect all the different information that is available, because some of it is already available but hidden somewhere. And sometimes I think you all know that as a patient with whatever disease, often you have to tell your story over and over and over again. Although the information has been registered already 50 times in different places, sometimes even in the same hospital, just by changing another specialist. I think that more and more solutions will pop up. It is our intent to connect with that and to provide a whole overview so that actually the professionals can focus on taking care of the people instead of analyzing or trying to find the information.
Yeah, and can I add to that, please? It's been a fantastic sort of experience testing all your devices, and our community's enjoyed doing that too. What we found out by doing this and working with you is that it must be simple, easy to set up, and easy to use, which we really did find. The app was, quite easy. Once you got in there, you could see what you had to input on a daily basis. People began to understand how valuable and how important it is to monitor data and monitor your symptoms and your condition on a regular, ongoing basis.
Yes. Yeah, that's of course key in our approach, I think, to make it as easy as possible to use. That's why we also are looking, I would say, to gather data in a more automated way. Like Gary showed, if you're wearing a wearable and the data that are gathered by the wearable are relevant and validated, then we don't need to ask a question anymore because the data are automatically available. Again, lowering the burden, increasing the adherence, and giving actually very good data to analyze and to report.
Jan, sorry, you've just had something from in the background in the technical. We must give our thanks and a strong mention to the people in the background who aren't visible at the moment. They're saying, can you stop sharing your screen so they can see you, if that's possible?
But,
Yeah.
That's it.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And thanks to the team working everything technical. They're working their technical wizardry in the background. We've got Richard and Helen taking questions, and we also are now joined by Dr. Butler. Hi, Dr. Butler. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Can you hear me?
We can indeed, sir.
Good,
We can
thank
indeed.
you.
We're still running through the presentation with Jan from Neuropath. Would
Okay.
you like to join us on this one?
No, I'm sorry. I think I came a bit too early, so carry on. Sorry.
No problem at all, sir.
So going forward with the tech side of things, with regards to systems and people not easily being confused with tech, people are not keen on sort of like being badgered every day for information to input. So it's a really good thing that your system doesn't do that, although it does do medication reminders, doesn't it?
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's key for people with Parkinson's. As we know, they need to get their medication on time. Should a person with Parkinson's not get their medication on time, well, obviously we're all different, but the effects of that can be quite complex.
Well, actually, we have already built in the application, we have the possibility to put in your own personalized schedule with all different medications available in a scroll down list. At this moment, medications related or known to treat Parkinson's disease. And actually, you can give in as much intakes as prescribed. If it's 4 times a day, or if it's once a week, or if it's we give this flexibility as much as possible. And based on that schedule that is put in, alerts are generated. Once an alert is generated, it's up to the user to validate or to confirm that the medication has been taken. Even we allow, even at this point, that the confirmation is done at one moment in time. Let's say that you say, okay, I'm going to do this only in the evening because that's the only time that suits me. Then you can validate and put in the hours or the time stamps that you have taken the medication. Afterwards, of course, it's an easy reporting to show the adherence to the actual prescribed medication plan or schedule on an individual level.
And one thing that we have found working with yourselves is that you're very patient-focused, patient-centric. Your drive is all around listening to the people with Parkinson's, the ones who actually have the condition. So that is something that we are very, very fond believers of, that to make a product or to design an app, it is imperative to include us in all of the milestones and the decisions. And we thank you and Neuropath for giving us the opportunity to work with you along the way.
Well, to be honest, Russ, I think it's common sense, isn't it? Yeah. At least we feel it. Yeah. But it seems a little bit the case that actually a lot of people are talking about patient-centric, but it's not necessarily done in real life like that. So, but we strongly believe that it's actually, it has no we have no point of being here if people with Parkinson's are not involved in the co-design, because we do this to increase the quality of life of these people. So for us, it seems quite logic, to be honest.
Absolutely, but you'd be surprised, Jan, of how many how many of these modern tech things are brought out when they don't have any true understanding of. They know what they want to achieve, but they don't, get patient involvement or listen to the patient. And quite often, what happens is just another tech product on the market that doesn't really serve a purpose, or it may serve the purpose but not the right purpose. So how do you feel about other products on the market? I mean, we're in a very exciting period of time. I can go back to my youth all those years ago, and a mobile phone was like carrying a brick around with you. They didn't have the technology to even send a text message. I think Ericsson then came out with a plug-in adapter that allowed you to send text messages. So we are in the era of the smartphone, and there's more computer power within your handheld device these days than what launched the like Neil Armstrong to the moon, apparently. So,
well, again, yeah, I think technology is not the limiting factor. I think it will only get better and easier and more powerful. Other solutions, I think, the ones that at least that we know often only focus on some small parts, very fractions. And as Professor Chowdhury explained in his presentation, so truly is that actually it's. I think we can only move forward, increasing the quality of life, or even going further, finding cures or better ways to treatment, is by including as much relevant data as possible. So that's why we believe that we need to create this platform to connect and capture and integrate all different sources. So, but it is also our view that we don't have to develop anything that is working and existing at this moment in a certain field. So coming back to what actually Gary said, is Strava is a good example. I'm using a Garmin GPS, and I'm using a Polar watch, and I'm using all kinds of devices. But on Strava, I can connect everything, and I see my data actually presented in a nice overview, easy to evaluate and to track my condition, for instance, even if it's as simple as that, even over different devices. So at this moment, looking at the sports part of my life, I only use Strava, because this allows me to, whatever device I use, to still see how I'm doing. So, and that's also a little bit our vision.
Okay, lovely. What are the next steps for Neuropath? Can we ask you, Jan?
Well, next steps is actually to further. I think we have a stable solution now with the features that are all, or functionalities that are already on there. Of course, we all know that some of them can be very much improved, becoming even more user-friendly, or being used. For instance, if we go to a different country, there's a different medication list that we need to fill in and stuff like that. But we strongly believe, as I mentioned, in voice. So voice will be a big part of our further developments, including voice therapy to start with, because this allows the users to combine actually more funding and also improvement of the quality of life based on the therapy where in the background we can actually gather the data to visualize the improvement or not, or the effect or not, and see if we need to change therapy, or if there's an effect on, for instance, on medication intake and the timings on voice or not, and things like that. So that'll be an important part of the next period to develop. And further on, as also shown in the presentation, we are working hard with different partners that have already existing solutions in scientific environments or in smaller environments and things like that, but that are working and that have proven track records, where we are developing the connection and looking at integrating the information that comes out of that. So hope that's an answer to your question.
It is. Thank you.
Fantastic.
And of course, always looking forward to coming back to the UK when we can. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. We welcome you up here in Newcastle.
Yeah.
Just checking the question box, and I think we're good. Don't forget that anytime throughout the show you can pose questions to any of the speakers in the question box just to the side of the screen, and we'll do our utmost to answer them for you or ask the speakers to do so. So just checking. I think that's all. One thing that you did mention, Jan, is Strava. Is that for cycling?
At this moment, I think it's for cycling, swimming, and running.
And you use it for cycling, yeah?
I use it for cycling, yes.
Fantastic.
As a good Flemish flaunt here.
I know that, you know, all of the devices are pluggable and adaptable, and cameras and GoPros. If ever you go on an expedition for taking your bike out, it's like wiring up a fuse board, isn't it? All of the charging that you've got to do with this device and that device. Yeah. But as such, you know, the capability of a smartphone these days and the way that you are able to integrate and use the capability of a smartphone still astounds me. So,
absolutely.
Right, I think we are going to wrap up this one. And if there are any other questions that you haven't that come in, Jan, we'll be delighted to forward those on to you, you know, so you can answer them personally, if that's okay with yourself.
Absolutely.
Right, I believe that this session's wrapped up. Just
Thanks
checking,
for joining us.
Just
Thank
checking this.
Much.
Just checking the... Right, thank you very much, Jan. Jan Luagi from Neuropath.
Thank you.
If you bear with me for just 1 second, please, anyone watching. I'm just about to look through today's schedule and remind you of what's coming up. Shortly, we'll be going to the MedTech panel, which is the first of our panel discussions live today. And that particular one is titled The Cutting Edge Approaches for Further Parkinson's Care. After that, we'll be speaking to the one, the only, Mr. Matt Eagles, about he's a person with Parkinson's, and we'll be talking to him about the Parky life, as well as positivity. Just before lunchtime, we'll have a further speaker coming up, who is Professor Baz Bloom. We'll then take a break for lunch, and our event, the Parkinson's House, is going to be a live interactive event involving people with Parkinson's, sharing their challenges within a home environment or virtual home, as the case may be. So please stay tuned. And we have a cracking lineup coming this afternoon. The next panel coming up, I've just been informed we're going to take a short break. So a well-earned stretch of the legs, I believe. So thanks for watching so far. We hope you've enjoyed it. It's certainly been informative for us.
My name's Nick Morris. And another one. So typically we're on a walk every day with a dog and having a nice time in the beautiful countryside around us, and I just suddenly could feel, for no reason at all, not particularly tired, but suddenly my legs would start to freeze. It's not so bad in the countryside, but a bit unhelpful when in the middle of the West End walking and trying to cross roads. You're in the middle of the tube and you stop and people behind are trying to get past, and it can be a bit scary, but more than it's just annoying. The stick's kind of useful, but not really if you're in the middle of a road. Even though you put the stick out, you can't necessarily go to where the stick is. It's quite scary because you try and leap forward or not use a stick and stumble, who knows. Then another thing I tried was kicking things a bit. That didn't really work, but it did occasionally got me around corners and things. Then, by some magical thing, I combined the two and I started kicking my stick. Just for fun, really, to begin with. But then I noticed that the rhythm and the steps, I could go about twice as far. Somehow it breaks the pattern. You can walk over, change the surface, you can turn around corners, you can do things I just couldn't do. Tell you what though, after 10 years of Parkinson's, it felt pretty good to get a kick back. I don't think there's much can go wrong. It's quite a cheap therapy, and please get in touch with me and let me know your thoughts and if it works for you. Maybe this is going to work for lots of people, maybe just some people, but whatever, we can just give it a go and push back Parkinson's by giving it a big kick. Thanks for watching.
I've had Parkinson's now for 16 years.
I've had Parkinson's for 8 years. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like not to have Parkinson's.
I can't remember what it was like before Parkinson's. I can't sleep.
I often get a dry mouth.
I'm always really anxious.
I've fallen down the stairs quite a few times.
Now I can't even write my own name.
In supermarkets, I sometimes freeze.
I'm always tired.
I get painful leg cramps.
I can't remember things. I feel so depressed.
Sometimes I just want to shout out, go away!
My weight keeps going up and down. I can't seem to remember things.
My toes curl, very painful.
If only, if we could, maybe we could.
Just listen to us. Please, hear our story.
Why don't you get to know us? Let us tell you all about our lives and how you can help us.
Until then, we'll just keep on climbing the same old mountain every day. Hello and welcome back. We hope you've had a nice stretch of your legs. It's been a very interesting morning with quite a few conversations. We're pleased to have joining us today Dr. Amit Butler, who will be chairing this session. We also have Marianne. If you bear with us 1 second there. The idea of today's talk is we're going to briefly introduce you, just so you know what's going on. And from there, we're going to play behind the scenes a little clip of your adverts. So if you bear with us 1 second there. So as I mentioned, we're very, very, very pleased and honoured to welcome Dr. Amit Butler, who will be moderating this session. We have Marianne Garcia Prieto, who's the CEO and co-founder of i4Life. So we'll play a little clip of you, if we may.
Maybe Marianne, you can just say a few lines, then we'll play the video if that's okay.
Thank you so much. So that video is played. I hope it gives you a taste of what i4Life has. One person who should be joining us is Sanya Bodjik. She's a research associate from the Institute of Genetic Medicine. She should be joining us within our call. She's not here just quite yet. And she's from Manus Neurodynamica. So if you can run Manus video, please.
My name is Rutger Zietsma and I'm the CEO of Manus Neurodynamica. I'm going to introduce to you the Neuromotor Pen, a 21st century diagnostic for Parkinson's disease. First of all, I would like to tell you what this product is. Then I would like to tell you how it may be used in clinical practice, what its clinical utility is, And then I'm going to give you an update on a clinical trial that we have recently completed. And I will briefly summarize this at the end. So first of all, what is the neuromotor pen? The neuromotor pen is a digital biomarker for Parkinson's disease. It is the most accurate device for the quantification of fine motor skill, and the product has been clinically validated for the use in differential diagnosis. We have developed this very closely with the Northumbria NHS Foundation Trust under the leadership of Professor Richard Walker. So how may we use the device? Well, the patient is seated behind the table, holding the pen. The app installed on a tablet PC then presents a number of tasks that have been developed with clinicians, and the patient is simply tracing and copying some of these tasks that can be seen on the screen. Very simple to use, but underlying it is an innovative concept and a complex set of algorithms that provides the clinician with very important information about movement abnormalities that will help them in their clinical decision making. So its clinical utility, three different aspects, three different algorithms running on the machine. So first of all, the extraction of the digital biomarkers, then severity measurement for the purpose of monitoring, and also differential diagnostic decision making. A bit more detail on each three of these different functions. So digital biomarkers, these are used to quantify fine motor skill. There's a direct relationship between the physiology of the patient and the values of the biomarkers. And the level of detail that this gives is very much of interest to academic researchers and people working in the pharmaceutical industry, and sometimes to clinicians if they want to really find out what is going on with the patient in terms of his or her physiology. The digital biomarkers are presented in a way that are color-coded. So in the example here, we've got for three different tasks those half or semi-filled circles with a low value corresponding to a shade of green. This indicates a healthy subject, well able to move, and shades of orange or red indicate symptoms of Parkinson's. So that's the biomarkers. These biomarkers may be combined into a severity measurement score for the purpose of monitoring, and in particular bradykinesia and also tremor are very important because these map very nicely onto the Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale. In addition, there are a few other measures that are important because they give some insight into how well the patient is able to deal with everyday tasks. And all of this will be recorded, digital record keeping, so that measurements can be compared over time. Here's an example. So we see the bradykinesia score and the tremor score with a value, and again a shade of green. So we're looking at somebody who is well, is able to move very easily. And then we've got, for one patient, three different recordings, and we see that the values change over time. And the third, and perhaps most exciting application, is supporting differential diagnostic decision making. So providing the clinician with a probability that the patient is suffering from Parkinson's disease. And this has been validated recently in 132 patients, and it's important to notice that we've been looking only at the most difficult to diagnose patients. So approximately 25% of all newly referred patients will undergo a DAT scan. 6 months after the DAT scan, the diagnosis was confirmed. We have compared our product with this gold standard, and we found that the sensitivity was 95% and the overall accuracy was 80%. So in summary, we've got a digital biomarker for the fine motor skill quantification. The intended use is both severity measurement, also differential diagnostic decision making. And the accuracy of this device, 80%. It's very low cost, very convenient to use, and it may stream the overall clinical pathway. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sonia, hi, we're just rolling the videos at the moment. Right, the next person I would like to introduce is Liviu Babbitt from Cyborg Nest. So if we can just roll the video for him, please.
Why only enhance machines when we could enhance ourselves? At Cyborg Nest, we believe in technology that empowers us to design our evolution. We create technology that expands the limits of our senses. Meet Sentero, a wearable sensory enhancement device that uses our sense of touch to connect us to the planet and to each other. It has the ability to sense the magnetic field of the planet, and it uses vibration to enhance your perception of space. You could sense the places and people that you care about. You and your loved ones could also choose to sense each other, and Sentero will vibrate when you are facing their direction on the planet. You could even feel their heartbeat, send and receive haptic emojis, and sense where home is.
People often ask me, why is it important to have new senses? But if you think about it, everything that we ever created started from a sensory input. We saw something, we smelled something, we tasted something, we were touched by something. And then all this information gets mixed up in our brain. And this is how we have thoughts, this is how we create, and this is how we feel. So now imagine if we had more senses, we can start feeling, creating and thinking from places that we never did before. Sensing the magnetic field of the planet is the core of the product. You will understand connections between places and things that are part of your life in a way that you never did before. You will have new types of memories, new types of feelings about places and locations and people that are part of your life. Having additional senses will soon be as normal as having a smartphone. Join the community who shapes the future. Design your own evolution.
Thank you all very much to the panel for patiently waiting there. We thought we'd try something different. Rather than just ask you to give a verbal introduction of yourselves, we thought we'd briefly introduce you and run a video of you all. So thank you for your patience. I know you've been sat on the panel for a while. Dr. Butler, if you may moderate this conference, and this one is called Cutting Edge Approaches for Future Parkinson's Care. So we do have a couple of leading questions, if I may present those to you before handing over.
Absolutely, thank you.
The first ones that I've got are for Sanya. How do I use NMP?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I apologize that our CEO was not here and we didn't have live presentation. He's in the notified body assessment at the moment. So what is the neuromotor pen? It's a handheld device that records digital biomarkers for Parkinson's during drawing activities. It is the most accurate device available for fine motor skill assessment, and we validated it for use in differential diagnosis. It's very simple to use it. Generally, a subject is seated at the table, holding the neuromotor pen. This is how it looks. It's basically a digital pen with built-in sensors. Templates appear on the screen of tablet, and then a subject either copies or traces different figures and tasks. And then the software calculates the digital biomarkers with algorithms running on the Manus cloud. This may appear as a simple concept, but there is a very complex, innovative technology underlying that actually assesses the integrity of the nervous system.
That's very helpful. And Russ, did you have any other questions? That's very useful information.
I've got a few coming through, so if I can just sit in the background. And the idea was to, if I first of all may publicly apologise, Jan, I forgot to run your video. I do apologise, so we will be slotting that in somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we can do that as well now, if you have other questions.
Yeah, if we can get that video rolling for Jan, who's a COO of Neuropath. So if you can just be patient for a little second more, just while that video rolls.
Anything you want, Russ.
Just while our background staff are looking for the video, or sorry, loading the video ready to play. The idea is that Parkinson's Concierge go out of their way to source products and services on a global scale that we find would be of true benefit for people living with Parkinson's. One product of such that we've recently tested is the Pauto, which is a product which is got so much technology built into it. Sorry, I keep on looking to one side because there's a video running, but timing slightly out. We demonstrated that, and we've had patients with Parkinson's testing it and providing feedback. So I hope that the feedback so far, Marianne, was okay for you. And we're just ready to roll this video now, I believe. I'm back with you for now. We're just waiting on Neuropath being loaded up. So, Dr. Butler,
so let's just, have a discussion on what is needed for the patients, if that's okay, Russ, because
that's absolutely fine.
You represent the patient side, and I represent the physician side. So, of course, there's lots of things out there that we can use, but where do we want to use it is the other question. And so let's just start with you. What do you feel, Russ, needs to be done with the technology that's out there for the people with Parkinson's, living with Parkinson's? Where do you see that in the sort of your life?
While we can all pray and hope and pray for a cure, there's so many different aspects and symptoms posed with the diagnosis of Parkinson's that can make a cure that little bit more difficult to actually reach as a gold standard. So in the meantime, what we feel is that patient centricity needs to be key in any delivery of any tech or product that's made for the community. You know, we'd very much like to be involved from the beginning right through to delivery. And the same goes for the medical profession as well. You know, if we're involved rather than just being a small voluntary cohort of numbers, you know, please try and involve us from early start.
Yes, I completely agree. And I think from the physician perspective, what I'm looking at is sort of a solution which works from the time you diagnose someone with Parkinson's, carries them, so maybe help with the diagnosis as well in some way, like early diagnosis or sort of a technological biomarker, and then carry them through with the monitoring, as well as because the clinic appointments are generally quite far apart, to let the professionals know what's happening to them in the meantime, and then take us through with the issues with compliance, how's the day-to-day like, and towards the sort of complicated stages where people would start struggling, then all these tools that can help them live better. So I was very impressed with one of the things I saw with the Parkinson's Concierge, which was a video of Parkinson's in the kitchen, Parkinson's in the bathroom, etc. And I think that's very real, because that's the day-to-day life for someone with Parkinson's. And as a clinician, although I do not have the same experience of being in that room with them, but at the same time, I get all the feedback when I see them in the clinic, because their day-to-day life is very complicated. It's not just the tablets that they take that will improve the day-to-day things. And as you said, till we wait for a cure, which I'm really hopeful will soon come, and maybe better treatments as well. But the day-to-day is still difficult to manage. And whatever technology can do to supplement or sort of help the medical side, I also strongly believe in a sort of non-pharmacological angle to it, because tablets are not a solution for everything. And I think if the technology is enabling the patients to live a better life, a quality of life, that's very useful. So I think one of the things from the physician perspective is, again, this integration, because there's so many things out there, and this conference is a very good sort of overview of a lot of things that are happening out in the world for health technology. But I would rather have something like an ecosystem or one sort of platform that would cover most of the things and is connected to the patients that I see in the clinic in a way that is easy to access, and sort of very brief summaries and things like that would be very, very useful. So I think that these are the gaps that we're trying to address with the care of Parkinson's from the physician perspective.
From a patient's perspective, there's a lot of products out there that cover the motor symptoms, for example, but there's very little that cover the non-motor issues. And from a technical aspect, especially these current times where people have been locked down, it's well known that people with Parkinson's can feel lonely and isolated. So if I could introduce you to Liviu, who's in the top corner there, to give a description of what his system is able to do.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me here. Can you hear me well, Russ?
I can hear you perfectly, yeah.
All righty. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Liviu, CEO of CyborgNest, and what we do at CyborgNest is create new senses for humans. So we all know that we are born with the senses that we have. And because of these senses, they are responsible for every thought, feeling, or idea that we ever had, because this is how our brain captures any kind of information from our external reality. So then we said, if we add more senses, can we start feeling, creating, and solving problems from places that we never had? And the reason I'm here today speaking with all of you as part of this panel is because we are coming out with a new product, our second product, called the Centero, which is a new sense of orientation for humans. Now, would you ask yourself, what is a new sense? And the idea of having a new sense is a permanent input that uses brain plasticity to understand and alter the understanding of our environment in a new way. And
Centero connects the wearer to the magnetic field of the planet, but also to anything else that is related in his or his life in regard to orientation. So every time you face the magnetic field of the planet, you get a haptic notification knowing that you're facing north, or every time Russ will face Charlotte's direction, he will sense that she is there all the time, or in which direction she is. So there is that permanent connectivity both to the planet, to the environment, but also to people and places that are important to us. And we believe that this could be a huge benefit and help on a confidence and mental well-being part, because people with Parkinson's or people with other conditions, when they are out and about or in the world, trying to get themselves to places, there is always anxiety and fear. Am I in the right place? Am I doing the right thing? Is it all okay with me? And having those permanent anchors that always connect you, being to your environment or being to someone, feeling someone's heartbeat at all time, that you know that she's there, so you are okay, you are safe. You know that your home is there, so you are okay, you are safe. That could completely lower the pressure and everything that is running in the background, and allow the people to concentrate on their daily tasks on a maybe easier level.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Olivia, for that, and welcome to the panel. Marianne has a product which contains it's a smart bit of kit, isn't it? Just like phones have changed in the recent years to become smartphones, I'd like to call your product, the Pauto, a smart stick. If you'd like to give a bit of a chat about what it does.
Okay. Hi, everyone, and thanks for inviting me here to this tech panel. Our smart stick, is a device that aims to get a longer life, a longer social and active life for people with Parkinson's. It has cues. It lights with laser cues and also haptic vibration. And this allows people with Parkinson's suffering freezing of gait to go out to cope with these episodes and be quiet, going out on their own for a walk or whatever. And the stick will keep them connected to their caregivers, and also will report by artificial intelligence, machine learning and things like that. They will report to the physicians information about actual real symptoms and their daily life. So everything will somehow help to the patient living with a common stick, because it looks like being a normal stick, but getting benefits from an advanced solution.
Fantastic, Marianne. And just to recap on what the product does, should I be using the stick and my partner Charlotte be down as my caregiver, if I went for a walk using the stick and I actually fell over, the stick has an inbuilt sensor that will send a message to Charlotte, letting her know that I've probably fallen over, and then Charlotte will be able to look at that, which will launch, I think it's Google Maps, and point out my location. So no more sneaking off to the pub for me. What's your thoughts on this kind of technology coming out, Dr. Butler?
I think this is very useful. So the trackers have been sort of very crucial in and the fall alert system. There are applications for this hugely in the Parkinson's community, and of course, Russ, you're pretty good in terms of your mental health. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have some cognitive issues as well, and sometimes if they're lost, they cannot find their way home as well. So the GPS tracker can help some people, a proportion of Parkinson's, who will have some cognitive problems as well. Of course, the alert system is very, very useful. It is, again, as the point I was making, is how easily is it linked to the medical systems? Because let's say if somebody's actually fallen over, is it the partner you want there, or is the ambulance, is another question. So that's some of the things that, of course, we need to refine better. But yes, so in terms of the freezing of gait is a very common problem with Parkinson's, and it happens sometimes irrespective of the duration of the disease, but mostly seen a bit later with Parkinson's. It's also very common with some atypical Parkinsonisms, where people don't have Parkinson's disease, but something that looks like that. And the way to break freezing is to sort of cross a barrier or have a visual cue, which is a visual cue way of breaking the freezing. And I think the laser that we were pointing to is the sort of the line that comes onto the floor, which would be the sort of visual cue to cross over it, which would break the freezing, which is a very good way. The other way to break the freezing is the vibration. So again, that would be useful. Of course, it requires wider testing, and I'm sure the patients groups will have more experience with that, as you said. But yes, so there is science behind it for sure. And as I said, the alert system and the GPS tracker are a few more things that can help. But again, I'll emphasize, if it is all linked to a medical system or an ecosystem, it's more sort of approachable for the clinicians.
Fantastic, thank you. And what were your thoughts, if I may ask, on the Sentero system?
Yeah, so I think, as you know, 65% of people with Parkinson's will have anxiety and depression, which makes things very difficult. And the non-motor side is often ignored, but I think we are becoming better at that. And you had Dr. Ray Chaudhary, who's one of the leaders on the non-motor symptoms in the world for Parkinson's. And we have become more aware that non-motor symptoms can be more important to manage than the motor symptoms, and especially in the early stages, as well as with the treatment complications. So I'm not, I think there's lots of medical options as well, but often I find that's not a solution. So as I said, the pharmacology is helpful, but at the same time, there are limitations of how far you can go with an antidepressant in someone with Parkinson's as well. And interestingly, there is very little data out there. You might be surprised that there are very few studies that have actually addressed the treatment of anxiety and depression in Parkinson's, even with medication. So there are some new trials happening in that field. Yeah, so the more the options, the better, maybe. Yeah.
Fantastic. Livia, that should sound like a lot of opportunities for you.
Yes, indeed, a lot of opportunities. And as we were speaking before that, Ras, during our conversations, the Sentero comes with a very smart brain and haptic engine that we could continue tailoring it into the needs of the community. So it comes with the basic functionalities of orientation and connectivity through orientation. So again, every time you want to sense Charlotte and to feel connected, so you can just face her direction on the planet, doesn't matter how far she is, and you will feel that she's there, and you will feel her heartbeat as well if you wish so. So the connectivity is stronger. But I think, and we are in conversations with some professors and universities to try to work and to use again brain plasticity and orientation to maybe help alleviate some of other symptoms, like you guys are speaking about freezing and other conditions that come with Parkinson's, that very soon we would love to explore with the community.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I would add is that a lot of these things would require clinical trials, and the validation has been one of the big limitations with technology. So I think if we get it all validated, it is much more useful. And as I said, if it is a part of a bigger ecosystem where we are helping patients through multiple tools for multiple problems, it's a better way to approach than just find one solution that fits all. And again, one emphasis is on how different people with Parkinson's are. As you mentioned, Russ, you might not be having freezing, so someone else would be having freezing. You might have a tremor, other people might not have a tremor. So everybody is a bit different with Parkinson's, and this individualization of care is, again, a very crucial part of technology, where technology can contribute.
Right. If I can go to Dr. Sanya, the pen, Manus, you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself, please. One of the products that I really liked when I was testing this out is the fact that not only could it be used for early detection, but it can be used for along the journey of somebody with Parkinson's, to track the journey.
Yes.
So if you'd like to explain a little bit more about how the system works, and we'll get some ideas and thoughts and questions from the panel.
Yes, absolutely. We can use neuromotor pen for patient monitoring. I didn't mention before what can be measured actually by our system is not only tremor, but also bradykinesia, or slowness of motion, then spatial accuracy as well, and also micrographia, which is small writing. So the neuromotor pen device is built in that way that it quantifies the movement symptoms with high accuracy and high resolution. In other words, there is a lot of detail in the signal about how accurate the movement is, and that can be measured. So, like fine characteristics of movements. The important aspect for monitoring, especially, are that device allows digital record keeping for a long time. It measures. We can measure data in different moments and then compare them over time. And the visualization of these records is that were taken in different moments are available anytime. So it is important to say that it's not like 24/7 monitoring. So we don't compete with this kind of devices, but we offer a different solution with a different intended use. So we can use this monitoring, for example, to titrate medication and assess response to medications. For example, we recently done a study with a proof of concept study in schizophrenia, where we actually measured extrapyramidal side effects of antipsychotic medications. And this study suggested that neuromotor pen can help to fine-tune the dose of medications, so patients will receive only the positive benefits, but not the unwanted motor side effects, like Parkinson's, like motor symptoms. Also, for Parkinson's patients, we can use the device to monitor progression of the disease over time, or any improvements that were triggered by medications.
Thank you. I was on mute there. I'm conscious of the time rattling on, because I do understand that that Marion has to finish bang on 12. So thank you for joining us. If you do need to leave, thank you so much. Again, Jan, I'm conscious that I haven't got a question for you at this moment, but if you bear with me, I will come back to you, because I've got a question straight in from a gentleman called Matt Eagles. Liviu, I think adding some more sensors is a fantastic idea to Centero. I love the connectivity too, but as somebody like myself, who's had deep brain stimulation, would it be affected by the use of a wearable that highlights magnetic north?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question relates to on a physical level. If it will impact Matt's implants.
That's correct. Yeah. Whether or not it would interfere or pick up a false signal because the probes that go into my head deliver like a mild electric current.
I don't believe so, because eventually the technology that we are using in the Centero is technology that is widely used in, for example, in smartphones or stuff like that. What we do to at this stage to keep it as safe as possible for people to use it is, again, we use technology that is widely used out there. It's certified, is verified as known to be safe. What is magic, if I would say, about us is the way that we use or think technology. And one of the questions that people ask us, for example, is, yes, I have a compass on my phone. Why would I need a sense of orientation? And the answer to that is very simple, because a compass is a tool. You need to make a deliberate decision. Now I need to use a compass, or I need to know where that is. So then you take it out of your pocket, you use it, and then until the next time you do the same cognitive loop, you're not going to use this thing. But senses are always on. We never turn our eyes off, our ears off, or anything else off. So by having, and when someone, for example, is on the street and is stressed and doesn't know where to go or what to do or who is connected to him or her, making those decisions that I need to use that is probably the hardest thing to do. But with the Sentero, you won't need to make that decision because it's always on, it's always there. So if you want it, it's available. So I don't believe it could interfere with other technologies existing, but we will obviously check per any case or any person that will use the device.
And I think that would require more validation, of course, and maybe a clinical data for that. So I think, Ras, we should give Jan an opportunity as well. I think we're almost at the end of time.
Absolutely. Jan?
No worry, no worry. I'm an interesting listener of all these things. I think, as Dr. Butler said, we also believe that, and that is actually our part of or as we see our role, is to integrate all these different things. I think there are many devices and much more to come, I suppose, that will be able to capture or to assist or to be used in therapy to improve measurements, to improve quality of life, like the stick, like the pen, like Sentero. We actually see ourselves in a role to connect all these different things and within the connection to create insights that actually can be visualized or analyzed to give easy information or easy to read information to come up with a better care path. And I think a combination where the user, if it is a person with Parkinson's or if it's a caregiver, is actually motivated to use a certain device. And in the background, we can actually integrate all of these data. That's the ideal path for us. So, so I think, again, in this group, this is something that we see often, is everybody has a small area of the puzzle or a small piece of the cake that they're focusing on. If it is in an operational situation or in a commercial activity, or if it is in a scientific or a university hospital with research, like Professor Chowdhury is doing some research on certain specific aspects and or others. We try to integrate all of this knowledge and come up with actually an easier way to get to the information that is available, and that gives the clinicians or the therapists more time and more possibilities to come up with a better care path and to actually be focused on the health of the person as such, instead of trying to find out the data to analyze it or to have an idea what is going on. So I think we're all very complementary in this one. Yeah.
Fantastic. And thank you so much, Dr. Butler. I believe we're seeing you later on in the show.
Yeah,
where you're doing a talk at 16:45 for the viewers back home. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Marianne. I know that you've got to go. Thank you very much, and we'll be in touch. Jan, it's always a pleasure. And once the restrictions lift, we'll meet up again.
Yes.
Sanya, thank you very much for your input. It's been very descriptive, and I certainly hope that we can go further with regards to assisting with, from a patient perspective, with Manus Neurodynamica. Liviu, what can I say? I'll be on the test panel straight away. Thank you so much for your time and your input today. So that brings to a close today's first panel discussion. We have another panel discussion later on today, so please stay tuned. And I believe coming up next is Mr. Matt Eagles after the break.
Parkinson's is the fastest growing neurodegenerative disease. People with Parkinson's see their neurologist twice a year. This means they are monitored during 1 hour per year, leaving 8,765 hours in self-care. The lack of touch points between the patient the neurologist, and other care providers can create delays in adapting the individual care path. This can affect the patient's quality of life and increase health costs unnecessarily. Neuropath built a digital platform to connect the daily living of the patient.
Hi and welcome back. We're just after lunchtime. This program will be running until our morning program will be running until just about 1 o'clock, where we'll finish for our lunch break. So,
detect specific events and disease progression. We thus create insights to better understand the motor and non-motor symptoms and to adapt the care path accordingly for an improved quality of life at a lower healthcare cost. Every 9 minutes, someone in the US is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. 10 million people worldwide suffer from Parkinson. This number will double by 2040. Here's what Russ Bradford told us. I do not think that a cure will be found for me during my lifetime. Therefore, I find it very important to focus on improving the quality of life of people diagnosed with Parkinson's today. Your vision and approach with Neuropath is perfect for that. From the start, our international team has worked with patients and worldwide renowned neurologists. We have built a strong consortium of partners in Europe and in the US.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Giants Health and the Parky Live Talk. Why do people feel so ashamed of a diagnosis of Parkinson's, a chronic degenerative neurological condition that currently has no cure? But it's not new. In fact, it was first written about by Dr. James Parkinson over 200 years ago in his essay, The Shaking Palsy, in 1817. It's not uncommon either. 1 in 37 people alive today in the UK will be diagnosed with Parkinson's in their lifetime, and around 145,000 people live with a Parkinson's diagnosis in the UK in 2020. In 2017, a global burden of disease study identified Parkinson's to be the fastest growing neurological condition on the planet. So, is it a lack of understanding? Is it a lack of access to the right information at the right time? Or are we simply victims of our own reliance on Dr. Google providing all the information we need? Delve into your conscience now. How many of you guys out there have ever felt unwell, or found a lump or a symptom you couldn't explain, and just thought, I'll go and check online just to make sure? Or are we as a global population guilty of simply handing down the horror stories, generation by generation, of old men shuffling along, drooling, and unable to communicate and not sharing stories of the single Asian mum in her early 30s with 2 toddlers trying to juggle 2 jobs who also happens to the same diagnosis, the old white man's disease. What about the black American boxer who won the world heavyweight title, or the female singer-songwriter who won 10 Grammys, perpetually pursuing a 200-year-old image of disease that affects such a diverse demographic is wrong, and the narrative needs to change. The turning point for me came after a chance encounter in the mobility assistance lounge in Euston Station. I was sat opposite a gentleman who appeared to be exhibiting Parkinson's-like symptoms a little bit like I'm doing now, actually. Exactly the same as mine, but he was looking scared. And dare I say, he almost looked ashamed of not being able to control his writhing limbs. Again, like I'm doing now, but I'm not ashamed. There was a seat next to him, so I decided to investigate. And I crabbed my way across the room and plunked myself down. Sorry, I said, I didn't mean to be nosy, but have you got Parkinson's? He lifted his head up, glanced at me and very quietly said yes, and that he'd only recently been diagnosed. I said, it's okay, I've got Parkinson's too, as if we were part of an exclusive club. I've lived with it for 45 years. It's not a catastrophe. At which point his wife began to introduce herself and said, do you know, you're the first person with Parkinson's he's ever met. From that point on, the conversation sparked into life, and we began to swap anecdotes and social media handles. But I found out the only information he and his wife had managed to gain was information they'd found out on Dr. Google. And for them, the future looked bleak. All the way home on the train, I couldn't stop thinking about this couple, how frightened and embarrassed and alone they looked, and that I was determined to do something about it. I wanted to completely reframe how people with Parkinson's should perceive their diagnosis and indeed deal with their everyday lives. Parky life was born. If we can move on to that. Yeah, I've lived with Parkinson's ever since I was a little boy. And as with most things in life, you learn coping mechanisms. One of mine is to share anecdotes, but put a positive spin on them. After discussing with my encounter with the couple in London, with a creative colleague where I work at Habas, we used to draw illustrations of the different characters she encountered on the tram on her way to work. We decided it'd be fun to illustrate one of my stories and share it with the rest of the office. It worked and had the office in stitches. It was, in fact, and it became known as the Parky Pants Dance. A story I told of how amusing my wife found the strange dance I appeared to do around the bedroom, simply trying to put my undies on because I'd lost my sense of balance. We discussed the sort of rationale behind the story, and basically turning a negative into a positive. So making it into a playing card meant you could read the story, turn over the card, and it'd make you laugh or smile. I began collecting stories, hacks, and tips from Parkies, from carers, from consultants around the world, and using our global network we sent out briefs to illustration agencies such as Jelly and Loveblood Creative, requesting their assistance. Everyone provided their services for free, including industry-leading illustrators and creatives like Stan Chow, Cachette Jack, Lindsay Hunter, Biff, Shoto Pop, and Alva Skog, whilst Parkinson's UK and the Cure Parkinson's Trust, and also Parkinson's Concierge also added their support. Shoto Pop, one of the 50 illustrators who gave up their time for free, added, Parky Life was such a unique brief. To take a light-hearted approach on such a serious topic was inspiring, and we didn't need any excuse to make the world a slightly less serious place. The response was phenomenal. The artwork, as you can see, is breathtaking. And now we just had to figure out how to share it with the rest of the global community. Parky Life brings together all of the wonderful stories, hacks, and perks from Parky people and highlights the inspiring folk who've achieved great things despite their diagnosis. Ultimately, we want to reach, and the goal is to reach every single person living with Parkinson's and help them overcome their symptoms, feel less isolated, and feel happier. The core of the idea, though, is to give Parky people a boost if they feel low and isolated. When Parky's gets you down, which it does frequently, Parky Life is there to pick you up. And that's why, as well as creating an online platform, we created a tangible, tactile pack of positivity to make the whole idea even more accessible. It's a permanent and physical reminder that you're not alone, and there are plenty of people in the same boat as you. We just love the idea, and if you're having an off day, you can instantly just dive in and choose a card to give you a lift. It's a bit like a support buddy, if you like, that you have with you all the time. Now, I must say at this point, huge thanks to Twittles for printing the first batch of cards free of charge, and similarly CF Smith for providing all the paper. In the digital age, sharing bright visual content, resources, and engaging with the wider public has never been easier. And Parky Life is ideal for sharing on platforms such as Instagram and Twitter. The Instagram is @ParkyLife_official, and the Twitter handle is PKY Life. We've also done loads of merchandise, so you can carry the positivity around you with you 24/7. Now, one of the most memorable quotes that we've got of support was from a lady where I did a presentation in Southampton Synagogue in London. Dr. Lindy Levine, who's the host, she's the senior Betson, remarked, "Thank you for entirely reframing Parkinson's for me and for everyone, for me and everyone, without in the least trivializing its seriousness, by approaching it with the courage of humor, energy, creativity, sharp observation, compassion, and love." And that, to me, is what Parky Life is all about. And we've taken it all over the world, literally. We've had it in Japan, we've had it in Chicago, we've had it at exhibitions in Brussels, in Manchester and London. We've had school children trying to design their own card. It's been superb. And basically what we'd love to do is get more and more people involved. So if any one of you watching knows of anyone who'd like to know more, please visit www.parkylife.com. These are some of the places where Parky Life has been. And as you can see, and some of these supporters as well. So as you get, it's been on TV, it's been everywhere around the world. And if you can think you can help, if you have any hacks, tips, or ideas that you think will help other people with Parkinson's, then please get involved and help make people with Parkinson's lives that little bit better. Thank you.
Parkinson's is the fastest growing neurodegenerative disease. People with Parkinson's see their neurologist twice a year. This means
the one, the only, Mr. Matt Eagles, the legend himself.
That's very kind of you to say so, Russ. By the way, if anybody's watching me and suddenly sees me disappear off the screen, I'm not trying to make a sharp exit. There's kinesia going Yeah, is there any questions that anybody would like to ask me about Parky Life for us? Has anything come in?
Matt, everything is just saying how wonderful you are, what an inspiration you are, and what a gentleman as well.
Thank you. That's my Baz Bloom card, by the way.
Yep, he's up next. So it's been an absolute pleasure, Matt, to get you to do the recording.
Thank you very much, Russ.
Come in and be here for people.
Thank you very much indeed, Russ. It's been an absolute pleasure, so thank you.
So, other than wing walking, and I asked Gary earlier if he enjoyed his in-flight meal, wiping the bugs off his teeth. What's planned for the next major adventure?
I'm up for anything, as you know. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, but I think I have to be realistic. I've now lived with Parkinson's for like 45 years. And although my mind's willing, I don't think at the age of 52, my body is quite as robust as it used to be. But you never know. I think I'll try. I'd love to try the zip wire in Wales, where you go horizontally for a mile. That's my kind of thing, I think.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to do a zip wire from not quite as grand as that one in Wales, but it was from the Transporter Bridge in Middlesbrough.
Oh, fantastic.
I also did an abseil from there as well, about a year before that.
Yeah. I've done an abseil before, and I've done a tandem skydive. But what I would really, and I was very jealous of Gary actually, but he's a seasoned pro now at wing walking. But now I've done it once and I have my certificate. I can now go back and do the loop and the barrel rolls and everything else. I would love to do that as well, actually. So if anybody fancies doing that with me, just contact me and we're off. And it can be done with DBS for us. I've proved that. So winner, chicken dinner.
What about getting shot out of a cannon?
It's not something I've immediately considered, I have to say. I have to say, if I don't know, why not? It can't, a lot of these things are such a distraction from the everyday life that we have with Parkinson's.
They are.
And when I asked Gary the question about did his tremor stop, it's my dyskinesia, I thought, really actually ruined my wing walk, but it didn't. It actually stopped it. So that was quite amazing. As indeed does some tech. Some tech stops me as well. VR goggles stop my symptoms as well.
Right. That's very, very interesting, very amazing. Matt, we are going to push on for the next session that we've got with somebody you know quite well, Professor Baz Bloom, who's
Baz.
Running a session.
Life knows Baz.
Fantastic. He's running a session called Personalized Parkinson's Partnerships. So we hope you're going to stick around and watch that.
I certainly shall do. Incidentally, I've done a typical Parky thing and dropped all my Parky cards all over the floor. So I'm now going to play the old Parkinson's favourite game of 52 card pickup.
Cheers, Matt. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We want to make a difference to the 10 million people living with Parkinson's. Parkinson's in the entrance hall. Parkinson's on the stairs. Parkinson's in the lounge. Parkinson's in the utility room. Parkinson's in the home office. Parkinson's in the bathroom. Parkinson's in the kitchen. Parkinson's in the bedroom. Parkinson's in the home gym. Parkinson's in the garden.
Hello, this is Bas Bloem. I'm a professor of neurology at Radboud University Medical Center. I'm leading the Center of Expertise for Parkinson's disease and movement disorders. Absolute pleasure to speak here for Giant Health about what I've called personalized Parkinson partnerships and how digital technologies can revolutionize that collaboration. And in this slide here, you can see that I would like to start in a slightly provocative way by saying that digital technologies will soon replace physicians like myself and other medical professionals and put us completely out of business, so that soon we will all have to start seeking new jobs. And why do I feel that is the case? What we currently do in medicine is ask people to drive the long way to the hospital only to take a brief snapshot of what is actually a complex, evolving film in daily life. And let me illustrate that to you in a cartoon, what is happening. This is a patient, and these are all the different days of the week. And if you now ask a patient about the good days and the bad days in the recent history, in the recent past, there may be good days, there may be bad days, and there may be intermediate days. And now you're asking the patient at any given point in time during the visit, this is the final dot in this cartoon, and the recall period is typically only brief. So how on earth can we expect our patients to recall all these variations and fluctuations that are very relevant to them, that are relevant to us in order to optimize, for example, the pharmacotherapy based on a limited recall of a complex disease at home? And we do this in the hospital where the moment a clinician looks at you, patients perform paradoxically well. We rely upon history taking, but many things remain invisible to us. Just think about the response fluctuations that evolve over time. Think about gradual decreases in physical activity that take maybe months or years to develop. Think about falls, a very common and debilitating problem, which by definition never take place in front of your eyes in the clinic, but always happen at home or elsewhere outside of the hospital. And this is an image of how people live at home. So people may come to visit us dressed up to the nines, and then when you go into their homes, then you may find that people sit in a chair all day, eat unhealthy diets. And of course, paying a home visit is worthwhile. Our Parkinson nurses are doing this, but it's time consuming. And digital technology is a way of paying virtual home visits and get an insight and a feeling for how people live at home, which you definitely don't get in the clinic. And perhaps a really important reason why we need technology to improve our services is to think from the perspective of the client, just like Steve Jobs, who built the offerings of Apple by sitting down with a small group of people, reasoning, what would I really like? What would really make me or this little group happy? Assuming that what made them happy would probably make a lot of other people happy. And of course, the rest is history. One of those clients, if you will, is Sarah Regare. She's a wonderful young lady who lives with Parkinson's disease. She's from Sweden. She's also a PhD candidate in our group who will soon complete her dissertation. And she has done amazing work on self-experimentation and self-measurements. So even if you as a physician or you as a politician or whatever job you have in healthcare might think that technology is not going to change healthcare, patients do. And while we sit and wait for things to happen, patients are already changing their behavior. And Sarah is an example of a lady who has taken control of her disease by starting to measure herself. And make no mistake, she's published about this in high quality journals and will soon defend her thesis here at the Radboud University. And I think these self-experimentations, these individualized, personalized assessments, which are now possible with, for example, the smartwatches or the smartphones that are abundant, is actually close to an important development in medicine, which is the multiple N-of-1 trials. We are increasingly realizing that RCTs obviously continue to have their value in a well-controlled environment. But the problem with RCTs is that we make decisions or we interpret the findings based on a grand average of the entire population in that study. These populations are typically biased. We handpick, we cherry pick the people who are never the patients we see in real life. But importantly, individuals may behave very differently from the grand average. So even though the group may improve, there may be individuals responding spectacularly well and others who respond only moderately or maybe not at all. The grand average may be positive, but what you want is individualized, personalized medicine. That's why this paper in Nature recommended that we move away from just RCTs, which again continue to have their value, and more towards multiple N-of-1 trials, where you decide about the effectiveness and side effects of medication or other interventions based on a personalized basis. Now, fortunately, there's a good old saying, never waste a good crisis. And if any one of you is a football player, you all know that a football club that is currently in crisis is Barcelona. They had a terrible season last year. They even made a bad start this season. But what is the one thing you do in times of crisis? You hire a Dutch head coach. Unfortunately, Ronald Koeman has not been able to make the change yet. They even lost again quite recently and are, I think, only number 11 in the Spanish tables, which is not good. But anyway, the theme here is never waste a good crisis. And under the same title, we published a paper in JAMA Neurology saying how the current COVID-19 crisis, horrible as it may be, has also a maybe silver lining in that it brought forward, it accelerated the introduction of a range of telemedicine approaches. How can we do that? Well, there's a whole range of telemedicine approaches. Many of them are actually not even new. I've tried to summarize it here in this little cartoon. Simple telephone consultations, which I have used ever since I started medical school, are still a very valuable way of reaching out to patients in their own homes. Many patients send me emails or send me WhatsApp messages. That is not entirely secure and it's not accepted by the medical community as a digitally secure environment to communicate about delicate issues with your patients. Many health records, our hospital uses Epic for example, now have embedded communication tools to speak to your patients. Video conferencing, of course, is now well introduced into healthcare, and we've come to learn that many people know how to use it, and I'll come to that in a minute. We've talked about smartphones, we've talked about digital sensors, for example, a smart watch, or in this case in the cartoon, a necklace, a false detector worn around the neck. And increasingly we're moving towards smart homes, where now the home is equipped with smart sensors so that we can monitor patients objectively in their own homes. So there's a range of tools available to implement telemedicine. And I'll speak mainly here about video conferencing, which can be used to diagnose patients, and it can also be used for chronic care. We published in another paper, and we is my friends Ray Dorsey and Michael Oken, about the 5 C's of telemedicine, and we were talking mainly about video conferencing. 4 C's have always been there: confidentiality, better care, greater comfort for patients because of less need for travel distances. Confidentiality is an interesting one. If you have Parkinson's disease and you don't want to disclose that as yet to your environment, then visiting a Parkinson center may introduce a stigma. People may see you, and now suddenly you've got the label Parkinson's. So telemedicine is also a way of securing confidentiality for our patients. And of course, the 5th C in this time and era now is contagion, the risk of becoming infected with COVID-19. And to try to mitigate that risk, people need to stay at home. So telemedicine is now a way of reaching out to these people who are now forced to stay at home. And just about the comfort issue, this is a paper published by Ray Dorsey and his group in JAMA Neurology. It's in JAMA Neurology. And it's a really nice paper, as it shows in the left cartoon that the total time spent on the consultation in gray is way larger than for a telemedicine consultation, because there's no need to travel, there's no need to sit in a waiting room, whereas in the right pie graph, the proportion of that time spent that you actually deal with your physician is much larger. What I found interesting about this paper is that the outcomes at the patient level were identical. So we shouldn't over-romanticize this. It doesn't lead to better outcomes, but the outcomes are neither worse. The great bonus is the efficiency, primarily for patients and their families, probably also for us as physicians. Telenursing, I'll just give you one example of a project where I was involved. I think there's a huge move now to introduce telemedicine, not just for neurologists or other medical specialists, but also for the Parkinson nurses. And who knows, soon, or already right now, for physiotherapists, for telerehabilitation, or occupational therapists, or speech therapists. This is a paper we published in Parkinsonism and Related Disorders just very recently about the experience in northern Italy, where, as you know, the crisis hit very badly in March of this year. And during this crisis, all the physicians, the neurologists, were dealing with the COVID crisis, had no time to look after their Parkinson patients. So Parkinson Care, a private approach, now offered free services to people with Parkinson's disease via telenurses who were originally not involved in the care for these patients. So these were, if you will, strangers, but who now reached out to these patients who were left alone at home to provide comfort and to do a triage. This is in the paper, don't try to read it in detail, but what this Parkinson Care approach is doing a very careful stepped triage to see which problems can be solved directly by the nurse, or which problems maybe required attention by a neurologist, and they had a university center attached who could address more complex questions, or who might need to be seen in the hospital and be admitted. And that triage system worked really well, and patients really rated the quality of the services overall very highly. This is about remote passive monitoring, again, wearable sensors, smartphones, or smart homes can be used for this purpose. This cartoon sort of summarizes the pros and cons, and I think in general, if you compare objective remote monitoring to the clinical scales, then although a lot of work needs to be done still to optimize algorithms, to promote compliance, theoretically at least, the advantage of digital remote monitoring is it's objective, it's longitudinal, you can use it for long periods of time. It allows you to measure patients in their own home environment, whereas the clinical scales are subjective with an ordinal scoring system which introduces a lot of variability. It can typically be done only episodically, like once every 3 or 6 months. So I think although wearable sensors and remote monitoring is far from perfect yet, there are at least a number of theoretical advantages that we strongly need to consider. And then of course there is remote active monitoring, for example using digital diaries or using your smartphone, for example to do remote measurements. And one beautiful example was developed by Roche. It's called the mobile Parkinson app. Essentially it is a combination of passive remote monitoring, just using the sensors embedded in the smartphone to capture movements, but also active monitoring, asking people to complete a series of tasks while at home. For example, saying to the smartphone, holding it out in the outstretched hand for postural tremor, measuring resting tremor, and a number of other tasks. And this is just an example for rest tremor. And I thought this was really interesting because it shows that a score of 0, which means the doctor thinks there is no tremor, is already significantly different from the scores of healthy controls. So the sensor is picking up a bit of tremor that is not seen by the clinical eye. And although the correlation with progression is far from perfect, there is somewhat of a correlation with increasing severity scores on the UPDRS. A common question that we often get is, what is a good time to introduce telemedicine in the course of a person living with Parkinson's? And in yet another paper I published with my friends Ray Dorsey and Michael Oken, it's in press in the Movement Disorders Journal, we published this cartoon, and don't try to read it in detail, look it up in the paper in the Movement Disorders Journal. But essentially from left to right, what you see in this cartoon is all the way from prodromal Parkinson's to the palliative end stages of Parkinson's disease and anything in between. And we argue in this paper that both for clinical care and for science, telemedicine approaches have something useful to offer in all of these stages. So read the paper and see if you like it. So how do we take this from a dream towards the actual reality? So ideally my dream would be that we as medical professionals have a dashboard, just like the dashboard in your car. If the light shows you that you're low on gas, then you can usually replenish this yourself. If you're low on oil, maybe most people can do that. Some may need some help for this. But if the little yellow light goes off, it's time to see the garage and have your car fixed. Then it's time for a real workup. So ideally, as a medical professional, I would have a similar dashboard fed by digital diaries, wearable sensors, maybe smart homes, maybe video consultations. And if all the lights are green, don't come to the hospital. Stay at home. But conversely, if one of the traffic lights turns yellow, let alone red, then it's time to proactively intervene, visit the patients in their homes and kill the fire early. That would be my dream. Now some people have said this is a beautiful dream, but they have also uttered some words of caution, and there is a beautiful paper which is a parallel paper to the one that I wrote with Ray Dorsey and Michael Oken in the Movement Disorders Journal by some of my close friends and colleagues in the field. And these people are among the best neurologists in the world, really wonderful people. And they have argued that telemedicine also has a lot of limitations. And let me make one thing clear. I actually completely agree with the concerns that have been expressed in this counter paper published in the Movement Disorders Journal. And you can actually see they are dissecting my corpse, saying that what I have advocated so far in this talk is maybe going too far. But I've done that on purpose. What these colleagues argued in the Movement Disorders Journal is that you really need the physical consultations to build up an intimate relationship with your patient, camaraderie. And I completely agree. I need to see my patients, put my hands on their knees, tap them on the shoulder, cry with them if needed. So yes, you do need this. At the same time, in Italy, when these physical consultations were simply impossible, as it turns out in this paper, the telemedicine consultations by nurses who had never seen the patient before provided exactly that type of camaraderie that my colleagues were seeking for. So telemedicine, in times of need, can actually bring camaraderie right into the patient's homes. It is not as cold as many people think. And in fact, and I'm not saying you should do this routinely, but I've done end-of-life discussions about euthanasia, palliative care, remotely using video consultations with patients now sitting in the safety of their own home instead of the hostile environment of the hospital. What my colleagues have also argued, and again I completely agree, that you need to see the patients in the clinic to do a careful, detailed neurological exam. And I completely agree. In fact, we evaluated hundreds of patients in our hospital whom we offered a telemedicine consultation during the COVID crisis because we just couldn't see them. And as it turns out, up to 80% of the new patients that we saw initially through telemedicine had to come back to the hospital after all anyway because we were unhappy with the telemedicine consultation. So the lesson that we've learned is that for a new patient, it is probably better to immediately schedule an in-house assessments to build up that friendship and camaraderie, to do a really detailed neurological examination. At the same time, once that relationship has been built up, once your diagnosis has been made, for follow-up patients, telemedicine proved to be very useful. Patients were happy, we as physicians were happy, and some patients still insisted on coming to the hospital, and that's fine. But I think we should offer it as a service. And just one word about the neurological exam. Some neurologists have reasoned that Parkinson's is such a recognizable condition that you can even see it from a distance. So some elements of the neurological exam can be observed remotely, although I have to say that I've never been really happy about this. Is the block that you see with the tapping score a sort of a jitter in the internet quality, or is it a block in the actual physical performance? So yes, Parkinson's is a visible condition. Yes, if you're lucky with a good internet, you can get some elements remotely, but to do a proper neurological exam, you really need to see the patients. I'll be brief about this. People have argued, I'm now talking about the wearable sensors, what is the gold standard? And should we find an optimal correlation to the, for example, unified Parkinson's disease rating scale? And I've actually argued that if the correlation of these new technologies to the existing scales is bad, that's actually a good thing. Why? If it was perfect, we didn't need the technologies. And B, we think the current gold standard, the clinical scales, are flawed by design because of their subjective nature, because of their episodic scoring character, because of the ordinal rating scale. So, of course, what you measure with a sensor should make sense, but if it's not a perfect correlation to current clinical scales, I'm actually not worried. In fact, I'm arguing it may be a good thing. So that's something to think about. Compliance and feasibility is an issue. We've done work on virtual reality glasses like these. I'll be brief about it, other than to say that the trial was negative because patients were so occupied wearing this monster, which was projecting visual cues to improve their gait, that they were completely distracted by this device instead of paying attention to the visual cues, which should have been helpful. This is wonderful work published on compliance rates in wearable sensor studies, and you can see that typically within days to weeks, the dropout rate is horrible. Yet, it can be done, and I'll show you one counterexample. This is the Personalized Parkinson Project. It's a large privately funded project by Verily Life Sciences we're running in my clinic. If you want to read more about the study, this is the paper in BMC Neurology that outlines the contours of the study. It's a deep phenotyping study in 550 patients. It includes a wearable sensor, a smartwatch. It's a state-of-the-art smartwatch with a lot of sensors under the hood that people wear 24 hours per day, 7 days a week for 3 years in a row. And people said at the outset, forget it. Your protocol is too intense. People will never do it. What we ended up doing is having a range of measures to really engage patients as a partner in this project. We had a panel of patients advising us about the design. They give us constant feedback about the progress of the study. We have a website where people have information about the project and videos outlining the procedures. We organize events for patients. Patients can ask me questions which are answered in videotapes, etc., etc. And with all these measures, the dropout rate in this intense study, and we're now into the 3rd year of the study, is only 2%. So 98% of participants is still in the study. And this is the result for the smartwatch. This is the average wear time, which is 22 hours per day, even 3 years now into the study, which is incredible. And just finally, to provoke your thinking about the ethical boundaries. This is Marie Curie, who, like Sarah Regare, was an early adopter of self-experimentation, but of course she worked with radiation and paid the price with her life for that. And I think there are also ethical boundaries to what we can ask from our patients in terms of all these wearable sensors and digital technologies. If you think again about Steve Jobs, and now think about what clients would really like, then this paper was really inspiring. It's by Connie Maras in Parkinsonism and Related Disorders. And she asked patients about their perspectives about telemedicine. And what patients said is, yes, we're interested, but many patients said it was never offered to them. If you did ask them explicitly, people said, well, we want a combination of in-person visits and a telemedicine approach. And they all felt that training of the nurses, remember the telenursing study we did in Italy, is important for patient satisfaction. So here is Sarah Regare again. And she was is probably one of the most prominent advocates of telemedicine in the world. And she also published a paper about the limits to self-experimentation, and also addressed in a very nice paper, and you can read this here at the bottom, about the burden of self-measurements. So thinking that we can alleviate the pressure on the medical system by leaving the remote assessments to patients is a wrong assumption. There is a limit to what we can ask from our patients, and we need to strike a balance between measurements and the burden for patients. So to conclude, in my final words, I think digital medicine is not a panacea for healthcare. It is not a solution to all of our problems. It's useful for certain moments in our daily routine. What you do have to realize is that in-person visits, important as they are, again, my colleagues in the Movement Disorders Journal were right for all the right reasons. But you have to realize that in-person visits, being able to see a dedicated physician in the hospital, has been, currently is, and likely will be a luxury product for many people on the planet. In the United States, today, 1 in 3 Parkinson patients never gets to see a neurologist, let alone a movement disorder specialist. So my take on things is that telemedicine is an offering, a service that we can offer to our patients. So I often say to my patients, I run a supermarket. I have products on the shelf. A product is to come and see me in the clinic. A product is a telephone discussion. A product is a video consultation. And the patients take what they like. And they build their care the way they like it. So if people insist on seeing me, by all means, come to the hospital. But increasingly we are seeing that many patients who already know me enjoy talking to me at a distance. Not always video conferencing, sometimes simple telephone discussions, but it's a service. It's not a necessity, it's a service. So to go back to my original slide, do I seriously think that technology will put doctors out of business? Of course I don't. What I do strongly feel is that doctors, and for that matter researchers, who fail to integrate technology into their overall offerings to patients may at some point with time go out of business. It is all about the integration of technology into our services alongside the in-person physical assessments. So here is technology and a doctor or another medical professional working together to deliver the best possible services to our patients. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I also hope that these remote lectures will soon be over and that soon we will be able to meet in person again. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the remainder of the conference.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you found that speech from Professor Baz Bloom of interest in this conference. What we're going to do now is wrap up for a short lunch break. As always, Parkinson's Concierge would very much like to welcome the esteemed guests that we've had the honour of joining us this morning, including Professor Ray Chowdhury, Jan Louagie from Neuropath, Dr. Amit Butler, Marian Garcia Prieto from Pauto, Eye for Life, Liviu Babit from Cyborg Nest, Sanya Bujic from Manus Neurodynamica, Matt Eagles, just played there a second ago, Professor Baz Bloom, and of course Gary Shaughnessy. True legends, true inspirations. So we look forward to seeing you back for the big Parkinson's house at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch.
Coming soon. Something big. Something massive. Something giant. The Big Parkinson's House. Welcome to Giant Health and the Parkinson's Concierge Track. 10 rooms, 10 symptoms we live with, looking for 10 solutions. One life with Parkinson's. Parkinson's, there is no cure. Coming soon. Something big. Something massive. Something giant. Welcome to Giant Health and the Parkinson's Concierge Track. The Big Parkinson's House. 10 rooms, 10 symptoms we live with, looking for 10 solutions. Parkinson's in the entrance hall.
Hi, my name's Paul Nichols. I was diagnosed at 43. I'm now 47 and I live on the Sunshine Coast in North Essex, in Clacton.
What's your symptom?
My symptoms are my speech it gets poor, my handwriting is exceptionally poor, I suffer from slowness of movement and unpredictable freezing, and that affects my daily life in so much that when I get stressed, when I get anxious, which is quite often when you go to busy areas like a shop or an airport, I freeze unpredictability, which will stop me from going to the shop. And this happened once when I was going to the airport. I got myself in a little bit of a panic and I ended up being taken in a wheelchair through security because I just couldn't walk anymore. I was frozen to the spot, which at the time was really embarrassing. So I've discovered a superpower that I've got. Well, it's not really a superpower, but it's a power I didn't realise I had. 6 months ago, I started painting and drawing. And I've been asked to put a piece in an exhibition in the Oxo Gallery in London, which is next to the Tate Gallery. It's a big Parkinson's exhibition, which is something I can't believe is happening to me. So I'm not disabled, I'm just differently abled. And that's my story. And that affects my daily life in so much that when I get stressed, when I get anxious, which is quite often when you go to busy areas like a shop or an airport, I freeze unpredictability, which will stop me from going to the shop.
Parkinson's in the kitchen.
Hi guys, my name's Matt Eagles and I've lived with Parkinson's now for 45 years. Officially, according to my medical records, I was diagnosed in 1975. I don't actually remember because I was 7 and I didn't really care. I just wanted to be out playing with my friends. Major problems now. Since having DBS 14 years ago, I use the house to me is almost a challenge. And I have adaptations all around the house. I struggle with my balance, particularly, and I regularly fall over. I've had to have these spindles in my staircase replaced 4 times. I've had to have my dining chairs, which if you hear them squeaking, it's because I tend to break those as well. In the kitchen, I break cups. The house is a real kind of, it can be quite dangerous for me. So like I said, I've got all kind of adaptations around the house. But I spend a lot of my time here because I work from home for a healthcare communications agency, and I'm a positivity activist.
Parkinson's on the stairs.
My name is Richard Underwood, and I'm 56, was diagnosed with Parkinson's at 53, and lost my sense of smell when I was 38. I live in Basingstoke, Hampshire.
What's your symptom?
And how the condition affects me is down my right-hand side, where I have a tremor in my right arm. I have stiffness with gait and issues of walking. How does it affect me in my daily life? But during the day, I also suffer with severe fatigue, and I often have a little sleep, which then makes me very, very tired. I have difficulty in walking to the shops, and I have been known to be stuck in a supermarket and to ask for help from a security guard to get me down a tin of baked beans from the shelf. Again, I have some superpowers as well, which I use. One of them is to turn around in the street and to do circles around my Nordic walking poles that I use. That helps me then to generate mobility going forward again. I also have additional things, because Parkinson's is not about your end of life, but it's about how you adapt to the condition. I also have returned to playing badminton at quite a good level, and also to play table tennis. These help my coordination and help the condition together. And I also like to dance, and I also dance around my kitchen a lot, which helps my movement. And that is my story.
Into room 4. Oh, this is the bedroom.
My name is John Cairn. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's age 51, although I had shown symptoms for some years before. I live in the Lake District, West Cumbria, which is the most beautiful part of England.
What's your symptom?
My major problems with Parkinson's are my right-hand side. I have a tremendously strong tremor down my right side, especially in my arm. But it does impact very much on my mobility and walking. I have a constant pain in my right foot. I spend most of my time outside of Parkinson's trying to educate people on understanding the condition. I go into care homes, hospitals, universities, anywhere that wants an insight into what it's like living with Parkinson's, to explain the condition to them.
Parkinson's in the Home Office.
Hi, I'm Michael Qualia. I have Parkinson's, and I was diagnosed at age 42. I live in Dayton, Massachusetts.
What's your symptom?
My symptoms with Parkinson's include dyskinesia, apathy, anxiety, depression, dystonia, and lately I've been experiencing brain fog. It affects me daily. It affects me in my daily life by having my throat torn up, which is called that my throat tightens up. Like right now, it's a battle between dystonia and dyskinesia. What's wrong with my voice? It's bad right now, as bad as it's gonna get, but I'll get through this. It makes it difficult to understand me. My voice has always been my instrument. Prior to being medically disabled, I was a sales manager for a very successful staffing company in Boston. I found the companies and found them engineering talent. And since then, I've started a podcast. Yes, I have. With my voice, I have a podcast. I've had over 6,000 downloads, and it's going well. But my voice, once again, is my instrument, and it's trying to take that away from me, too. I know Russ and Charlotte, but I know I'm speaking to a bunch of people right now. That's when my voice, I get a little bit of anxiety rush through me, and that really tightens up my voice. I'm going to share one interesting fact with you about Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's affects everybody differently. We all have the same symptoms. We all have a lot of similar symptoms. But they say Parkinson's is like a snowflake. everyone has different experiences with this syndrome or disease, whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. But also, there's also very talented people with Parkinson's. They don't get taken seriously because we sound different, we look different. There's a lot of high achievers with Parkinson's disease. A lot of multimillionaires live quite well.
Parkinson's in the home gym.
Hi, my name is Gavin Mogan. I have Parkinson's. I was diagnosed 12 years ago at the age of 38. I live in the Dallas, Texas area with my wife and 2 kids.
What's your symptom?
Parkinson's affects me in many, many ways. My most significant symptom is stiffness and freezing of gait. But most of throughout the day, I do pretty well. But at certain times when a medication is running low, my body tenses up, freezes up. My balance gets very, very hard to stand up, or sometimes even walk. Very hard to walk. Sometimes even stand up, and makes it very tricky to function during those times. So it affects me, especially in certain parts of the house. And where I feel confined, going through hallways, doorways, or places where the surface changes in the floor. One interesting fact about Parkinson's is that I've been able to figure out a way to completely get rid of my symptoms for temporarily, through use of emotion or kind of a mental picture. I can sometimes in the right place, right time, completely make my symptoms go away, and I can function and get out of whatever jam I happen to be in. And then it's like a 2-minute respite from the disease. Thank you.
Parkinson's in the bathroom.
Hi, I'm Ewan. I have Parkinson's and was diagnosed at age 53 about 18 months ago.
What's your symptom?
Although I've been having symptoms probably since around 2016. I live in the beautiful city of Edinburgh in Scotland. Of course, you can't see it through that frosty glass window behind me, I'm afraid. My symptoms with Parkinson's include a crampy right foot, which was actually my first symptom and appeared when I was training for a marathon, and also a shaky right hand. It affects me in my daily life in all sorts of ways. It makes little things difficult, like walking to the post office or writing in a form or brushing my teeth. And an example when this has happened is even yesterday, I had to go to the post office to post some parcels and found that I was struggling because my toes were curling under my foot and making the journey somewhat agony. So I had to stop and stretch and wait for it to pass and then continue. I'm going to share one interesting fact, or at least something that affects me, which is the fact that I like to run. I enjoy running. I still have it in me to run a marathon. But I find that if my foot cramps up, I have a tactic, and that is to simply turn around and run backwards, because that allows my foot to free up. I also find that when I'm walking, same thing. If my foot starts cramping up and I walk backwards, it goes away. Of course, it doesn't quite work so well if you're on a crowded street with dogs and people and bollards and curbs and dogs and children. But I try my best.
Parkinson's in the utility room.
Hi, I'm Scott Ryder. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease at age 47. I live in the United States in a city called Beaufort, South Carolina.
What's your symptom?
My symptoms with Parkinson's include a right-hand tremor. Often I drag my right leg. I have what I call left foot dystonia. And I have to admit that staying focused and multitasking is a challenge. My daily life is affected in many ways, but most simply I would describe that my daily life is affected by the fact that what are simple and routine tasks for most people are challenging for me. An example of that would be if I'm on the telephone when I need to take an important note, I'll write down that note But unfortunately, later on, I have no idea what I wrote down because I can't read what I had jotted down. The dystonia impacts me when I cycle, and when I walk, it brings those activities to a complete halt. An interesting fact about Parkinson's is that in the United States, somebody is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease every 9 minutes.
Parkinson's in the lounge.
I'm Matthew, and I have Parkinson's. I was diagnosed at the age of 44, and I live in Leicester.
What's your symptom?
My symptoms for Parkinson's include slowness and anxiety. It affects my daily life, such as getting very tired easily, struggling to get around, getting dressed, getting washed, and every normal thing that most people have to do day to day. It affects my confidence, and when I try to leave the house, I struggle to leave the house. I also have insomnia, which is not great when you've got Parkinson's, because if I don't get sleep, then my Parkinson's is a lot worse. One of the interesting things I've found about my Parkinson's is that my hearing has become so acute, and so I basically can hear a pin drop. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But that's my story. Thank you.
Parkinson's in the garden.
Hi, my name is Nick Morris. I was diagnosed when I was 50, more or less on my birthday, in fact.
What's your symptom?
It was a bit of a shock. I didn't know much about Parkinson's at the time, and I was advised not to find out too much and just enjoy my life while it was good. For 5 years, it was pretty normal, and then gradually things start to creep up, and it's been mainly my walking which has been affected, I'd say. Going from normally walking but to the dog every day to suddenly not quite being able to make the same journey and having the possibility of freezing here and there has changed my life quite somewhat. But lucky than some, I should say. It's running a fairly mild course with me, and it's 12 years later since I was diagnosed, and I'm still able to work and carry on my life more or less normally.
Parkinson's, the fastest growing neurological condition in the world. They live with this 24/7. There is no cure. Parkinson's Concierge. We want to make a difference to the 10 million people living with Parkinson's. I've been Marcus Bentley. You've been an excellent audience. And our hosts, Parkinson's Concierge, have been honoured to inform you about this debilitating condition.
Frustrating. When I can't get one. Oh. Good job picking off that. The dog's going to end up with something I ain't killing him. I will get tweeted eventually, I'm sure.
So today's a bad day, so this is me walking forwards. Walk backwards. Backwards. Crazy.
Spider-Man trunks.
You know what, Jack? Mummy also has Spider-Man senses.
Ooh.
Come on, Freddy! Are you always going to throw this back at me every time we talk about family?
Trusting you after what you did wasn't easy, David.
I've got Parkinson's.
Does that mean you're gonna die?
No! I swear it's over. But with Jack and your illness, I didn't want to jeopardise anything.
My illness? Oh, you've got a nerve.
I wasn't born to look after a cripple.
Easy things make life a pleasure. Thank you. And hands-free Kiziks are the easiest shoes. Kiziks make life easier.
That and being a 30-year-old man who still lives with his mom.
And nanny. With Kizik hands-free shoes, you only use your feet to put them on. And they stay on. Thanks for working out for me. I get so tired when I do it myself.
You're in and out of our shoes all day long. Maybe you have to take out the trash or bring in the groceries. Then your kid wants to play by the pool. Cannonball! And your kid falls asleep by the pool.
Kiziks make life so much easier, so you can spend more time enjoying life's happy little moments. He looks so grown up.
Because he is a grown-up.
No matter what stage of life you're in, you deserve a comfortable quality shoe with hands-free technology. Click on the link and order your Kiziks today. Kizik Springback Heel gives you the secure feeling of lace-up shoes with the convenience of slip-ons, so you can see they're worth every penny.
What's a penny? I didn't realize it before, but putting on shoes used to be a huge hassle. First, you have to bend over, stand on one foot, untangle laces. It was almost never worth going outside at all. Now, I love the outdoors. I'm going to walk the dog, Mommy. Walk! But be back in 20. Kiziks have a 4.9 star rating. Listen to the people.
My husband raves about these shoes. They're the most comfortable shoes he's ever worn.
Feet have a new best friend.
I don't want to use regular shoes anymore. I ended up buying 4 pairs.
A great shoe is hard to find. We tried everything from the store.
Nope. No. No. Maybe not.
And if you slip on other shoes, that actually means jam your finger in or crush the heel. Now try all that while pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I mean, I think that ship has sailed. I wouldn't want to make that mistake twice.
Mommy, look!
And if for some reason you're not happy with your Kiziks, they're also the easiest to exchange or return. Simply peel and reseal the same box and send it back for free.
Please tell them I would like the blue ones instead.
I don't just personally take these to the company. That's not how
this be enough?
Yes.
After using Kiziks, going back to tying shoes is like going from automatic windows to manual.
Or from streaming movies to rentals.
Hands-free shoes may not seem like a big deal, but once you try them, you'll wish you'd found them sooner.
Ooh. You like it?
I do.
Yeah. This is how shoes should have been all along. Get your Kiziks today and make putting on shoes a pleasure. Kiziks, don't let your shoes slow you down. Ooh, this hurts my tum-tum. Please tell the cow next time less lactose.
Honey, that's not how
I
it
take
works.
full responsibility.
I've had Parkinson's now for 16 years.
I've had Parkinson's for 8 years. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like not to have Parkinson's.
I can't remember what it was like before Parkinson's. I can't sleep.
I often get a dry mouth.
I'm always really, really anxious.
I've fallen down the stairs quite a few times.
Now I can't even write my own name.
In supermarkets, I sometimes freeze.
I'm always tired.
I get painful leg cramps.
I can't remember things. I feel so depressed.
Sometimes I just want to shout out, "Go away!"
My weight keeps going up and down. I can't seem to remember things.
My toes curl very painfully.
If only, if we could, maybe we could,
Just listen to us. Please, hear our story.
Why don't you get to know us? Let us tell you all about our lives and how you can help us.
Until then, we'll just keep on climbing the same old mountain every day. Good afternoon and welcome back. This has been the Parkinson's Concierge track, and we'd like to very much give you a little bit more information about what we do.
Shortly we'll be showing you a video and talking about what we do at Parkinson's Concierge. So I'm going to share my screen now and we'll talk you through what we do at Parkinson's Concierge.
And we'd like to very much give you a little bit more information about what we do. As you can see from the slide, we're wanting to tell you who we are, what we do. We are real people living with Parkinson's. We want to make life better for everyone affected by Parkinson's in the here and now.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Allen. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's age 36. I'm a company director of two companies, Parkinson's Concierge and Allen Insurance Recruitment.
I'm Russ Bradford. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's at the age of 40. I'm the co-founder, volunteer of Parkinson's Concierge.
Together with Richard Underwood and Helen Underwood, his wife and carer, we're award winners.
Indeed, we won the ESPCH, European Society for Patient-Centred Healthcare 2020 award for promoting patient-centric healthcare. We were also winners of the Patient Advocacy 2020 Global Health and Pharma Award, and we were finalists in the Reuters Pharma Award.
We're advocates for the WPC 2022.
Can you turn it off?
Tell you a little bit about the research that we do. Our research division is helping medical tech, neurologists, biotech, validation companies and researchers to find people with Parkinson's to take part in research and testing tech. What we basically do is we help design and circulate research and patient surveys.
Finding medical tech, AI, and alternative therapies is our specialism to help and lead us to having a better quality of life. We offer access to our academia, research, and NHS contacts globally.
Since the lockdown, we've looked and we've listened to people, and we've jumped straight in to organise and arrange webinars and podcasts. We also do that for a lot of our clients to help them supply a route to your chosen audience, be it academia or corporate business, or even the Parkinson's community itself.
We are people with Parkinson's. We're patient engagement experts. We're also a unique business model, a Parkinson's people package of patients and carers.
We've devoted the rest of our lives to support and help and improve the lives of everyone with Parkinson's.
We sit on research panels. We collaborate with GPs, neurologists, AI, pharma, medical companies, charities, and we always encourage patient engagement, advocacy, public speaking, and people-patient panels.
We are becoming a voice of people with Parkinson's globally, and we've recently taken part in the octahedron project, advising from a patient perspective. Now, this particular research project is for early stage detection of Parkinson's through an everyday eye test, which is inexpensive in comparison to the current methods. We've helped them win a share of a funding award worth 50 million. And we've created videos on how we could be involved as advisors, and we now sit on their panel of Parkinson's people.
We're building our own community, the people with Parkinson's, centered around a social media following of 55,000 people affected with Parkinson's. We are encouraging people with Parkinson's to be more involved with research and take control of their own future care.
We will have, and we campaign for, an opt-in system to give permission to access our personal medical data. And we're strong campaigners of people becoming data donators in the medical field.
We have 15,000 global business contacts encompassing Parkinson's academia, charities, research, pharma, brain research, clinical trials, and neurodegenerative diseases. To us, early detection is a priority. And this shows you some of the panels we're on and the work we do and who's involved.
Right, well,
thank you for listening.
There is on the main event.
Are you there to
Well,
come in,
I'm just
Richard?
going through. I'm trying to shut everything down because I can't hear a dicky bird that's going on.
Richard, you're live now. We have Richard who joins us. Richard's a member of our team.
There he is, he's on mute. Hi, Richard, are you joining us? Richard, hello. Are you joining us?
Hello, Richard.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Unfortunately, I had a bit of a technical issue because I could hear you and Charlotte talking together, but I seem to be the only one in the world. Must be my Parkinson's.
That's an important thing, Richard. You know, we all understand. I've made a lot of mistakes this morning, but hey, I've got Parkinson's.
Yeah, same as me.
So how have you found the day, Richard? You've been spinning around everywhere.
Yeah, very busy, making loads of friends, and passed my good friend Bob in the waiting lobby again. So yeah, it's been very busy behind the scenes. Me and Helen have been posting lots of things and trying to catch up with people. So I don't think we've stopped all day since the beginning.
So Richard, tell us about your Parkinson's journey, how you got diagnosed, what age you were and where you are now with it.
Yeah, so when I was 38 years old, I lost my sense of smell. And like I've said on other presentations, silly me thought it was just old age. And sort of during my 40s, I started to get levels of fatigue to the extent that I would be attending big hospital meetings in the job I used to do. And I literally would fall asleep at the boardroom table. Pretty embarrassing. I can remember my boss nudging me and telling me to wake up. And I couldn't understand why I did it. Well, now I've learned that I've most likely had Parkinson's since I was 38, and the symptoms have got sort of progressively different. And then 3 years ago, I woke up and basically felt as though I'd had a stroke. So my whole right-hand side was extremely weak. My leg feels the whole time since that day that it's going to collapse underneath me, and my hand feels very sensitive. So I actually feel like I can feel the thickness in the air as I move, because it feels very slow. About three years ago, I managed to book in to see a neurologist, even though there was an 18-month waiting list. So officially, I was diagnosed sort of 2 years ago. And since that day, I've had sort of the most incredible adventures. And so, as you've invited me round to this Big Brother house, I've brought some props with me. And these props have really been part of my life since I was diagnosed. So basically, very devastating when I was told. I was told that I had Parkinson's. It's been in my family, but I don't have it genetically. And I can remember being told, here are some pills, and we'll sort your leg out, and we'll be able to manage it. Well, since that day, unfortunately, my leg has still not been sorted out, and I struggled greatly with my gait. But when I came home, I can remember sitting there and switching on YouTube, and I saw the most remarkable video about somebody's life called Tom Isaacs, that people may know on this video, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. But on that video, I saw people like Baz Bloom, who we've seen today, and Matt Eagles. And I can remember seeing Matt being 007 in this video, and I thought, that's the guy. That's who I want to be like, Matt Eagles or Baz Bloom or some of these other active people, because I didn't want to be miserable, lonely, and worried about the future. One of the biggest issues that people have with Parkinson's is being given the diagnosis and going home and sitting on the settee, because everybody thinks that when you get Parkinson's, I'm going to bend over, get a walking stick, and grow long grey hair. But I leave that down to Baz Bloom to do that, but he hasn't bent over yet, but he's got long grey hair now. And those are the images that everybody thinks with Parkinson's. Well, Parkinson's treats everyone differently. So there are people that have it more severely, and there are people who basically want to get on with life, which is one of the biggest difficulties going, because all Parkinson's, and the majority of Parkinson's people suffer with a degree of anxiety or depression. And unless they're empowered to know where to go and who to meet, that feeling of anxiety grows and grows. I was recommended by, when I first got Parkinson's, to go out to support groups in the United States, because I wasn't given any information at my diagnosis except come back in 6 months' time. So I ended up on a group called Invigorate, and that was full of really positive people, and a lady called Sarah King, who unfortunately no longer is involved so heavily in Parkinson's, who basically delivered the positivity that I required. I was also recommended a very good book called Goodbye Parkinson's, Hello Life, written by a gentleman called in Israel. And one of his mentors, which he's basically around how to control your anxiety. So you don't look back in the past, because most Parkinson's people look back in the past and they think, that's what I was like. So what was I like? Well, I could ski. I'd even attempted to go microlighting, which I'd done in my past. I'd even had the opportunity to go down the bobsleigh run in Innsbruck. Unfortunately, I sort of chickened out of that one, but I have skied down the Olympic downhill run in Innsbruck. I've also run a ski race. So these are all the things I've done, and done a lot of traveling. And you feel guilty because you think you are the hindrance to your family. Secondly, people if you look in the present of where you are, lots of people are embarrassed. And I know that my good friend Matt Eagles would say, you should never be embarrassed about your Parkinson's. How true is that? And I was told never to look really into the future too much, because you think you're going to end up like the little grey man with the walking stick, all on your own. That can be so far from the truth. One of the luckiest things that I've ever done is to meet people across the world. I have friends now from South Korea, Nepal, New Zealand, and I've even been woken up by people from New Zealand who have been rather rude to me, but have called me a great mate, and then told me what they thought of me in a lovely way. So these are people that I truly sort of respect, and we've had a laugh about it. because he then told me, oh, I wasn't meant to send that to you, Richard. I was meant to send it to my other best mate. But by the way, you are one of those. And we had a laugh together. I have many friends in the United States, Great Britain. These people have inspired me to be the person that I am. So some tips of where I come from. So I have difficulty in walking. I've had cases where I have a problem, like I said on the Big Brother house. Sometimes I get stuck in a supermarket. Can't even get baked beans down from the top shelf because my feet just will not move. So what are my tactics? I can walk backwards, I can skip sideways, I can dance, I can jump, and I can sprint. So when I go to cross a busy road, I fold up my walking sticks, prop number one, I fold them up, put them under my arms, my Nordic poles, and I sprint across the road. Unfortunately, as my speed decelerates, my Parkinson kicks back in, and I'm a bit like somebody with a big parachute. That's how I get across roads. So what really had motivated and changed my life? The first thing was, prop number two was that I got a medal for doing a 3.5 kilometre walk, charity walk for Parkinson's UK. The reason why it motivated me and made me cry on the day was that I was clapped in by 100 people as they saw me struggle with my Nordic poles. And it was when the Parkinson's people came up to me and said, "You're a bit of a nutcase, aren't you, Richard? You're a real extrovert. How do you fancy doing presentations?" Well, I was in my element, wasn't I? So I signed the line and I became a motivational speaker for Parkinson's UK. So where did that take me? Well, the first thing it did, not through Parkinson's UK, I ended up in Rome talking at a neurology conference about Parkinson's. I then got hugged by the whole neurology department from a Malaysian hospital for my talk. That was such an emotional moment in my life with Parkinson's. So where did I go from there? I then met a wonderful gentleman who does lots of work around the world, who came to my house and told me about the real world of Parkinson's. And he said, "How do you fancy running a conference? Not the giant one, but one for people with younger Parkinson's." He said, "I need you for an hour a week, Richard." So off I went and did the event. Well, guess what? 1 hour turned into 5 days a week. And the first thing I was asked to do with my wife was to contact a number of celebrities. Who would have thought it? Richard from a background of local government. So then I started to get involved with even further with the world community. And I ended up, and Russ knows what's coming next, with a little bear. My little bear has come all the way from New York and he lives with me for the next 2 years. And this little bear represents people with Parkinson's all around the world. And every 3 years, we all get together with the medical fraternity, pharmaceuticals, and all of my buddies around the world to meet up at the World Parkinson's Congress. His name is Parky. So I thought I needed to sort of develop this sort of trademark of mine. And I got myself a ringtone called Rickety Warrior. So I'm out there. And then Russ and Charlotte came calling and said, "How do you fancy joining Parkinson's Concierge as a volunteer?" And I said, "Well, that sounds like a good idea." I said, "It's not for an hour a week, is it?" And they said, "No, definitely not." Since that time, I think I've learned so much about Parkinson's and being involved with everything. And I seem to end up doing presentations and talks. The only problem is that Russ's tea that he gives me is just not strong enough when I come around his house. It's something that one day he'll learn. My wife also works for Parkinson's Concierge and basically acts as my rock. But she's not my carer. We care for each other. And my story with Parkinson's continues to this day. So I still struggle with my walking. I still have a dodgy hand. But I tell you what I'm not. I'm quite a good player at badminton. And I'm going to be represented in the United Kingdom at table tennis in the near future. So all I say is, bring it on. And that is my story.
Well done, Richard, and thank you for sharing that with us. There's a lot of similarities in in your speech, in your talk. And I'm not sure if you can see, but in the chat box, we've already had Matt Eagles saying thanks for the lovely words. Parkinson's is a condition that affects us all in different ways. Once you're diagnosed, it's like sticking your hand in a magic bag, a lucky dip, and pulling out so many symptoms that are unique to you. Then the next person comes along and pulls out their symptoms, which are different from yours. So obviously the purpose of what we're doing today is to try and educate. And not only are we educating the people with Parkinson's, because, hey, at the end of the day, they already know they're on that journey themselves. What we want to do as a patient group, as a patient force, is to educate the people outside of our zone, the ones who know nothing about Parkinson's. So at least they'll think, hey, I remember hearing about that. At the end of the day, this is the fastest growing neurological condition in the world. And if a vaccine can be made in 9 months from the start of the COVID, then come on, guys, see what you can do. And there's a call out to the medical industry.
I think in my sort of Parkinson's life, it's not just about the condition. So the condition is very frustrating. It is about the attitude I think that you have, because it could pull you down at any moment. But I also have sort of a number of aids which support my life. So one of them I've shown, which is the Nordic walking poles. Now, for me to have a walking stick that I was given was too short. I'm 6 foot, and it was too small for me. And I used to lay into it when I walked, well, that caused me terrible back pain, and I could only walk about 50 yards at the time. Then I was advised by somebody with Parkinson's why I wasn't using Nordic poles. And the moment I got those, I managed to do the 3.5 kilometre walk. I've also got, which has just been shown on this programme, a pair of Chiswick shoes. Well, what a revelation they are, and I know there's going to be a talk on that later. They allow me, instead of rolling around the floor in the hallway trying to put on a normal pair of shoes, I can now actually beat my daughter and boyfriend in a race for shoes. And I can tell you my record is 9.2 seconds. No one can get near me. So little things like that help in my daily life. And people will laugh at me when I say just putting the shoes on was like climbing Mount Everest. You know, before I go out the door, I was worn out, but now I can just slip them on and walk out. And the other thing, you know, is the biggest thing is definitely the well community and all the friends that I've made. Even to an extent that I've gone into hospitals to do talks, and I'm not known as Richard Underwood, I'm known as the Rickety Warrior. And that has actually got me into places to be able to talk about Parkinson's. So the message is out there, guys, for us all. If you need a talk doing, get us there and we do a talk.
Hi, I'd like to talk about two of my main symptoms with Parkinson's. The first one is depression. You can't always see it. You don't know always what somebody's feeling, how they are until they tell you or express themselves. And the next major symptom I have is anxiety that goes along with that. Even before diagnosis, I was always an anxious person. Everyone who knows me thinks I'm very, very confident, but I'm not. It's taken a lot for me over the last 3 years with Parkinson's Concierge to actually come out and speak to the general public, corporate companies, attend conferences, and talk about my anxiety. Anything will start me worrying. Being late, going somewhere for the first time, meeting people I don't know, all those start my anxiety off. And that symptom for me is so bad, if I've got nothing to worry about, I will literally go and find something to worry about. That's how much it affects me.
There you have it, from the boss lady herself. A couple of symptoms that she shares with us all. And like I say, there's the purpose of today was to give you an insight of the life we lead introduce you to a few neurologists and medical professionals who are doing their utmost to try and find a breakthrough for Parkinson's. In the meantime, we seek products, services that can give us a better quality of life in the here and now.
Yeah, Russ, do I have a quick moment just to answer a question that's come in? Yeah. One of the questions that's come in is about whether society causes a lot of the anxiety in people in Parkinson's because of the lack of knowledge. My actual view of it is, on that question, is that I'm a very strong believer that a lot of people in the actual Parkinson's world who are affected by it and their families are not empowered with the information to allow them to be able to make a proper judgment on how they go about living with it. And I think that is something that desperately needs to be advised. I think when it comes to society as a generally, people do have this vision of people who are shaking like a leaf, are bent over, and then the majority of people think that Parkinson's is a disease of the old. Unfortunately, it's not. It affects people of all ages to a different degree within their environment and their social life. So the younger that you are, there's the potential that it interacts more with your family life, your children. So we know many people who have Parkinson's and have got young children of 3 or 4, all the way up to older people, who struggle with the loneliness, the having Parkinson's maybe for quite a while. And all of these age groups don't seem to be empowered with the information. So one of the messages I always put out when dealing with Parkinson's, it's a team effort all the way from your clinical people, all the way through to your support mechanism within your community, all the way through to the Parkinson's people, and going further down, even into sort of areas of sort of mental health well-being. Everybody needs that team behind them, diet and everything. And it's all about knowledge, which unfortunately, there's a large percentage of people who have very little understanding of Parkinson's, even if they've got it.
On a more cheerier note now, Russ is going to run through some ideas we've had for people with Parkinson's and what you should buy them for Christmas.
Indeed, thank you, Charlotte. Right, it'd be nice at this particular point to play some nice jingly Christmas carols, but we're in lockdown, so I'll be miserable. Coming in at number 10, Dragon Software. Now, this particular product allows you, it's what they call speech recognition. So if you're with Parkinson's, like me, you struggle to write, or you struggle to type or send emails, then the Dragon Software could be something interesting for you. Richards. Walking poles. Nordic poles. And there's a product on the market called the QB. Now, for anyone, I should have had slides presented for this so you could see it properly. But the QB is that little fella down at the bottom. And it's an exercise pedal machine. So you can pedal away while you're at work, while you're in your armchair. It's basically just a set of pedals and you can just cycle away. But it's fantastic during lockdown when you can't get out on your real bike. You may not have any particular exercise bike, so these would be ideal for buying somebody with Parkinson's for Christmas. We were recently introduced to a range of clothing which would be ideal for people with Parkinson's. It's called Magna Ready, and where you have buttons, this has magnets that look like buttons, so no one will realize that it's something different. Let's say, they're still very fashionable products, and they're the original magnetic apparel company. Another idea for somebody with Parkinson's is a gift. If you're feeling flush, something like a iPad or a tablet, and teach them. Spend some time with them and teach them, and that will open up the world of opportunities for them. If Richard could come in and explain about his friends, just know.
Sorry, I was doing something else, Russ. What was the question?
Tablets, iPads. Can you just give a quick couple of minutes about how it's revolutionized, it's changed the lives of a couple of your friends?
Yeah, well, having a tablet for a couple of people who I know who are sort of more older than myself, and that they've learned how to use it, it's allowed them to access the Parkinson's World community. So 9 months ago, these two people who are watching it here today have now become big celebrities across the world, and these people now attend a lot of support groups, and they dance with our friend who's coming on later here, David Laventhal, in New York. So their week is completely packed. So today, of course, they've come to watch us. Tonight, as long as I haven't forgotten, they've got movement with the Parkinson's group in Kent. Later on this week, they've got David Laventhal to dance with, and then my friend John then goes boxing on a Thursday night with me, all virtually, all because he's had an iPad.
Fantastic, and thank you, Richard. That was very poignant, and it's just to show people that iPads aren't necessarily just for business people. You can do a lot of things. You can interact with people. You can join Zoom, virtual conferences. You can basically have the world at your fingertips, which will help you get over this lockdown period. Another product which would be ideal for somebody with Parkinson's is, as we mentioned before, she was a panelist on our tech section. It's called the Eye for Life, which is the Pauto. Now, it's a walking stick with built-in laser and haptic feedback, so it can actually cue your movements to get you out of a situation where you may be in freezing. But it also has smart technology in it, so it can be traced to where the product is. So that's the end of me going to the pub. Another product that you may consider for people with Parkinson's is a Smovie. Now, the Smovies are available online, and they're basically a set of ball bearings that run through some plastic tubes to create the haptic feedback when you're using them. You can increase your grip and help your dexterity. Coming up is something that was mentioned earlier by Richard. Oh, there's a Smovie there. As you can hear, it's got weighted steel balls inside, and as the balls go through the tube, they vibrate off the ridges, and it gives you a haptic feedback. Thanks, Richard. Ziddy sticks are something that's definitely worth thinking about, as are what Richard mentioned earlier, the Kizix, the hands-free shoe range. So there's a lot of products and opportunities. I've got two more in my top 10. Is a mug made by a company called Jamba. And the idea behind the mug is it's ergonomically designed for people with grip issues. Last but not least, as we're all in lockdown, why not try and exercise, not only virtually, but have fun with you while you're doing it? And one of the products that we've put under test recently is the good old Nintendo Fitness. So you can go cycling, you can go jogging, you can do quite a bit with it, all at the same time while having fun. You're actually improving your daily workout. So that's my top 10. What do you reckon of that, Charlotte?
Hopefully I've got all of them. No, a good top 10. It's always difficult to know what to buy somebody with Parkinson's. And, you know, if you give them something that improves their quality of life, that's fantastic. That's what we feel. So it's been great going around the team, and we thank Helen in the background. And of course, we thank Annie Rudd, who's our videographer. He's doing a tremendous job for us today. And we're going to wrap up this session shortly. But if you've got any questions you want to ask us directly, we're always happy to answer questions. If you want to take a look at our website, it's www.parkinsonsconcierge.com. Contact us at a later date. But if you've got any gadgets, any ideas, any solutions for us with our Parkinson's, as we said before, there are over 60 symptoms with Parkinson's, 60 different symptoms, and it's no fun, believe you me.
If your gadget or your tech is able just to help with one or two of those specific symptoms, then that in itself would be a massive, massive plus for the person who it works for. And bear in mind that we're all different. We've all got different symptoms and different stages of symptoms. So if you've got like a product or a service that can eliminate or aid against one or two of those symptoms, for the person who that benefits will be very much appreciated. So please get in touch.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll close this session. I'm sure it's been very beneficial for anybody with Parkinson's and without Parkinson's to learn what we go through.
Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you. And we'll close this session off now with the next session starting at 5 past with a gentleman called Scott Ryder.
Hello, my name is Scott Ryder, and it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be part of the giant Global Innovation and New Technology Health event. I want to remember to especially thank my friends at Parkinson's Concierge for making it possible for me to be part of this event. Well, let's get started. I want to share with you a story today, a story about how I've dealt with Parkinson's now for almost 15 years. So at age 47, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and today at age 60, I'm still thriving. And I want to share with you 5 key ingredients to how I deal with Parkinson's. So the name of my presentation is called Living Well with Parkinson's Disease. Except I'm going to put a big X through that living well, and I want to tell you why I'm going to put a big X through that. Because I'm going to call this presentation Choosing to Live Well with Parkinson's Disease, because I really believe it's a choice. So my goal today is to help and encourage you, if you're a person like me and you have Parkinson's disease. I want you to remember that I think when especially somebody is newly diagnosed, they immediately think that Parkinson's disease is a death sentence. It's the end of their life. Really, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I suggest it's an opportunity. I'm not suggesting it's easy. Living with Parkinson's disease is definitely not easy. As you sit here, you can see the tremor in my right hand. And you know what? I've learned there's just some things that are beyond our control in life. But definitely Parkinson's disease is a new way of life, but we are in control of 5 very specific factors. Here are the 5 factors. Number 1, attitude, strategy, exercise, involvement, and look, I put attitude a second time, but in bold print. We'll talk more about that later. So choosing to live well with Parkinson's disease and attitude specifically. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm encouraging you to view Parkinson's disease as an opportunity. And I want to share with you how I've done that. People often ask me, what's Parkinson's disease really like? And I have a picture I like to share with people. And if you look on the screen, you'll see a rather unusual picture. There's a commode or a toilet, and off to the right, up in the windowsill, if you look closely, right up here, you'll see there is a roll of toilet paper. Well, that's not right. Toilet paper roll should never be up in the windowsill. That's just not right. And that's what Parkinson's disease is. It's hard to describe how awkward and odd it is, but everything's just off a little bit, like this picture. Have you ever heard somebody say, I'm not going to be defined by X, and you fill in the blank? I'm not going to be defined by the fact that I have this or that. Well, I want to talk to you about just the opposite. And what I mean by that is I decided early on when I was diagnosed that it was okay to be known as the guy with PD, with Parkinson's disease. And this goes back to attitude. Really, I decided to take a bad situation and try to make the best out of it. Or there's an expression we use here in the United States often called, I wanted to make lemonade out of lemons. And one of my hobbies is restoring old bicycles. So you see on the screen a beautiful Schwinn Stingray bicycle. And many of you may have had a bicycle like that when you were a child. When I received that bike, it was rusty and old looking and not good, and I restored it. And it looks really nice after I restored it. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, taking a bad situation and making something good out of it. I want to share with you a video where my wife talks about the day I was diagnosed.
He had told me that he felt like something was going wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. So he decided to go to a neurologist. We went in his office and he explained to us that he'd ruled everything else out. And he said, you have Parkinson's disease. And we went onto the parking lot and Scott cried. I'm sorry. For the first time I'd ever seen him be that sad. But you know what? He's never cried a day since then.
So did you hear what Kelly said? And like you, I'm sure that you can all remember the moment the physician said, you have Parkinson's disease. I remember where I was. I can remember what the weather was like. And I did. I felt sad. But you know what? Very quickly, I decided I was going to embrace that challenge. I decided that my battle with Parkinson's disease could help others with Parkinson's and really just people in general. Because what I've come to realize is everybody has a challenge in life, whether it's financial, health challenge, or relationship challenge. Also, I knew that other people would be watching me. And how did Scott Ryder handle the fact that he had this disease for which there is no cure, Parkinson's disease? So I want to share with you a little secret. And really, it's a big secret. Helping others helps me too. As a matter of fact, sometimes I feel guilty because I probably get more out of helping others than they get from me helping them. Now, my family would tell you that I'm the king of what they call head games. Do you remember this song?
Head games. It's you and me, baby. Head games. And I can't take it anymore.
So what am I talking about? Head games. Well, my daughter's a psychologist, and I used that expression once, and she said, Dad, that's not head games. That's called cognitive restructuring. And really what I'm talking about is a new way of thinking. I had to reshape my daily thoughts because I have to tell you, Parkinson's is not the life I had imagined. And I'm sure for all of you, it's the same. I can't think too far into the future because I don't mean to be negative, but I know that I'm not going to get better. That's just the reality of Parkinson's disease. However, I know that it's this moment right now that matters the most. The moment that you and I are together, you listening to me, and me thinking about how you're processing what I'm sharing. It's right now that counts. So it's the present that counts in any relationship you have with anybody. I want to share with you a story that occurred in my life, and somebody that really taught me about this attitude of sort of head games or cognitive restructuring. You can look this person up on the web, but I was on an airplane on a flight, and I looked to my left about 3 seats in front of me, and there was a man acting, and the best I could say,
strange. I thought maybe he was intoxicated. He was speaking loudly. We got ready to land, and he was standing up before we landed, and the flight attendant came screaming, "Sir, sit down. You can't be up out of your seat." And I really didn't understand what was going on. So the minute we got off the flight, I approached him, and I came to know that this was Bob, the lizard man. Bob is blind. If you look closely at the picture on the screen, you'll see Bob pictured with me after we got off that flight. And it's kind of hard to tell, but he had his pet dog with him. And he had a large headset on. And I said to Bob, "Bob, you can't see me, but what's your story?" Bob was changing a flat tire. It exploded, and he lost eyesight in both eyes. Today, Bob makes his living by doing what I would call burnouts on a motorcycle at different fairs and public events. But Bob possessed something very important that I think that we all need to do as people with Parkinson's. Number one, he stopped caring what other people thought about him. He knew he couldn't see. He knew he looked different and acted a little different than many people, but he stopped caring. He had what I call confident indifference. I'll never forget that encounter with Bob. But what I learned from that was what I call just ask. I tell people all the time, if you see somebody and you recognize something's not quite right with them, ask them. I've gone up to many, many people and I've said, "Hey, my name's Scott Ryder and I have Parkinson's disease." I show them my tremor. I said, "What's your story?" And they'll tell me their health situation. And if you're like me, most of us would rather people know the actual facts related to the condition rather than have them speculating with what might be wrong with us. So by asking, it takes the focus off me, gives others the opportunity to share what their situation is. And that feels good to most people. Now, it helps to have a sense of humor as it relates to Parkinson's disease. And I always say it's good to know a few jokes. So like one of my favorite jokes is, "Hey, what's black and all over the place?" The answer is my signature. Another joke I like to tell is that in the United States, we have lots of schools of veterinary medicine where somebody learns to be a veterinarian. And there's one school in particular that's doing a study, a bovine study. And bovine is just a fancy word for cattle. And what they've discovered is that bovine now have Parkinson's disease. And you know what they call it? Beef jerky. Do you get it? And then one of my last stories I want to share with you that contributes to having a sense of humor is I got off the airplane at Los Angeles International Airport once a few years ago. Now, this was a number of years ago, early on when I had Parkinson's. And of course, when I get off the airplane, the first place I had to is to the restroom. I don't mean to be crude in any way, but I went to the men's restroom, to the urinal. And I'm standing, I look to my left. Unbelievable. It was Muhammad Ali. I looked down to my right. It was Michael J. Fox. There I was standing right in the middle of two of the most famous people in the world with Parkinson's disease. The really troubling thing was I looked down at my feet that day and I was wearing sandals. If you don't get it, think about it because it's really pretty funny. Now, part of choosing to live well with Parkinson's disease is to have a strategy, and strategy can come into play in many ways. I say have your own strategy, have a plan. What am I talking about? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Let's talk about social situations. You know exactly what I mean when I say people with Parkinson's tend to withdraw from social situations. It's just a natural thing to do. There's a number of reasons people with Parkinson's do that. It could be depression. They'd be concerned about what other people think about them. But have a plan that you practice. Doesn't have to be a written plan. Maybe it's just in your mind. Well, what am I speaking about? Well, number one, consider your care partner. And that's a picture of my wife, Kelly, helping me get a dress shirt on. Because if you're anything like me, buttoning a shirt is not an easy task, nearly impossible at times. But consider your care partner. They don't want to be socially isolated from everybody. If there's one thing that COVID-19 has taught us, that social isolation is not a good thing. Well, people with Parkinson's tend to naturally isolate themselves from social situations. And you know what? Your care partner wants to be with you in social situations. So I have to take the focus off myself, think about my care partner. And as much as I may think that Kelly's embarrassed by me, she's not. She loves me unconventionally. She loves me even though I may be unconventional in some ways. She loves me unconditionally. She's not embarrassed by me at all. Seclusion, it's not good for any of us. Not good at all. And I think it's important to prove to yourself, I thought it was important to prove to myself that just because I had Parkinson's, I could still adapt and adjust to this new way of living. And it's interesting if you think about it. Other people care about you. They want to see you and they want to know how you're doing. How many of you can relate to this? I'll run into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. And the first thing they'll often ask me is, "Hey, Scott, how are you feeling? How are you doing?" And I bet the same applies to you. So others care about us. They want to know how we're doing. And I think it's important to let them know that we can live a really good life, even with PD, that we're not going to let that overtake us. I'm not going to go into the details on all these, but these are 3 studies that were done fairly recently about social isolation. And just look at some of the key phrases. Cognitive decline in socially isolated older adults. Poor cognitive functioning. Cognitive deficits is a key genetic marker. So the point is, this isn't just Scott Ryder's view. These are proven facts that isolation from socialization is not good for us, for our health at all. So one thing you can do is have a pre-planned introduction. When I'm into a social situation, and this is certainly pre-COVID, I put my hand out to shake somebody's hand, and I'd hold on to their hand tight until they felt my tremor, and I'd say, "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Scott Ryder." And they'd feel my tremor. I say, "I have Parkinson's disease, but don't worry, it's not contagious." They'd laugh, I'd laugh, and that would just bring a sense of calm to both of us. They know that I'm not dying, that I have Parkinson's. I know that they know that I have Parkinson's. So if you're going into a social situation, also take a minute and think about your medication. If you have an off period and you're on period, consider how long that social event may be and time it so that your medication is queued up just right for when you're there. If you're going to a place where there's going to be eating, maybe there'll be hors d'oeuvres around and things, eat before you go. Nobody's paying attention to whether you eat when you're there. So you don't have to be hungry while you're there. You don't have to worry about handling food while you're there. Just eat before you go. Use the bathroom before you go. Now, you still may have to use the bathroom while you're there, but these little pointers can make that social situation a whole lot more comfortable. And I like to say, de-stress your prep. So de-stress how you get ready. And dressing is certainly part of that. Make dressing as easy as possible. And I want to share with you a couple things that I've run into over the years that have helped me a lot. One is, and there are a number of companies that do this, but there's a shirt called Magna Ready. And if you've ever watched some of the videos about Magna Ready, they're really simple. No buttons, but it sure looks like buttons if you look at the pictures. Let me just show you a short video. So you can see how that just snaps right together, and it looks exactly like a regular button shirt. Also, I've run into a brand of shoes called Kizik, K-I-Z-I-K. You can find them at kizik.com. I want to show you a video I made for my YouTube channel. I was so excited about Kizik shoes that I posted a video on my YouTube channel. And this video has been widely received. There have been about 300,000 people watch this video. So check this out. Hey, this is Scott Ryder. Welcome to my YouTube channel. It's been a while. It's been a while since I posted a video. And I'm coming to you today with something really important, sort of a follow-up to a previous video I did. I've had Parkinson's disease now for about 14 years, and Parkinson's creates lots of challenges in my life. There's lots of things that should be simple that are not simple. One of those things that I've dealt with has been comfortable footwear. Kizik created a new shoe called the Madrid. It's a game changer for sure. It's my favorite Kizik shoe. I'm going to be sharing more Kizik shoes with you in the near future. But this is something you're definitely going to want to check out and order a pair as soon as possible. They come in blue and black. What I like is these shoes are made of mesh, and you may recall my toes tend to curl, and they go like this involuntarily sometimes. So finding comfortable shoes has been a big challenge. Additionally, just tying my shoes is a big challenge. Getting them on my feet is a big challenge. That all changes with Kizik. So for people in the Parkinson's world, this is something that I would call a must-have. So I'm going to stand up and show you how easy these are to use. But I want to show you one last thing before I do that. Kizik even includes an extra pair of shoestrings, in this case gray, so you could change your blue strings to gray strings just to kind of change things up, a little excitement, a little snazzy footwear. So I'm going to stand up now, and I'm going to show you how easy these are to put on. I just take my foot, and I slide forward, and it's on. And I'm not very coordinated, but that's it. And they're good looking shoes too, but I feel like I'm floating on air right now. They're so amazingly comfortable. I hope you'll check out the Madrid, the new shoe by Kizik. It's made of mesh. It's incredibly comfortable. It's by far my favorite shoe I've ever had on. Easy to put on. I'll show you one more time. And keep in mind my balance isn't the greatest. And I pop it right on. So we're still on strategy. So if going to a social situation, also, if there are going to be drinks of any type, think of the type of glass you're going to hold. Personally, I don't like those glasses with those long stems. They're uncomfortable to me. I like something a little shorter that I can get my hand around a little easier. Look around the room for places and things you might trip on. Look for chairs that you might go take a rest should you get tired. So kind of scout out the room. Never hesitate to ask for help. I think sometimes when we have Parkinson's, we let our pride get in the way. I know that I like to be as independent as possible, but I've been in pretty unusual situations. I've had people help me tie my shoes in the airport. I've had complete strangers help me button my shirts. I've never had anybody refuse my request for help. So don't ever hesitate to ask for help. Strategize how to dress, how to eat, and how to live. Now, another part of strategy is seeking the proper healthcare professional. This is Scott Ryder's personal opinion. I think it's very important to consult a movement disorder specialist, a neurologist who's a movement disorder specialist. So there's lots of information on the web about that, but if you're seeing a general neurologist, that's okay, but I would encourage you to learn more about what's called a movement disorder specialist if you're not already seeing one. Exercise. I would contend that exercise may just be the most important medication, and it's really not a medication, but it's certainly as important as any medication I take. And exercise and Parkinson's are so important. So there's an exercise program here in the United States. It's the #1 evidence-based exercise program in the world by most accounts called Delay the Disease. And actually, they're doing virtual classes now. You could check it out at totalhealthworks.com. But there's great exercise programs in the United Kingdom as well. My real point is, if you're not participating in an exercise program, do so. For me, I have a personal trainer who's certified in this special area called Delay the Disease, this program that I just made reference to. There's boxing. I want to introduce you to something called Zitty Sticks. So when we're talking about strategy, how to live well and healthy with Parkinson's, and this is an example. I tend to drag my right foot, my right leg, and not swing my right arm. My gait's not good. And I discovered these great tools called Zitty Sticks. Now, before you see this video, I want to tell you, some of you are going to say, well, I'll just go buy broomsticks and use those. I would encourage you to invest in Zitty Sticks. They're very inexpensive. I'll tell you how you can find them, because there's a lot of science and technology that's gone into these. And there's a cognitive aspect to these as well, sort of a neuroplasticity impact because of the beads and the sound of the beads. So let me show you a quick video.
Let's show them how it's done. So we're walking, and his upper body's relaxed, and he's taking nice big steps. Just perfect. We want to get into a nice gait, and speed really doesn't matter. I just want you to make sure the person in front is relaxed.
So that gives you an idea about how Zitty Sticks work. But it's amazing. I've seen people that have a real struggle with their gait and their arm swing use those Zitty Sticks on a daily basis. And eventually they sort of retrain their brain to have a more effective walk. For me, cycling is my preferred exercise of choice. And I cycle as often as I can. And that's a picture of when I lived in Ohio. which is in the northern part of the United States, before relocating to South Carolina. And I just wanted you to see that I ride my bike year round, even when it was cold outside. I think it's important to set a goal for exercise. So maybe a number of minutes or a number of days per week. I think it's important to exercise every single day to get that heart rate up. And I'm not alone in thinking that. You can read lots of different information from lots of professionals that will tell you. But I think it's also important to set a specific goal, something exciting to look forward to. So last summer, I set a goal of riding my bike from the northern part of the state of Ohio in the United States to the southern part of the United States. And it's about a 400-mile bike ride. So myself and some friends did that over a 4-day ride. And it was very hilly parts of it. And I got to tell you, what a great feeling of accomplishment riding that bike so many miles, at least for me, over that period of time. But set your own goal, make it personal, something you're excited about. And that's really my point. Get excited about exercise. Maybe your goal is so many minutes per day, so many days per week, so many push-ups. There's lots of ways to approach exercise. But I want to show you somebody that inspires me. This is a gentleman that I know of that lives in the state of Maine. And he's run several marathons and he has Parkinson's disease. But let me show you how determined he is. And I think determination is a big important factor as dealing with Parkinson's disease. Watch closely as he ends the near of a marathon, 26.2 miles.
We are at 3:32.14. He is running second place in the marathon. There he is, 58 years of age. He is so close to my guys. Come on in. You can do this, Mike. They're all right there, Mike. Let's keep the path clear for him.
So did you see that? Mike fell down twice, but he got up and he kept on going. Choosing to live well, choosing with Parkinson's disease, involvement. Spend time with people that inspire you. Spend time with other people with Parkinson's. This is a friend of mine named Dan who has Parkinson's. I used to work out with him before I moved, and he was an inspiring guy to work out with because he worked out hard. He would really push himself and encourage me to push myself. So spend time around positive people that make your life better. Maybe you encourage yourself through writing. I have a blog where I express many of my thoughts and feelings. And maybe you want to journal. There's lots of ways to be encouraged about how to live a life with Parkinson's disease. Living with Parkinson's disease is a way of life. So I say get involved. Immerse yourself into the Parkinson's world. There's so many people that want to help and encourage. It really, truly is a place of encouragement. It's also a place to gain knowledge. I've learned so much more about Parkinson's disease than I would have had I not got involved in the Parkinson's community, had I just stayed secluded. I would encourage you to do the same. So become part of a support group. If you're not part of a Parkinson's support group, find one. Just search the web. They're everywhere. If there's not one in your area, start one. My wife just started a support group in our neighborhood for people whose spouses have Parkinson's disease. So she's part of a support group. There's the Parkinson's UK. What a great organization. I just can't tell you enough about how great the Parkinson's of UK is and all the tools they have. I encourage you to search them out on the web and look for ways to get involved. There's their email, there's their web address, and they have lots of different events. But to me, their mission is really important. Together, we'll find a cure and improve life for everybody affected by Parkinson's disease. And I really like the improved life part. I've told many people, you know, if I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease 30 years ago, the physician would have prescribed carbidopa-levodopa. I'm diagnosed with Parkinson's disease today, the physician prescribes carbidopa-levodopa. So I like to be affiliated with an organization that is working on improving life for everybody today. Yes, do I want them to find a cure? I sure do, but probably not going to happen during my lifetime. So in the meantime, I want to be associated with somebody that has the tools and ways of helping people make life better today that have Parkinson's disease. And I can certainly say that about the Parkinson's UK. They have lots of different events. Now, COVID has changed some of these, but there's the Walk for Parkinson's. They have something called Time to Get Active, the 30-day challenge, the three-legged challenge. And again, some of these have been impacted by COVID, but if you look online at their schedule, they've got a lot of very exciting things coming up in 2021. There are a number of other ways to get involved. You can go online to the Michael J. Fox Foundation. Great information. In the United States, there's something called the Parkinson's Foundation. Just a wealth of knowledge and tools that they make available that you can print off and look at right via the web for free at no charge. But become familiar with these organizations and learn how they can help you and learn how you can, in return, help support them. Seminars, available lots of places. In the United States, we have an event called Moving Day, sponsored by the Parkinson's Foundation. And Moving Day is a great event that I'll tell you a little bit more about in a little bit, but there are clinical trials specifically in your area. You might want to look up the Cure Parkinson's Trust. There's their web address. Clinical trials are so important, and I know I've said this a lot of times today. Of course, COVID has sort of changed that world, but we need to get together as a group of people with Parkinson's and participate in clinical trials, because that's the way we make advancement towards learning more about what Parkinson's disease is and hopefully one day how to find a cure. So I mentioned earlier Moving Day. It's probably my favorite way of getting involved in Parkinson's here in the United States. I was the second largest fundraiser in the history of the event. So it's in all the big cities all across the United States. And my team, Scott Ryder, IWNQ, raised $100,000. That's the second largest amount ever raised in the event. And IWNQ, if you could see my wristband, I wear a green wristband every day that says, I will never quit. And that's sort of my theme for you too. I hope that you'll never quit. And one way to participate is getting involved in the Parkinson's community. So there's a picture of Moving Day a year ago in Charleston, South Carolina. We were the top team, the largest fundraiser in all of South Carolina. And you know what? Participating in these events, once again, it takes the focus off me, and it's a way to make the difference in lives of other people. That's so important. There it is, attitude. Remember my outline in the beginning? I said attitude twice. I want to talk to you, and wrapping up, I'm coming to the end of my presentation, a little bit more about attitude. I want you to know that, like so many of you, I have many of the same challenges associated with PD that you do. Some of the things I struggle with is losing my house keys. I can't tell you, someday, I think my record is one day I lost my keys 7 times in one day. I oftentimes need help dressing and cutting my food. Driving, I think my driving days are coming to an end soon. Not a good thing. Multitasking is nearly impossible. It's an overwhelming thing for me to try to get it to multitask. I guess said bluntly, I can't multitask. Some mornings, because of stiffness, I crawl out of bed. I have this problem with my toes where they pull back and cramp up, and I call it toe restricting. And like so many of you, sleeping can be a real challenge, and not sleeping leads to so many other issues in life. So I understand Parkinson's disease, but here's what I'm convinced about. I think there were a set of events early on in my life that have given me the tools that I need today to fight Parkinson's disease with excitement, energy, and vigor. And that may sound strange, but I really believe that. There's the green bracelet I was telling you about. I will never quit. If you'd like one of those, contact the people at Parkinson's Concierge, because I've provided them with hundreds of them, and they'll figure out a way to get it to you. I say let's spread the IWNQ attitude across the globe. I will never quit. I think it's important if you have Parkinson's disease to possess the attitude that no matter how hard it gets, you will never give up, you'll never quit. Running has always been a big part of my life. More specifically, I like to put it this way: my faith, my family, and running are the three most important things in my life, and really in that order. I ran in track and field competitively in high school and college and the Olympic trials. And I know in the United Kingdom, I think we're going to call it athletics. So I attended a university called The Ohio State University. And I was blessed to have a fair amount of success running on the track and field team at The Ohio State University. I was a two-time All-American. I won our conference championship 3 times. But I think this is maybe the most important thing for you to know. In our conference championship, which is called the Big Ten, I finished second 5 times. I like to joke and say that's not easy to do, but you know what? When you finish second, you have a choice to make. I'm going to talk to you about that choice here in a little bit. But first, I want to tell you about an event that took place in your country in 1983. The United States versus England in a track and field competition. I was invited to represent the United States versus England, and we were outside of Birmingham, England, at Cosford Air Force Base, the Royal IAF Air Force Base, where the indoor track was, at least at that time. And that day, I had the honor and privilege of running in a race against the great Sebastian Coe and the great Peter Elliott. So there's 2 Americans, 2 from Great Britain, and there is a rabbit. And I want to show you that race, and I want to show you what happened. And most importantly, I want you to know what I learned from that race. So I'm going to break this up. It's not going to be the greatest picture, but this is the great Sebastian Coe. Needs no introduction, the greatest middle distance runner in the history of the world. This is me, Scott Ryder from the United States of America. This is Peter Elliott. This is a pace setter. He'll drop out of the race, or a rabbit he's called. This is my teammate. So I want you to see what happens in this race.
The 800 meters, the classic. And away they go. And boy, he's gone, pouring off, and Colin Swedd's gone after him. And Peter Elliott's chasing too. That upright posture, that elegant stance. So smooth. And Colin Swedd taking up the running, which is exactly what Sebastian Coe and everybody else wanted. They've run the 200 meters. They'll break from their lanes now.
Now, I want to give you a little background. First of all, that's me in last place, far behind the leader. Sebastian Coe announced prior to this race that his intention was to break the world record. I was good at that point in my running career in 1983. I could compete against most countries' top 800-meter runners and hold my own, but I wasn't Sebastian Coe or Peter Elliott good. All right, let's carry on.
Now, and Sebastian Coe tucks into second, and Peter Elliott goes into third as Colin Swedd sets the time, 24.8 at 200 meters. And a fast time is on, and Coe is flowing beautifully. And Colin Swedd is taking him round nicely, and the 2 Americans find themselves at the back, and the gap is growing.
I never understood why the announcer had to say the 2 Americans find themselves in the back. I think the picture is pretty clear that we're in the back, and I like to joke about that. I always thought that was funny.
As Peter Elliott finds it difficult to keep this pace going. Up to 400 meters, and the clock stops at 50.99. That is very quick indeed.
Now I want to stop right there. We're halfway through the race. This is Sebastian Coe. This is Scott Ryder. We just went through in 50.99 the first half of the race. That is fast. That is so fast. In fact, I'm not going to kid you. At that point, I thought, I'll never finish this race. I'm going to drop out of this race. Certainly something on my body hurts. I truly thought about quitting, but I'm glad I didn't quit. I want to tell you why. But let's carry on and see near the end of the race.
So that world record is suddenly on, 1:46.0. The crowd sensing it and are really getting there. And still he looks unperturbed and unruffled. He takes the lead, goes past the pacemaker. Peter Elliott can't get with him, but Peter Elliott still holding off the challenge of the Americans. And suddenly there's only one man left. 3/4 of the race over. The gap is 10 meters. Peter Elliott is battling.
So we're near the finish of the race. And I want to tell you before we get to the end of the race, I finished so far behind in 3rd place, just soundly defeated by Sebastian Coe and the great Peter Elliott, that it was somewhat embarrassing. But I want to tell you about what happened at the end of that race.
And Coe is flowing and Coe is flying. 1:18.4 at 600 meters. and the 3,500 that came to Cosford are watching what they wanted to see. Elliott still battling away with two very good Americans.
I like to laugh and stop the race at this point because the announcer says, Elliott battling against two very good Americans. And we're so good that look how far Sebastian Coe is in front of us. So I appreciate the compliment, but I have to really question that we're not that good or we wouldn't be that far behind.
I must say, and Peter Elliott holding them off, and it's a classic 1 and 2, but watch the clock. 1:46 the world record, and it has been shattered.
So the world record had been 146 something. Sebastian Coe, you saw the time, 144.92. I ran 148 that day, and I'm glad I didn't quit, and I'll tell you why. My time was one of the top 10 in the world, one of the fastest by an American that year, 1983. And I never would have been able to say that had I quit. And that's the way Parkinson's disease is. We can't quit because we miss out on so many experiences if we quit. I want to encourage you, no matter how big your challenge is, no matter what stage or phase you're in with Parkinson's disease, don't quit. Never quit. There's my badge from participating for the United States in the 1983 Olympic trials. I was eliminated the very first day, didn't make the Olympic team. But I realized from that challenge and that experience, and from all those times I finished second, they taught me something I said early on in this presentation. Things don't always turn out the way we want. We're not in control of everything. But it prepared me for the biggest race of my life, and that's the battle against Parkinson's disease, or the race against Parkinson's disease. And I like to say that Parkinson's is a form of finishing second. So just like all those times I finished second, I had a choice. Get up off the track, try to get better, or give up. We can't give up if we have Parkinson's disease. We must carry on and never quit. So you too have that same choice. Try to get better through exercise, seeing the right kind of physician, eating well, making your life simple by the way you dress, everything that you're in control of, your attitude. Here's what's ironic. Running is how I discovered that I had Parkinson's, because I would run and my toes would start clenching, and that led me to the physician. But that's also what instilled in me the attitude to fight every day against this terrible disease and to never give up. So my encouragement to you, my friends in the United Kingdom and around the world, is to develop the I will never quit approach to living with Parkinson's disease. How can you do that? Those 5 key factors: attitude, develop a strategy, exercise daily, get involved in the Parkinson's community, and attitude. You can't have too much good attitude. So in conclusion, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity from Giant to participate, my friends at Parkinson's Concierge. There's the address for my blog, my email address, if you want to check out my YouTube channel. And I have a really neat new Facebook page called Parkinson's Place, where I review new products made specifically to help people with Parkinson's. So check it out and please subscribe, share it with your friends, like it. Remember early on, I talked to you about Kizik shoes? Thanks to the people at Parkinson's Concierge, now available in the United Kingdom at kizik.com. Because you took the time to watch this presentation and be part of the Giant Conference, you can be one of the first in Great Britain, or the United Kingdom, I should say, to enjoy a pair of these shoes. 15% off. The discount code is GIANT15. So check these shoes out because they'll make your life much better, and use the discount code GIANT15, kizik.com. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you. Best of luck. Most importantly, IW&Q. Never quit.
and we are happy to have two patients here living with Parkinson's. Mr. Matt Eagles, yet again.
What do you mean, yet again? I'm happy to help.
I know you are. I know you are. You're a gent and a scholar. And Charlotte Allen. Now we're just waiting for Associate Professor Dr. Aparna Shukla to join us, as well as Professor Ray Chowdhury. So, in the meantime, in this little interlude, we'll sing. Just kidding. I'll hand over to you two so you can give your ideas while we're waiting.
Do you want to go first, Matt? It's great to have people like Matt on here because he's a seasoned Parkinson's professional, aren't you, Matt? He's been diagnosed with Parkinson's since he was 8 years old, and now he's in his 50s, or the right side of the 50s, so hey?
That's very true, Charlotte. But I'm a bit concerned. How on earth can we follow that fantastic presentation from Scott Ryder? Wow, that was amazing.
Yeah, and he's going to be walking right across America in June of next year, hopefully. So with his buddies, one side to the next. So amazing. So
Right, we're still waiting on Associate Professor Aparna to join us.
Russ,
And
I keep on hearing a repeat of the sound. It keeps on repeating about, there's a delay of about 3 or 4 seconds.
yeah, we're just addressing it now. Is that better?
All right. Yeah, it's much better. Thank you.
Yep. Just like you, we were watching Scott Ryder's presentation. It's fantastic.
I don't think I'd have made it past a lap, let alone finished in a world record paced race with Sebastian Coe.
Yeah.
I might have met him coming the other way, though.
I would have been on the sidelines. Do we have Dr. Shukla? Your name's on the screen, but
Aparna, are you there?
so the title of this session is "How do you treat a condition when you don't know the cause of it?" Just waiting on 2 more people joining us, but in the meantime, Matt and Charlotte, if you'd like to do a dance.
Gee,
You'd like to find a solution, Matt?
Occasionally. Actually, if I may, Russ, I'll just mention the fact that obviously I got Parkinson's so young. They're not specifically sure exactly what caused it. However, it is suspected because I showed some of the Parkin genetics, the Parkin1 gene, that it was actually, and if anybody's listening, it can help me sort of with the science, because I'm not a scientist. I think the Parkin gene that I have has been activated by either some herbicide or pesticide I've come into contact with in the community. Because I mess around in the local fields and what have you as a young boy. So that might have been the cause. They just don't know. But having said that, I also drank brake fluid. I licked emulsion paint off a paintbrush. I did some pretty crazy things as a toddler and ended up having my stomach pumped several times. So it could perhaps have been any one of those, and sort of, I guess the gene could have been activated by one of those chemicals that I've ingested. And it's nobody's fault. Well, possibly my own, I guess. I also ate the pink phosphorus off a box of matches. I did get fed though as a child. I just want to point that out as well. So yeah, it's very difficult to find an individual cure because there are so many different causes of Parkinson's.
Funny that, Matt, because I've got the same gene as you.
Oh, you got the Parkin one?
Yes, I have as well. And like you, when I was younger, I used to spend a lot of time in fields and out and about. I had horses as a child. So I was always in the countryside and near pesticide as well. So that's quite strange too.
There is. Bars in his book, the one that he's written. They do mention specific herbicide and pesticide. I can't. What's the name? My Parky brains just kicked in. It's a chemical they use in that. Do you know what it is? Can you remember what it is? It's the main one. It's still manufactured in this country today, although it might be banned.
Yeah, it's
paraquat.
Paraquat.
That's the one.
Glyphosate.
Paraquat. So if anybody's out there that is involved in the manufacture of paraquat, stop right now. It's dangerous, and it can increase your chances of anybody that comes into contact with it of getting Parkinson's by quite some degrees. So, yeah, we need to stop it, please.
Wouldn't it be quite interesting though if you took a group of like 100 people and asked them about their backgrounds and where they lived and compared it that way and just see if there's any similarities going on or similarities to do with people's professions or anything like that? What do you think about that, Matt?
I think that if it's not been done, I don't know. I haven't researched, but I suspect, yes, that will be very, very interesting. I think some people in the United States who live near contaminated well water, the farmers that have used the paraquat and the chemicals on their crops, I think there's a higher case of Parkinson's in those particular communities. But I suspect we'd find a whole lot of different patterns into the sources of Parkinson's because, of course, again, and if there are any scientists out there to correct me if I'm wrong, Parkinson's is, because it is degenerative, will naturally occur in certain people as their brain cells and their producing cells die as they get older.
Yeah.
So that's obviously a different gene attack. We could really do with
a gene specialist.
Ray Chowdhury back. Sort of confirm or deny what I'm saying. Really, I'm saying I'll admit I'm not a scientist. This is why we need it. We need it explaining in sort of layman's terms, I guess.
We do.
Totally understand that, Matt. And as you say, if Mr. Chowdhury was back, we'd be able to put that question to him. We're also waiting on Aparna joining as well. Now, on my screen, I think I can see Aparna's box, but she's not turning on the camera or her microphone at the moment. So our technical guys are sorting that out as we speak.
Okay, can I now then extend my extreme gratitude to every single person involved on this track. Big thanks to Barry Schreier, head of Giant, for ensuring that the track's actually in place, because it's been brilliant. It's been so informative. There's been such a wide range of topics discussed that are relevant to today's Parkinson's community, I feel. And some genuinely inspirational talks as well. I really do think that. And huge thanks, obviously, to Russ, to Charlotte, to Richard, to Helen, to Annie Rude behind the scenes. You've done a brilliant, brilliant job. And thank you. Very impressed.
Apparently, Ray's in the lobby. He'll be with us
You're
soon.
on mute.
We could help him through.
Charlotte, you're on mute. I'm gonna get a T-shirt printed with "You're on mute." Hey, the amount of seminar. Thank you for that, Matt. It's certainly appreciated.
No.
And you, of all people, know that what Charlotte and I do. It's not about us. It's about everyone with Parkinson's.
I know you, and we totally get that, and honestly, you're so appreciated.
You know, I live with Parkinson's.
Yeah.
I'm going to die with Parkinson's, or a condition, and they'll put it down. Oh, he's had Parkinson's. Blah blah blah.
Oh, Ray's struggling to join, by the way. I've just had an email from him.
Can one of the technical guys bring him in from the lobby, please, to room 3?
Oh, can I just say as well, the big Parky house is genius. I've never seen anything like that done before, but the insights you get from that are just phenomenal, because Parkinson's is about the way you have to, for the best way of living. That's what people need to know.
Absolutely.
What is going on in people's everyday lives. So that was, I really enjoyed that, and a whole host of interesting and sort of informative people were on there.
Yeah, it was very good. We've been wanting to do that for a while.
And we're
Marcus Bentley, of course.
I was going to say we're indebted to Marcus Bentley for his voiceover, the voice of Big Brother.
Some real authenticity going on there. Much appreciated.
We also wanted to extend our special thanks to everyone who's made the show come together. Had we had a little bit more time, the idea of the Parkinson's house was to actually have products that we could show. And obviously fitting like a stair lift and things is all right for some, but not everyone needs one. So, you know,
this is an idea that can be totally developed, though, can't it?
Oh yeah, it can. We can have it once a month and invite different people in to explain what their symptoms are. You can still do it after COVID, can't you?
Let's have a real Parky house then.
Yeah.
The real big Parky house. That'd be brilliant.
See, a lot of manufacturers of products and services, Matt, might not even realize that their products or services are ideal for people with Parkinson's.
Yeah,
Charlotte and I went to a kitchen company that's owned by a friend of ours recently, and there was this dishwasher, and the bottom tray pulled out, but it lifted right up to the bench level.
Oh, wow.
So you didn't have to like stretch and bend down to pick the stuff out the bottom level. And
tremendous.
What a difference that'd make to our lives. But whether that company know that people with Parkinson's would benefit from something like that.
So I think what is so important is there's no point developers developing products just for the sake of developing products. They need to develop things to sort of for a need. Sorry, Professor Chowdhury, I'm taking over here, so I'll stop.
No problem at all. I'm sorry, I've been having quite a lot of IT problems today, and I'm sandwiched between several talks. So
right. Well, if we can pass back to you, Professor Chowdhury, because we do realise that you haven't got very long. The topic of the discussion this afternoon is how do you treat a condition when you don't know the cause?
Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say, you know, it's not to put you on the spot or anything, because we certainly value your knowledge, your opinion, but we also understand that as probably one of the top people in the world renowned, what you say is very much appreciated by us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that accolade. It's a really big thing to carry. And I think the question is a really, really important one. And I think it's really important that we understand the fact that we still don't understand Parkinson's completely. And I think some of it came out in my talk. You know, we keep on talking about this as a condition that's, you know, you're just treated with dopaminergic medication and so on. But, you know, we've been doing that for 60 years, and we have to see where we've come. We have a lot of excitement in the early 90s. Genes will sort everything out. That was in 1991. We're still discovering new genes. But is it actually helping somebody with people with Parkinson's and their carers? And I think there's a fundamental question there, which we need to address. And I think at this moment in time, what we can do very effectively is symptom control. And the symptom control, in my view, should be not just the motor problems, but also the non-motor problems. And we're neglecting that. Majority of our clinicians are failing our patients, in my view. I know it's a controversial statement. And I showed that in our data, that in the UK, for instance, over 70% of consultations never ask anything about non-motor, because people just talk about a little bit about the tremor, a little bit about the dyskinesia, how are you at home, blah, 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 and the consultation is over. So I think we need to get our act together. As long as we do good symptom control, and as long as the patients, the industry, the charities get together and develop research programs which really addresses the fundamental pathophysiological basis, only then will come close to the cure, close to halting the condition. At this stage of in the research and clinical area, if I develop Parkinson's, if I went to my doctor and the doctor said, look, you're like this now, but I can keep your condition like this even in 10 years' time. In other words, we won't have a progression. That's good enough for me, at least at this moment, but we don't even have that. So I think there's a lot of energy and effort being spent on molecules and their development, which is great, but we need to look at the bigger picture. Once we do that, we'll have an answer. At this moment in time, I have to agree that we can treat symptoms very well, but not the condition.
Thank you, Professor Chowdhury. Can I hand over to Matt, who's got a question there?
Yeah, if I may, do you think as a general community we're victims of our own views of the way, or our own perceptions of the way Parkinson's is? And I'll give you an example. If you Google Parkinson's, you get an old man. And the image is over 200 years old. It doesn't represent women. It doesn't represent younger people. And I think I apologise if any neurologists are out there that maybe feel I'm wrong, but I think a lot of older neurologists perhaps are still perceiving Parkinson's, and it's been said before, as an older person's disease. People, Afro-Caribbean women in their 20s, you know, how does an old guy? So I think what I'm trying to say is we need to change how the way people perceive Parkinson's. And
I agree, and I hear you completely, and you're absolutely right. Again, something I said, one size doesn't fit all.
No.
There is this perception that older people, and you see those pictures, somebody stooped forward, very stiff. That's what people still used to teach medical students. But Parkinson's not that at all. I have people with Parkinson's 15, 20 years, many like yourselves, who are still working, who are still active. We have people who have had 20 years of Parkinson's without any dementia or anything like that. So the perspective needs to change. We need to understand, like any disorder, you'll have a severe spectrum, but there is also a significant non-severe spectrum where the message needs to be much more holistic, much more positive, and the fact that everybody doesn't end up like that at all. And I think you're absolutely right. And particularly when you have learned groups, learned societies, or other groups trying to project the image of Parkinson's, it should have a whole picture, not just that.
Do you think, sorry to interrupt, Will, sorry. Do you think, I mean, one of the problems is people Google Parkinson's a lot, obviously for information.
Sorry, come again.
It's the Wikipedia site in particular that has the best SEO. So it's always the old guy that comes up. Do you think you can help us change that image?
Very much so. I'd be very happy to address that as soon as I can.
Because that would be a huge selling.
Yeah, I hear you completely, and I think it's a really important message. And it's important message for people who might get the diagnosis in the coming years, that they don't have this negative perception. That's one of the things I tend to do. Like, if somebody's newly diagnosed, I don't necessarily put them in touch with societies and this and that, because sometimes, you might get a slightly wrong perception of the condition. And it's really important to have a positive message, I think.
That's one reason why we're setting up like a buddy system for newly diagnosed people. So if they do want to contact somebody with a condition, they can, and talk to somebody, who lives with a condition. So, that's another angle too. But we're really keen as well, Matt, to change the images that people look up and see, because there's nothing worse than going to a meeting and seeing all other people at different levels of the condition of the disease and thinking, gosh, I'm going to be like that, because you can't compare yourself to anyone, because no two people are the same.
I mean, I have a Wikipedia account now, but I was at another conference called The Wired, and at Wired Live, and I actually managed to speak to some people who can help us change. But I think, because I'm not a medical person, I think we need the backing of people like Chowdhury.
Absolutely, totally on board. Totally on board. Let me know what I can do. I'm very happy to change as well. I mean, it's been something I've been calling for a long time. Guys, I'm very sorry. I'm being called from the other group, so I need to do a talk there now. Please feel free, Charlotte, to Russ, to email me if there are any questions. I'll be very happy to answer them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we did realise that you only had a short time, so on behalf of everyone.
I was late in joining as well, but sorry.
No, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, as Professor Ray Chowdhury leaves us, we still at the moment are waiting for.
Is Aparna there? Can she?
Aparna, can you hear us, Aparna? If so, you're on mute and your camera isn't turned on. Aparna, if you can hear us.
Going forward, Matt, though, with that idea, I think it's a definite project that we should get, people behind us in the community to change it all, because you're so right on what you say with that.
I've got the images.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to know. I just need some help doing it. I've got the account for Wikiso, but if we had the backing of Professor A, from a medical point of view, then that's even better.
Mm-hmm. Who else do you need?
Sorry.
Who else do we need?
We just need the whole kit. Well, I just need to know how to be able to physically. Unfortunately, I'm not that bright anymore because of my Parkinson. So I'm not entirely sure how. I've got PDFs of how to do it, but I have to hold my hands up. I'm not as smart as I used to be, I have to say, but so I need some help. And I think with the right people in the right sort of areas, if Google, if there's anybody out there from Google who can help us, then that would be truly amazing too.
Yeah.
Get the SEO of get the image of Parkinson's not to be an old guy stick drawing.
Yeah.
We need one of women. We need one of people of colour.
I think that's what we need to do. And from your perspective, you're very well known, not only in the UK but worldwide. And I think what we need to do is use that to your advantage, Matt. And exactly the same shift is happening in the pharma industry, where at one time it just used to be them who said what goes. Now it's like patient involvement, and they're actually starting to listen to the patient.
Absolutely, yeah. There is definite progress being made without a shadow of a doubt.
Might not be quick enough for everyone.
No.
So going
Sorry.
forward, let's see what resources we need for that and who we need on board, and we'll campaign for it and get it done.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any campaign. We just need to. I mean, it's so many people want it to change, and we've got the tide behind us. Let's do it, guys. Have we got Dr. Apana? Is she here now?
We're trying our best to get her in. Our technical guys in the background are doing everything they can. There's an AW shown on my screen, but she doesn't seem to be answering. We're doing our best.
Well, it's very. I've enjoyed it immensely. If we can take one thing away from this, is we need to change the way people perceive the image of people perceive Parkinson's. It's not a disease, as Professor Chowdhury said, it's a syndrome.
Yeah.
And it covers so many different types of people. And it needs to change. Anybody who's listening, anybody out there who can help us, please get in contact. Because this is a game. If we can do this, it's a game changer. It truly is.
It's very sorry, Charlotte. It's very much like Senseo before. You know, these are challenging times. People are locked down. People are feeling isolated, anxious, nervous, scared. Not only is that a known side effect of having Parkinson's, but it's also getting challenged even further, even greater when you can't go and see your family or your friends. So that Senseo product is addressing that issue of creating sensors which allow you to stay in contact. So it's not all about
Liviu is one of these games. He's going to change the world eventually. I'm quite convinced about that. He does. I came across Liviu in 2017 when I was on a panel with him. He's brilliant. Helps your memory. The Sensero will eventually. I mean, it'll take a while of adoption, but hey, I think it's a game changer personally.
Can we put you on the list for testing then with it?
If it's, I'd love to. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, yeah, I'm going to put myself out. Yeah, definitely. As long as it doesn't interfere with my
we'll find out first.
electrodes. But I was quite impressed by Liviu's answer when I asked him that question. So I'm happy. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to disappear now. I'm afraid.
Okay, Matt, we know that you've got to be away, but thank you as always. It's a pleasure. Sorry, it's virtual. You know, the last time.
Hey, no, let's hope next year it's going to be in the flesh. We'll have an even bigger Parky house, and the image of Parkinson's will not be a 200-year-old man.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Matt Eagles.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Positivity in person living with Parkinson's. Thank you. So, unfortunately, we've had trouble technically getting Associate Professor Wagner. Sorry, I'm losing my script.
Next up, I think we have David Leventhal of Dance for PD. So we'll be inviting him into the room to tell us all about what they do in the States and how they're improving quality of life for people with Parkinson's by dance. So we'll just wait for David to enter the room and then we'll be off on the next track.
Again, we offer our apologies for anyone who's tuned in to listen to the conference session that we've just had. Unfortunately, Dr. Shukla wasn't able to join us. So we made do with Matt Eagles and Charlotte Allen with the help of Professor Ray Chowdhury. while we're waiting for David to join, a couple of things about Parkinson's. One, it's the fastest growing neurological condition in the world. Currently, estimates show that it affects 10 million people worldwide, with in between 147 and 157,000 of those people here in the UK. Our call out to anyone who has any tech, any products or gadgets that would benefit the life of people with Parkinson's or make things easier, please get in touch. Right, moving on, I'm very, very pleased and honored to welcome David Leventhal to the stage. So, David, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Russ, and hello, everybody. It's really good to be with you. I just want to check that you can hear me. Thumbs up. Yes. Okay. Excellent. I'm David Leventhal. I'm the program director of Dance for PD, based here in New York City, with a network all around the globe. We are very thrilled to be with you. And I just want to extend my deepest gratitude to Russ and Charlotte and everyone at Parkinson's Concierge for inviting me to be part of today's presentation, which is groundbreaking. I know that you've all been enjoying the words and ideas that have come before. I'm going to share some thoughts with you about the power of dance and movement, and really thinking about each and every one of us thinking like a dancer. Whether you're in a class, whether you're at home, whether you're streaming a movement experience, we all have access to the tools and processes that dancers use to navigate the world, and you can learn those tools just in a matter of minutes. So I'm going to be with you here for just under half an hour and share some of those tools with you. When you leave today, you will all be thinking like dancers, and hopefully you'll be navigating the world with more grace, rhythm, awareness, planning, and all those good things. So I actually wanted to start with a little activity together. This will take just a few minutes, and then I'll kind of go into some slides to give you some ideas and images and some films, some short films. All right. So what I want to do is just start out by taking our hands together here, and we're just going to take kind of a basic stretch. I know some of us have been kind of sitting at the keyboard for a long time today. So I thought it might be nice just to kind of take a little bit of soft wrist flexion and opening. Right, you can try that on the other side. Yeah, nice. Just softening your fingers. And then can we just flip our hands a little bit like this? Again, whatever speed works for you. Just kind of rotating like a flapjack pancake. Yeah, good. And then stretching your arms forward. Good. And then stretching them a little bit further down towards the floor. And then bringing them up over your head. And coming back. Yeah. All right. So what I explained to you is just some basic stretches, right? It's just something you might do in any kind of exercise class or, maybe yoga class, right? What I want to do in the next minute is kind of explain what makes movement dance, because if we can understand those ingredients, we are going to be empowered to move better, to move with more intent, and to move with more of a plan. So let's think about really 4 elements. The first is imagery. So when you put your hand out, I want you to think not just kind of doing movements, but I want you to think about dipping your hand into the most wonderful chocolate fondue, delicious chocolate fondue. You've run out of strawberries, so you're going to use your fingers. So I want you to dip it. It's not too warm, it's not too cold, but it just is that really nice texture. Really nice texture. And that changes the way we think about the movement, right? We're not just doing a stretch, we're actually moving with intention. What is the reason for movement? Well, for me, it's reaching into that beautiful chocolate fondue and taking it back, right? So now I'm going to take this flip, but I'm going to do it as a gift offering, or maybe receiving a gift. So here I've dipped into the chocolate, and somebody's offering me a gift. I mean, it's the best day in the world. Not only do I get to eat chocolate fondue, but somebody's offering me the most beautiful Christmas gift that I can imagine. Here it is, and I'm bringing it back to my heart. right? So not just a flip, but a gift receipt, yeah? And then instead of stretching or just stretching, I want you to imagine that you are in a theater and you're looking out to the very top balcony. You're on stage, the curtain's opened, all your friends, your pals are up in that back top balcony. They've only been able to afford the 10-pound tickets, and they're way up there. And if you're just reaching this way, they're not going to see what you're doing. So you have to reach way out and project your whole spirit and energy up to that balcony. Yeah. And then to the middle, and then lower down, and then all the way up and around. So now we've added imagery, and we've added what I would call projection. You're thinking as a performer, right? How do I project my movements out to an audience? Now we're going to start to put this movement together into what we call a phrase. A phrase is just a sentence. It's a sentence of movement. Some of you are probably musicians. You think about phrases, right? You're not just playing individual notes one at a time. You're playing notes that create a phrase, that create something that makes sense to the ear. And that's exactly the same with dance. So as we take our movements, to receive your gift and bring it back. That is my first statement. That is my first sentence. I'm going to do it again. Dip, dip, open, and bring it back. And I repeat it because repetition in art is a wonderful technique. Then I'm going to reach high. I'm going to reach middle. I'm going to reach low and all the way down to the floor. You can't see it, but it's down there. And I'm going to bring my hands back together. So I've taken those distinct movements and I've created a little bit of a sentence with them. And let's try it now with a little bit of rhythm. And a 1, and 2, and open, come back. And a dip, and a dip, and open, bring it back. Lifting high to the middle. Keep thinking of that audience out there. And scooping and reaching your hands all the way down to circle back. Now, what if you went through your day thinking about all of those techniques as you navigate the world? What if you used imagery to get out of bed in the morning, right? What if you used the beautiful image of a sunrise or a swan lifting up into the sky? That was your image for getting out of bed. What if you thought about movement that's difficult for you, maybe walking or turning, and you thought about it as a sequence of events? You planned that sequence as a sentence and you moved with intent. What if when you were speaking with someone and you felt like maybe your movements were small? What if you thought about performing those movements and speaking like somebody maybe in southern Italy might speak, with lots of gesture and lots of intent and strong voice? So these techniques are incredibly useful to us as dancers and also for people living with Parkinson's. Now, I'm going to show a short film to give you a little overview of the kind of things that we work on in our class and the kind of input that we have from participants, but also the benefits that participants find in this class. I'm going to do a share here, and then when we come back after the film, we're going to try that movement with some music. So you're not just relying on my voice, but we're going to try it with some music. So I'm going to do a little share here, and let's see here. Now, as we're getting ready for this, I want you to think as well about what it means to move with intent, right? So often we, in Parkinson's, we are facing the challenges of automatic movement, right? Automatic movement becomes more difficult. When we move with intent, then suddenly everything starts to become possible because we're moving with a plan, we're moving with an idea. All right. And I'm hoping that you can see this. Yeah? All right. Let's see here. Let me make sure you can also hear it. Can you hear the music?
We can hear.
No?
Who they are is still the most important component.
I can hear speaking.
Parkinson.
Yeah, that's good.
First didn't want to do
Yep.
it because
Yep.
I thought
Is it loud enough?
a lot of people
The picture's gone, David.
that I didn't want to be at, and that would be discouraging to me. But I finally went, and I've never regretted it.
Can you see now?
Medicines can't always do as much as we want. So I've been recommending people for years and years to take dance for PD.
I see transformation happen in front of my eyes. So people often come into the class with a lot of rigidity,
We
and
can't
suddenly
see it, David. If you press the screen share.
can't see it, huh? Okay, let me try that again. Okay.
We had it there a minute ago, but
All right, just give me 1 sec, folks. I'll be right with you.
you need to see it, otherwise we don't know the moves.
Well, exactly. Exactly right. All right, let's see if this is going to work. Okay.
That's it.
Yes?
The motivation for starting a dance class.
Let's make it bigger. Okay.
The motivation for starting a dance class for people with Parkinson's came from the desire to help people remember who they are is still the most important component of their existence, not Parkinson's.
At first didn't want to do it because I thought I'd be associated with a lot of people on the stage of Parkinson's that I didn't want to be at, and that would be discouraging to me. But I finally went, and I've never regretted the decision that I made.
Medicines can't always do as much as we want. So I've been recommending people for years and years to take dance for PD.
I see transformation happen in front of my eyes. So people often come into the class with a lot of rigidity, and suddenly in that space, they come alive.
My hands are so stiff I can't straighten my hand out. You know, just start moving gently and all of that stiffness goes away.
There is something magical that takes place, and I'm not sitting there thinking about my body. I'm just trying to move.
I hear from my patients when they come back how much it seems to support and sustain them emotionally.
I look to the rest of the group for inspiration. We are there for moral, spiritual, emotional support.
When I came in, I really didn't even have a chance to be skeptical because the group immediately embraces you.
It's a time when you connect, and you don't have to be embarrassed because everybody else has a problem too.
Gives people the courage to leave their apartments and go somewhere else and have a different kind of experience than they do when they're alone, which ends up being a lot of the time.
When someone shakes hands with someone who can hardly hold their hand up, they're honoring the humanness of the individual. The feeling I get from being in this group is a feeling that it's going to be hard to replace with any other activity. So I hope it lasts as long as I do.
No matter what stage you are or what your previous experience has been with exercise or movement, you belong here.
Come try it once, do a few moves, enjoy the music, enjoy the sense of community. You're going to want to come back. All right, that was the break. Can everybody still see me? Russ and Charlotte, can you see me in a little box?
You've gone to. I think you need to take the
You need to stop screen sharing.
stop screen sharing.
So when you see the slide, you can't see me at all. Is that right?
No.
Okay, no problem. But I did want to share this image with you.
Yeah, I can see that. Wow.
Because this is that top balcony, right? This is there to the very top row, yeah? And that sense of projection, that energy that you need to broadcast your movements to the very top is quite a lot of energy. It's more than we think. It's one of the reasons why performing can be tiring, but it also is an excellent tool for us to think about when we're navigating the world with Parkinson's. So I'm going to stop sharing for a moment and now come back to you. So let's try this all together. I am gonna sing because on this particular platform you can't see me and hear a slide at the same time. So that's fine. But let's try this movement one more time. But with that image of the theater in mind, what is it like to be on that stage? What does it feel like? Ready? Here we go. We dip and we dip and open, bring it back, and a dip and a dip and open, bring it back, reaching high and middle and low, all the way down, coming up, and we reach to our heart. Bum, bum. I was singing a little Bach there because this is actually a piece of repertory from Mark Morris, choreographer that I worked with for many years, and in which this program is housed in his dance building. And so we just learned a little bit of Mark Morris rep, and you can see how the music really guides it, even with my poor singing, kind of guides things along, right? So I want to dive a little bit more into these strategies in the last 15 minutes or so, and I'm going to go back to the slides for this, so guess you won't have to follow me as in dancing anymore, but I do want to touch on a couple of things we talked about. All right, so here we are in the theater. There's our cellist. So let's go back to our points here. These are the things I really want you to take away today. One is using imagery that works for you. It may not be things that I come up with. It may be things that are wild and have to do with your own imagination, but using imagery in the service of movement. Don't think of movement simply as a mechanical goal or series of mechanical movements. There is imagery that can infuse everything that you do. Then second one is choreograph. Think of movement as a phrase. Think of a combination. The combination may be as simple as get up out of the chair, turn 90 degrees to the right, take 8 steps. But that's a dance. That is a dance. When you think about it ahead of time and you think about it as choreography, as a plan, you can use that to motivate yourself around your world. Number 3, we talked about this quite a bit, projecting, right? Making the world your stage, thinking about movements being bigger and making a statement and expressing yourself to the world. And finally, letting music be your guide, whether that's Bach or the Beatles or the Stones or Adele, whoever is inspiring you, have that music with you, whether that's on a mobile device, an iPod, whatever you use to listen to music, have that on at all times. Have that with you as a tool at all times. I actually want to argue, not just because we're in a technology conference, but because I think of this very broadly, that dance actually is a technology. It's a technology that we can use because we look at the definition of technology from the Greek. It is really a science of craft, right? And in there is art and skill and cunning. What I think of this as sort of like, hacks, things that we can use every day. And when we look at this definition, we understand technology as a collection of techniques and skills and methods that we can use in the accomplishment of objectives. So I see the skills of dance really being like a code, like a computer code. But for us, it's a physical code that allows us to initiate movement that might otherwise be very difficult for us. So by training as a dancer, by thinking as a dancer, you're really unlocking the code that dancers use to move. And the great thing about this is that anybody can unlock this code. You do not have to be a professional dancer. You do not have to have trained for 20 years. You do not have to have danced on a stage. You simply have to understand some of the basics of dancing. Here, for example, is a basic box step. I actually taught this in my class on Monday. That's used in so much ballroom dance, social dance. And it is a code for moving forward, sideways, and back. And if you can learn those basic movement fundamentals as a dance, they're going to be with you. They're going to be in your toolkit for navigating the world. I want to show you how somebody else, one of our participants, uses dance as a way to navigate her world. In fact, Cindy argues that sometimes she cannot walk, but she can dance. And I think this short video explains the power of using dance as a tool and thinking as a dancer. I'm going to turn it over to Cindy.
I've learned to value myself more, which is quite a gift. When I'm slumping, I say to myself, I'm a dancer. I have to sit up straight. I'm a dancer. And it gives me motivation to take better care of myself. When the medicine is working, I can almost do everything. It's just that the amounts of time get shorter and shorter when it functions. Parkinson's forces you to reveal your vulnerabilities. You know, otherwise people mostly try to put on their best face, their best appearance. You know, I'm going out in public, I have to put on this and that, and I have to put my overcoat, button it up tight. Well, you can't, if you're going with Parkinson's and you can't button it, you're revealed, you know, there's no way about it. What happens to me when my feet feel like glue and they're stuck on the floor, I sometimes cannot walk, but I can dance. If I can, I don't know, I can give you an example. Shall I start?
Yeah.
Well, for example, right now I'm off. You can see my hand is shaking. I have the tremor. And if I try to walk, I have a great deal of difficulty. I can walk a little bit, but if I pretend I'm dancing, I can go. And I don't have any problems. The music leads. In other words, it's not my brain telling me to take a step or to do this or do that. The music is leading me. So I'm like following this wonderful leader who's so mysterious and has such a lovely sound, and it's going to take me to some other place.
What is that other place?
Well, excuse me. It's a place where you're weightless. You know, your body is just flies. It doesn't tug at you, tug you and pull you and push you and you know, have you in these knots where you can't move and you can't think and you're struggling and fighting. It just, you know, you go above that.
So Cindy is really harnessing not just the tools of a dancer in terms of balance, coordination, and rhythm, but the identity of a dancer, right? She says at the beginning, I take better care of myself because I think like a dancer. I sit up straight because I think of myself as a dancer. So this is really about identity as well as all these tools. Now, when we talk about technology, dance is a technology that you can learn and apply. We're looking at all of these amazing tools: intention, balance, rhythm, sequencing. We talked about that a bit today. Coordination, walking and turning, and then stamina, flexibility, amplitude, and shifting weight. These are things that dancers work on all the time as part of our training. They're things we work on in the Dance for PD class. They're things that you can work on just by thinking in certain ways, by using those four elements that we talked about at the beginning. And one of the amazing things about dance is that it's not just about the physical. I think you saw in Cindy's film by Dave Iverson, that dance incorporates these 4 elements, right? The physical, right? The motor skills, the cognitive, the integration of music, movement, imagery, and narrative together to create a physical expression. Third is this expressive or emotional component of dance. When we dance, we feel something. We feel joy, we feel freedom, we feel a sense of identity, and we want to express that. I think you saw Cindy doing that all on her own, well, at least herself and the camera person, in her living room. She didn't actually need a class to feel that expressive sense. And then finally, the social element, that when we dance, we are dancing with others, we are connecting with others. That happens in the studio, but also on Zoom. Right now, we are offering classes pretty much every day on Zoom, and that sense of social connection still happens in the virtual space. We see each other, we dance with each other, we interact, we relate, right? So these are elements that are fundamental. And then I think you saw this in Cindy's presentation. Really, this idea that in the dance space, we do not see people with Parkinson's as patients. Right? We see them as colleagues. We see them as artists, as dancers, as creators, and community members. I've been talking about sort of everyday dance as technology, but I did want to touch on, since we are at the Giant Health Technology Conference, to touch on a project that we explored the way that technology could amplify the effects of dance. And this is a project that was really to create a prototype using Google Glass. We were very interested in this idea of wearables. If we knew that people were using the tools of dancers in class, could we find a way to help them use those tools outside of the studio? And what we came up with was this Google Glass platform, which was, at the time, amazing technology, quite friendly to use, portable and private, and a technology that used both verbal cues and tactile cues. This was very useful for our constituents because if your tremor was such that you couldn't use the tactile inputs, you could use voice-activated inputs. Vice versa, if your voice wasn't being picked up by the device, you could always use a hand to tap and go through the menus. So this is sort of what it looked like from our end of things, right? From when you're wearing that little prism. You basically saw the world, and then you saw a little square with a dancer. This is what we think of as augmented reality. And I'm just going to show a little kind of promo of what this looks like in practice.
Parkinson's is a debilitating movement disorder that affects more than 1 million people in the United States, including 50 to 60,000 new people every year. And to date, there is no known cure. That's why SS&K built Moving Through Glass, the first ever augmented reality application that uses wearable technology to provide round-the-clock aid to people living with Parkinson's. It started with the realization within Mark Morris Dance Group's Dance for PD program. The classes, using the training and techniques of professional dance to enhance the balance, power, and coordination of Parkinson's sufferers, were falling short in a critical way. Participants like me needed tools we could take beyond the classroom and into our daily lives. The agency was asked to find a solution. SS&K started with analyses, from classroom methods to available technologies to specialized user needs. Extending Google's Glass platform, they built custom software to maximize performance and simplify user inputs. Then they worked with instructors to distill choreography and music into short, stimulating modules to guide and inspire movement. From seated warm-up and balance building to walking stimulation and restart techniques in case users got stuck. SS&K shot original footage, recorded new music, and then tested with class participants. Finally, Moving Through Glass was presented to leading researchers at the Weill Cornell Medical Center. They requested their own glass for testing and called the application amazing, ingenious, and incredibly promising. Okay, Glass. Balance.
Shifting one side to the other.
Now, students like me have the tools to navigate the world outside the studio, whenever, wherever we need them.
All right. So that was a little promo just to kind of tease you with the idea that that dance itself is a technology, but also we can leverage platforms like Google Glass, and we're now exploring virtual reality platforms to find ways that individuals can use the power of dance and amplify the power of dance in their own lives, in their own spaces. This is just, again, a photo of, how to join us, how to come be with us. We're really focused on 4 areas of work right now. The first is, I would say, in-studio classes when we can return. Right now, those have been on hold. The second is online classes, which is what you're seeing here and can be accessed through our website. The third is at-home media. So that would be DVDs and videos that you can pop in and use on your own that really lead you through some of the activities like what we did at the beginning of today. And then finally, wearables. This is the next frontier for us, and really looking at ways that we can integrate wearables into the lives of people living with Parkinson's. And I should mention, as part of the online classes, we're working with Parkinson's Concierge and Remy Life to really figure out to leverage that platform as a way of sharing this work with more people. Before I wrap up here and go back to the screen, I just wanted to share this with you because I wanted you to walk away today with 4 things that you can do. Number 1, leverage imagery. Think about images that work for you. Help have your partner or a friend invent images that might work for you, that motivate you, that make you see the world in a different way. Number 2, think about choreographing movement patterns that are difficult for you, whether that's walking or turning or getting out of a vehicle. Think about it as a dance. This has worked for many of our participants, and it will work for you. So I give an example of being in a grocery store, supermarket, and thinking about, if you are frozen there, thinking about the next set of steps as a dance, as a waltz, as a march, as an intentional movement experience. Number 3, projecting your gestures, thinking about that image of the theater and the back balcony, and allowing people in the back balcony to see what you're doing and hear what you're saying. And finally, letting music be your guide. One of our participants talks about music as a red carpet, a great tool that kind of rolls out in front of you and allows you to navigate the world in front of you. So use music as your tool, whether or not you are in a dance class or at home. You saw Cindy just turn on the radio, and there was music that guided her, that allowed her to do things that otherwise she could not do. I'm going to pause there because I've come to the end of my time, but I wanted to thank Russ and Charlotte for hosting this incredible day and for inviting me to share some thoughts with you as part of this conference. So thanks to you both.
Thank you so much, David. It's been an absolute honor, privilege, and a pleasure to catch up to you and for you to be here with us on this day. And
Thanks, David.
May you go from strength to strength.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
And for the viewers watching, we've got another speaker coming up, Dr. Amit Butler, who will be joining us very shortly to talk all things tech and patient-centered care. One of the driving factors behind Parkinson's Concierge was to scour globally the companies who supply products and services that would be of benefit for people with Parkinson's. And the service that David Leventhal offers is, as he's shown, very, very beneficial to a lot of people with Parkinson's. So I'm pleased to welcome onto the panel our next speaker, Dr. Amit Butler. If I may hand over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and upload my presentation. I've been asked to share the whole screen, so pardon me if you see something else. Russ, can you confirm you can see the screen all right?
I can indeed. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Okay.
You just need to press hide in the middle at the bottom. Do you see where it says hide? On that bar at the bottom? That's it. Lovely.
Perfect. Thank you. So, hello, I'm Dr. Amit Butler. I know Russ and Charlotte well, and I know some of the other members of the Parkinson's Concierge. I work as a consultant neurologist and movement disorder specialist in London, in 2 hospitals, in National Hospital Neurology Neurosurgery, Queen Square, Royal Free, London, and also work at Luton Dunstable Hospital with the movement disorders clinics at all 3 locations, as well as some neurology. So I'm going to talk about patient-centered care and technology in Parkinson's disease. We often talk about patient-centric care, and that's one of my areas of interest, and that's why I'm involved. Let me just begin by giving you an idea of what happens to patients who come to a clinic with a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. So first of all, as a clinician, we are required to make a diagnosis, and we keep revisiting the diagnosis as well. So what we tend to do is every time we see a patient, we would examine them for signs that might not fit in with Parkinson's, look at things that might not agree with the diagnosis, and that's one part of making a diagnosis and confirming it on a sort of like a constant basis. So every time I'm supposed to see a patient, I'm also looking for signs that might not fit in with Parkinson's. Then when I diagnose someone with Parkinson's, I am completely responsible for giving them the information about the disease. Now, with the limited time, it depends on how much information can be given and what is the relevant information to be given. And unfortunately, there is very little guidance on what is the best way to structure this information and what would be relevant for each. Then what we do is we discuss the prognosis, what is going to come. And I've been involved with a few other discussions today where people have said that maybe giving them a sort of a rubbish picture of Parkinson's, meaning that they will have a lot of complications, can actually be counterproductive. And then we can talk about some treatment options and then let the patients choose which is the best treatment option for them. On top of that, I'm continuously seeing them for follow-ups, for monitoring. And this varies. In my practice, it might be anywhere from 3 to 4 months to 6 months, generally not longer. But I know with the NHS resources, the usual waiting times are around 6 months. With the monitoring, the other very key person involved is a Parkinson's nurse. There's an excellent team I have at all the 3 locations that I work, and I think they're very good at monitoring, especially the Parkinson side of things for us. The treatment then is sort of discussed with the patient and with medication usually. So we have to talk about what the medication can do, what the advanced therapies might be relevant for them, so such as apomorphine infusions, duodopa. And then usually sometime in the course of the Parkinson's, there is generally at least a discussion about something called deep brain stimulation surgery. A lot of people who have Parkinson's for several years might already have had it. Some people who've not had it would have heard of it, and as they progress, they might need it. And then it doesn't end there. So all these advanced therapies are sort of more intensive, and they require more intensive monitoring as well. So, and then we have to manage the complications, and not everybody would be suitable for advanced therapies, and sometimes people are left with lots of complications to manage. So what we do on a general basis is, if I see someone with Parkinson's, and that's what I want to highlight, especially to the technological teams involved with this meeting today, is that Parkinson's is a very wide syndrome. It's not just, so for example, if we talk about diabetes, and I'm not undermining how much health problems diabetes can cause, but there is a blood glucose that you can monitor, and then you know how the diabetes is being controlled. Whereas with Parkinson's, you don't even know what your Parkinson's would do to you. So it could be a movement problem. Some people would just have non-motor symptoms, anxiety, depression, and then they would be diagnosed with Parkinson's based on their presentation. Some people may just have sleep problems, and I've seen a few people who will just have what we call as a REM sleep behavior disorder, and then they slowly develop some signs of Parkinson's, and then they're given a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. And some people, the problem might be predominantly constipation and gut problems. So it's a very wide kind of presentation with Parkinson's. So when we see someone in the clinic and we're trying to address the problems, it is more than one problem, let's put it that way. And then as the disease goes on and we treat it with mostly levodopa or dopaminergic medication, which is so as you all know, Parkinson's is about the dopamine deficiency, and we try and give it as tablets. Now that's not the natural way that dopamine would be given. So if you take something by mouth, it would not necessarily work the same way as the natural dopamine produced by the neurons in the brain. So over a period of time, people develop problems such as fluctuations and dyskinesias. And we often ask them to keep a diary like this to monitor when they have been on and off, what are the dyskinesias, when are they having the dyskinesias. And this diary can be sort of continuous, can happen many days. I've been very lucky to have some patients who've been very thorough with these diaries, giving me very beautiful colored accounts of each and every hour of the day. And that's the level of detail sometimes required when you're fine-tuning the medication for Parkinson's. The other thing that I want to highlight today, which is the main area, what can technology do for my patients? What can they sort of come up with that would improve their clinical practice? I'm just focused on what it would change for me in the clinic. So it can at least offer some help in improving the diagnosis, because as I said, diagnosis is mostly made at some point in time, but it is revisited at every consultation. So sometimes the differential diagnoses appear a bit later, especially the rare conditions such as multiple system atrophy or progressive supranuclear palsy. You have to keep monitoring for these every visit. So improving a diagnosis is something where the technology can possibly help. Monitoring response to therapy and motor complications, like I showed you how people develop these complications over a period of time with the treatment, that is one of the key areas where I think we are lagging behind in terms of how easily we can do that in the NHS realms. With the non-motor symptoms, I think not just monitoring, it's also identification. So this table is from this published paper, Technology in Parkinson's Disease, which was published through the Movement Disorders Society as a special task force, a brilliant endeavor a few years ago. But I think it's not just monitoring non-motor symptoms, it's also identifying them and monitoring what new things develop every time you see patients for follow-up. And then improving the medical treatment is something where a lot of technology companies are now focused on changing the way the drugs are delivered, for example, and it has made a huge difference to how we treat Parkinson's today. There are increasing number of technology-driven devices that can help with the delivery of the same medication or come up with new techniques. And then again, with the surgical treatment, there are better and more advanced electrical stimulation devices that can help, such as the new forms of the DBS, deep brain stimulation. It can definitely make a huge difference. Technology can make a huge difference to improving the day-to-day life, relying on the principles of what we call broadly in medicine as rehabilitation. Now, rehabilitation is a very difficult word from a layman's perspective, but for neurological rehabilitation, it might include simple adjustments like using a stick or using a device that would make things easier. And then one of the things about this is that, of course, if you're using some sort of technology that would help with rehabilitation, or some devices that would help with rehabilitation, it's also important to have some validation and feedback so we understand how this would help. So what I would ideally want in an ideal world would be a connected ecosystem where you got information in and around an individual, which is connected and sort of connected to the patient, and it's got assistants, for example, like Siri or Alexa or whoever, who can sort of talk to the patient and assess and feedback. And then what I'm looking in an ideal world is a community support as well, where we've got people who can sort of link with the community. And then in the clinic, I want everything in a nutshell of what's happened over the last 6 months, how this affects patients' treatment, what can I do to improve things, and then we can also develop smarter techniques in the hospital, better communication between the hospitals and within the clinics so that the patient care is not affected. So for example, you won't be surprised if you're a Parkinson's patient that even the nurse and the doctor don't talk to each other sometimes, and seeing a Parkinson's nurse doesn't mean that the doctor would know what's going to happen. So that's why the reality is a bit different in Parkinson's. So the other reasons I've cited here is that Parkinson's symptoms are very, very variable. Sometimes people start doubting if Parkinson's is one disease or is it just a sort of a broader syndrome with lots of things underneath. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to diagnose for that reason. It's sometimes very variable. Everybody behaves differently. A lot of things that we do are bespoke. Every patient is different and you have to tailor the treatment according to them. And the other problem is that there are no markers. For example, if you had high blood pressure, you can measure your blood pressure and see how things are behaving. If you had diabetes, you can measure the blood glucose, but there are no clear markers for Parkinson's as such to tell you if it is Parkinson's or not, or if it is progressing or getting better. And there is a big hunt and there's a huge push for biomarkers, and there's lots of potential candidates over several years now. So it's been going on when I was in medical school. So I've grown in a career where biomarkers were being talked about Parkinson's disease for a long time, but still not one that I can rely on heavily and say this is the one that I would need. And the other difference is that every clinician is different. They approach patients differently, and that makes a huge difference to the patients, because sometimes it's like a postcode lottery in a way, because everybody's got a different idea of how they manage Parkinson's. Everybody's got a different team structure. So some of the institutes will have excellent network with a huge number of people seeing the patients, speech therapists, language therapists, occupational therapists, dietitians, everyone available. And then there are other centers where you just end up seeing one person for 15 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on the interest of the person. And that's it for you for the next 6 months. So this variation and this difference is something that technology can sort of help, but that's why the technology hasn't reached there as far as I'm concerned, because some of us are very interested in talking about it and using technology. The others who get 5 to 10 minutes for Parkinson's disease patient in a neurology clinic or a care of elderly clinic, I don't think they have time to even think about these things. So it is a huge variation, and it's clinician-led. There is also, let's say, when we talk about early diagnosis or monitoring, what can we actually do about it? So it would have been much more helpful if there was treatments that could be started early and prevent further problems. Unfortunately, there is none, and there is no cure. So even if you find out that this is Parkinson's, and if you've been excellent in monitoring every symptom of Parkinson's, even then that doesn't mean the patients will improve with the treatment that you offer them. And unfortunately, no one size fits all. So it all ends up being a sort of like a custom-made treatment. There are a lot of limitations, and this group that I talked about, the Movement Disorder Society set up, they identified a few limitations. They identified that there is a need for monitoring non-motor symptoms, and there are very few devices out there. And this is 2016-17 we're talking about. So we're 4 years in, and I don't think we've answered that question about non-motor symptoms. There was also a limitation mentioned of using sensors and monitoring motor symptoms. So sometimes we don't need the measurements. I've often been involved with using technology and accelerometers where I'm not actually looking for that data, unfortunately. So that's very useful, not a very useful data set that they share with these devices don't give me the information I need, let's say. And then there's lack of compatibility. So there's so many sensors available now, so many wearable systems, including the non-medical ones, let's say the Fitbits, the Apple Watch, and all those things. And they don't talk to each other, and we can't get similar information from each device. And then there is limitations with user engagement. Not everybody is aware of Apple Watch. Not everybody can afford it. Neither can everybody use a Fitbit, for example. And it's not just the money implication. Some people don't like things on their body, and that's very much acceptable. And I've had more practical problems with the user engagement as well. I'll talk a bit more about that a bit later. And then this need for precision medicine, meaning we've got a lot of variation within Parkinson's. So there's lots of genetic factors that affect Parkinson's, as you know, and all genetic conditions might present differently. And then there are this new group of people who've got this Gaucher's gene, and they've got other problems. And there's so much variation within Parkinson's on a genetic level. There's so much variation in the age group, because I've seen patients as young as in their 20s and as old as in their 90s, and about 100 as well, a single patient that I've seen. And there's so much variation that it is very important to talk about precision medicine and how patients would present to you and what they need. And this changes with the increasing and advancing knowledge about the field as well. The most important thing, I think, personally, is this need for regulatory control and commercialization. This is a very difficult area as a doctor working in a clinical practice. Okay, I like this app, I like this device. How do I prescribe it to the patient? And the answer is you can't. And because if you work in the NHS setting, you can't actually prescribe things under NHS that are not approved or licensed. And that makes it very, very difficult. So although I know there are these interesting pens out there, or interesting sticks out there, or all these beautiful gadgets that would prevent my patients from falling over, I can't actually prescribe them. I can sort of maybe guide the patients to them, or suggest that this would work, or maybe get some funding from a charity to fund it, but that's not ideal. So it's very difficult for a clinician to prescribe technology in the current times, especially to the Parkinson's patients at the moment. So that's where I think it's important to have integration into the medical care and reimbursement system, so that we know who's paying for it. And although there are a few orthotic devices, or let's say shoes or splints that I have managed to get for my Parkinson's patients, even that is a bit of a battle at the moment. So you can imagine talking about availability of technology through the healthcare system in NHS. I think we are being a bit too ambitious. So talking about slightly from my patients' perspectives that I often see in my clinics, it's very, very crucial that the companies and the technology that is being created by the companies identify how difficult it is for patients with Parkinson's to use technology. Not everybody is tech savvy, and the friendliness varies a lot. A lot of these patients will be over 80s, for example, and they might not be in this panel or in this group to sort of answer some questions. But the key idea is that if the patients can't use the technology, then what's the point of creating it? I've had initial hiccups when I started using an app to monitor my patients, that some of them didn't even have an internet or a smartphone or a computer, and they will struggle. So people with Parkinson's do struggle with their motor control. They will have difficulty pointing a camera, for example, or standing in front of a camera. They will have difficulty maintaining the same posture for a while. For example, if you're watching them walk, they might walk very differently on a different time of the day. They will struggle with typing using the small buttons. They will have some problems with processing information. So you have to be very, very, very patient as a technological company offering advice to the patients about using technology, because they will take a bit longer. Not everybody, but some of them might take a bit longer to process it. They will get it. There's nothing wrong with that, but they will take a bit longer, and they have to be very patient in explaining things. The other thing is about motivation. One of the key problems with Parkinson's disease itself is lack of motivation. So if the person has lost the interest in getting better, or if they're sort of in a way losing a battle, if you tell them if you do this, it will help, might not be enough to motivate them to use it. So I've had often issues with persistence. So for example, even using standard charts or using apps or devices, they will start off all right, but after a while, they will not persist with it. They will not even sort of like to do it. And that's another issue, which I think the compliance is a very big problem with most of the things when it comes to Parkinson's. So even with the exercise prescriptions, when you give them some sort of exercises to do at home, it's very difficult to stick with them. Speech and language therapists will tell you, occupational therapists will tell you. It's easy to pass on the instructions, but very difficult sometimes to make them stick to it. So the other aspect from the companion and the family is that sometimes the technology is resisted by the family and the partner or the companions. So I've had a few instances where patients would like to participate in something like can help the monitoring, but the other people might not be interested in getting a gadget at home that will invade their privacy, for example. So that's very important to consider all those things, and privacy is a very big term. I know most of the tech companies understand that better than most of the clinicians do, but it's still important to keep that in mind. So from my perspective as a physician, some of the practical things that I'm looking for an answer to is that I'm looking for simple yet informative kind of a dashboard or a printout, no more than 15 to 20 minutes, that would sort of be able to access. So one of the problems I want to mention again is working in the NHS. I get 15 minutes to 20 minutes to see a patient for Parkinson's for a follow-up, 6 monthly. Now, if you look at that sort of proportion, I can only process as much information. So if you give me too much, that's really not going to help the patients. If they come with sheets and sheets of paper or loads of data of information, then that's not really going to translate into clinical care. It's also important to have the relevant information, because not everything that is measurable needs monitoring. So just because it can be measured and it's easy and you've got a device and you can attach it to a person with Parkinson's, that doesn't mean it's relevant. So be very careful in deciding what's relevant. I also think that it's very useful to have some sort of like a front sheet, because you would be surprised, I'm sure the patients and the clinicians all agree, that even to get a date of diagnosis or the date of start of a medication or alteration of the medication is so hard to find in the medical notes. And this information is absolutely nowhere to find. Some people do use standardized formats or formas or sort of like printouts that will tell you all these things. But then again, they're so deep in the patient's notes that this very crucial information needs minutes to dig in. And by the time you get there, it's 15 minutes and the time for patient to go. I sometimes don't even get notified if a patient is admitted to a hospital. So I will learn many, many days later that this patient had come to a hospital with a chest infection. And this delay might have sort of translated into the patients being discharged a bit later than they could have been if I was involved with their care while they were an inpatient. Sometimes we don't know if somebody has been brought to the accident and emergency department with a fall, treated for first aid, and then sent home, because we wouldn't know that it was a bad fall till we see them next in the clinic. So these kinds of information, if they're all sitting on the top of a sheet, it would be good. Similarly, with new symptoms and progression, these are the key facts I think I will look for while monitoring the patient or reviewing the diagnosis. It's also important not to use too much data. There is a lot of literature around big data pitfalls, because if you collect too much data on things that you don't really need, then you end up with a situation where you can't even use the data that was useful there. I have said this in the morning as well. I think it is very, very important to have standardization and validation, and not only across a single center or across a country or continent, it should be across the world. So it is very important to bear that in mind when it comes to the physician use, because unless it is standardized and validated, we'll never get approved for use in NHS or a big health setting. It will never get reimbursed with insurance and things like that. So it's very important to keep that in mind. And then the most important part from the physician perspective is linking it with the clinical notes. So if all this data, all the monitoring that we've done, if it is not linked to the patient records, it's absolutely not useful. Just a few words about this. I am very ambitious, and I feel that there is. I'm also very optimistic, and I think technology can replace some bits of the clinicians, not the whole of it. There are several closed-loop solutions in some fields of medicine, not so far in Parkinson's. What this means is that there are, let's say, like this Baymax from a movie. Big Hero, there are closed loop solutions, so it will tell you what's wrong with you, tell you the solution, and then it sort of solves it. There are voice assistants, there are other devices that can help in that regard. There are things that are coming, but at the same time, I think technology can be driven, so you need a driver behind the technology. It can't always have a solution to everything, so there needs to be a mind behind the technology that's more useful at times. There are lots of AI solutions coming to the diagnosis. So for example, analyzing sort of lots of data, coming up with solutions. I think there's a huge role for virtual voice assistants in any form. For example, if a patient had a query about Parkinson's, going online, looking up on the website, or talking to someone might take them long effort. If there was something like Alexa who could tell you the weather, similarly, if they could tell you about your symptoms or what to do about them, it would be great. And it is possible to develop with the resources, I think, and there's already a few upcoming things in that. There have been several trials of other health conditions where domestic use of robots and other technology that can keep an eye on the patients and sort of monitor their progression and companion them, so that be a companion for them and talk to them and respond to them. This might be very useful, specifically in the care home settings, for example. And then there is a lot of technology coming in general healthcare, and there's nothing stopping us from using that for Parkinson's. So I think that's also important to realize, that we need to have a view of the bigger picture of technology in healthcare and how we can use it for Parkinson's. So technology can be used to improve day-to-day life. It can help with a lot of rehabilitation, and we've had a whole day of discussion about these things. It can also have alert systems and tracking. It can help monitor compliance. We can now do remote DBS programming. There are devices for that. People can manage to order refills for the pumps online automatically and things like that. There's also a role for networking within the professionals, having multidisciplinary team meetings using technology. And AIs can also facilitate us in the medical research in the labs, and they're doing a brilliant job at that, I must say. And there's new technological interventions that can come from Parkinson's side as well, so help with day-to-day delivery. Okay, so that's the end of my show.
Dr. Butler, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege to hear your intervention there, hear your presentation. There are a couple of questions come through, if you wouldn't mind me asking you.
No, absolutely not.
We've got one that says, what is the ideal route for the gadgets to be known by neurologists and thus recommended to the patients?
One of the things that we often are, so I'm one of the neurologists at Giant, let's say. There are not a lot of them. We generally all go to, if you're interested in Parkinson's, we go to international conferences on movement disorders and Parkinson's. I think that's one way of making people aware. Presence in the movement disorders or Parkinson's journals is another way. So if you publish in those journals, then we're more likely to read it and understand it a bit better. Of course, nobody's stopping you from linking with teams individually or with the university and things like that. And we often get emails like that to say, we've got this technology, we would like to talk to you, but it's difficult to generate interest just with that. So having a presence in, let's say, some big conferences or big journals and with real scientific evidence, because I think you need to also understand people who work as neurologists and scientists in this field do understand science and they know how the science works. So they will need convincing data, which has been following the research sort of pathways, general science, which follows the principles of science, let's say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's also, you know, worth noting that I, for one, have a fantastic cohort of medical professionals in my area. I'm one that has the golden ticket, let's say. You know, we're in touch with, like yourself, my neurologist, my Parkinson's nurse. We've got a very, very good multidisciplinary team up in Newcastle. And it actually saddens me quite a lot when you hear that some newly diagnosed people further down the country don't get to see a neurologist for, I believe it was 2 years in one case.
Yeah, so the average time still is around a year, Russ, unfortunately, to get a diagnosis in UK.
Mm-hmm. Our good friend Matt asked, shouldn't you ask the patient what problems that the patient wants solving rather than what technology can do for the patients? What he's trying to say is that you shouldn't use tech just for tech's sake. You know, like if a patient says that condition A is the worst one that they suffer with, but the tech's there that will solve or alleviate condition B.
Yeah,
you know,
I think why I've not spoken about this in my topic today is because you've already spoken about it. So that's my understanding. Because what the patients can, the perspective from the patient side has already been highlighted all through the day today. So my idea was to give you the physician perspective of what I do and how this can help me. Now, I also understand that what you're trying to say is that, and this is part of the tailoring process, I might have gone into more detail. So every patient will have a different need, and the technology can only be used for that. So there's no point having a sort of like a fit for all size, and that was one of the points that I made as well.
Yeah.
But my idea was not to share the patient perspective as such. My idea was to share the physician perspective.
That's totally understood, and we thank you for your time and for your presentation. It's been a pleasure to hear from you, and may you go from strength to strength.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. we're now going to have a few minutes just to wrap up and to tell people just like a follow-up of what we've been doing today. Sorry if my words are coming out all garbled. I'm actually struggling this afternoon. But hey, I've got Parkinson's. What's your excuse? So after our main event, which was the big Parkinson's house, who wins? You decide. We had a presentation from Scott Ryder. You may remember that one. The gentleman who ran alongside, not Steve Crum, Sebastian Coe. We then had our second panel of the day, but unfortunately, due to technical issues, we couldn't hear from Dr. Apama Shukla. David Leventhal was then very inspirational and got us all moving with his content from his Dance for PD. We've just heard from Dr. Amit Butler about patient-centered care. So all that leaves me to do is to offer my sincere thanks to all of the sponsors, the people behind the scenes. One of them's currently hiding behind a blank screen. I'll hand over to Charlotte for a couple of minutes. And
Charlotte's muted.
Yeah, Charlotte, you're on mute.
I should know by now, shouldn't I? We truly appreciate everyone who's helped us out to make this event happen. We've never ever done anything like this before. It's been a lot of hard work for all five of us, including our videographer, Annie Red Oja. You could see if you look back on the Parkinson's wall, you can see his website and details, and also in particular Helen and Richard Underwood, who are there on the screen now. They work tirelessly, day in, day out, to make things happen. They support us really, really well. The funny thing is, we've never met them. We only met through COVID, and we speak to them obviously every day, 3-4 times a day. And really, to have such a good, strong team that we've got together, it's absolutely amazing. We really, really value everyone who takes part in everything that we do. So, Richard and Helen, would you like to say anything quickly?
Right, I've been told I've got to go first. But I think the event has been really amazing. And I think Russ would love me just to mention this. It's a bit like the Americans with the moon landings. No one thought they could achieve that, but they have. And we've been watching it because we, believe that everything can be done. We've been watching it on a 78-inch TV today with complete sound surround. And the event has been absolutely amazing, from Scott Ryder, Matt, Baz, Hamid, and Ray, and everybody else with the panel members. So it's well done to everyone. And also the other people who support us as well, with some of the videos that get made up. For example, Nick Mice, who has done a lot of work, and all the people that are in the Parkinson's house, some who've never appeared on video and suffer with anxiety, and who struggled just to be very brave and to appear on it. It's very much appreciated. So now over to the editor. Here she is.
Yeah, I mean, we've there's a lot of effort gone into this, but also we've got a lot out of it. To see the screen juggling that's been going on this end, keeping everything going, has been quite amazing. But well done to everybody that's taken part. It's been really appreciated.
Yeah.
Thanks, Helen.
So just to give people an idea, we've had 5 machines running here, phones, tablets, and laptops, keeping an idea on the questions and all the screens. So, and making sure that Russ behaves during the whole event.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Helen. It has been truly an honour and a privilege to invite and for some of the people to welcome being here. In no particular order, my thanks go out to Professor Ray Chowdhury, Gary Shaughnessy, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Jean Louagi from Neuropath, Dr. Amit Butler, Marian Garcia Prieto, Liviu Bapitz, Sanya Bojic, Matt Eagles, Baz Bloom, Professor Baz Bloom. And then this afternoon we had Scott Ryder. We had Professor Ray Chowdhury again. Matt Eagles again. So there's twice your names appeared, my friend. Unfortunately, and it saddens me that we couldn't, due to technical difficulties, we couldn't actually quite get Dr. Aparna Shukla on with us. It was then followed by David Leventhal. Thank you again, sir. You're awesome in what you do. Dr. Amit Butler again, and quite a few of our sponsors. If I may just say one thing, obviously COVID has affected even this particular show, which was going to be hosted at the Excel Centre, which is actually being used as a Nightingale Hospital. When we were asked to do the show, we were quite hopeful that COVID would have gone by now. But as the months ticked on, COVID ticked on, and the lockdown steadily increased week by week. What we'd like to say is that the summer months are normally, under normal conditions, prime time for people to fundraise. And because that hasn't happened this year, charities, haven't got the resources, the financial backing that they'd normally get. So I ask you all, please, to consider your donation to a charity of your choice, not just for Parkinson's. You may have a cause that you strongly believe in, but, please consider donating to that charity, because the financial impacts of COVID affect charities as much as the shops that are closing down. And without the funding, a lot of the charities can't offer you the resources like telephone helplines. They can't afford to keep them open as they have done in the past. So please consider donating to a charity of your choice. I'll just hand over to Charlotte, who's got a list of a few other people we'd like to thank as well before we wrap up for today.
I'd like to thank all the people that have featured on our Parkinson's House wall. So again, in no particular order, the EPDA, Neuropath, Remy Life, the World Parkinson's Congress, Parkinson's UK, Eye for Life, the Excellence Network, Northumbria University, Blake Mill, Kizix, Parky Life, Ajoha, Centero, Dance for Parkinson's, and also Manus Neurodynamica, the WPP, and I think that's everybody.
Did you mention the EPDA?
Yes, I did.
Yep. Well, I'll also like to thank the EPDA, because you've been fantastic in supporting our efforts today, with regard to sending out a lot of tweets, messages on Instagram, etc., informing the community as a whole of this event and our involvement in it. So we'd like to thank you all. And for those of you who thought, wasn't he in a darker shirt earlier? Yes, that's true. So
also, we hope that we've informed and educated you, and since you came along this morning, maybe we've helped and you now have a better understanding of Parkinson's and how complex this condition is that we have to live with. Richard and Helena?
Yeah, just to I think the whole program has been absolutely fantastic today, and I think everybody would have learned something from it. So well done.
there's a couple of final people I'd like to thank. Annie Rudd, if you can come on screen so I can give you your thanks. As well as, I would also like to thank Barry Schreier for inviting us to come on board his giant healthcare platform. you probably didn't expect what he ended up with from us. You know, there was many communications going backwards and forwards, many sleepless nights. And we'd also like to thank all of the other teams who were involved with us, who met up every week, where we had team debriefings, team discussions, and, you know, thank you all for your valuable input as well. And we hope that you've got out of the show what we have. There he is. There's Anirudh. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Anirudh. We really do appreciate everything you do for us. You never say no, and you always make it happen. Thank you.
No worries. Happy to help.
Thanks, Anirudh.
And can I just add one quick thing to the Parkinson's community? I always have the last word. You haven't seen anything yet from Parkinson's Concierge. Wait for 2021. More to come.
So right. Bye, folks. We're all going to give you a wave now, and we'll see you soon.